get them graded.
Free parking.
Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes.
Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th to 28th, 11 to 5.
For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks' struggles continued last night in St. Louis. Merrill Kelly was good, going 6 innings, only giving up 3 runs, but the inability to get the big hit was the issue again last night in the Diamondbacks' 3-2 loss to the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez will look to stop the 3-game losing streak tonight. First pitch is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Giannis Antetokounmpo saga is officially over as the 2-time MVP is headed to Miami for a haul of 4 players and 4 future first-round picks. All of this on the eve of the 2026 NBA draft, which is happening tonight, starting at 5 o'clock. And it's official, Lionel Messi became the all-time World Cup goal-scoring leader with his 2 goals against Austria yesterday in their 2-0 win. And this report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to Saturday, July 4th's Diamondbacks home game against the Milwaukee Brewers, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vincent Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning and a happy Tuesday to all Valley sports fans. Welcome into a big day in basketball. It is the NBA draft today. Woohoo!
It is? I guess you're right.
Remember when we, as Suns fans, used to look forward to the day of what top 10 pick are they going? Who are they going to take with their top 10 pick?
There was many years ago when the Suns had their very first #1 overall pick in team history. They sent me to New York. I did a couple of shows out of there. I attended the draft. I did a column on a very young and happy DeAndre Ayton the day before the NBA draft. I remember going to a media availability of every prospect in the draft. The only one missing from that room was Luka. Luka had not come to the country yet, whatever. But it was everybody else. And I remember talking to everybody, including DA, and walking out going, I don't like any of these guys.
I don't like any of these guys.
I don't like any of these guys.
The one guy that wasn't there.
Yeah, right, exactly. Then the DA pick happened. Burns, he went nuts. Everybody seemed happy. And then DA's initial press conference was really good because he could turn it on, especially if if you hadn't known him as such a disappointment as a player.
I always said that I wish he was better because his personality made him very fun. And
yeah, that fun personality, though, is a big reason why he wasn't better.
Well, it especially came across bad because he would be fun and goofy and appear delusional after having not such great success in games. That's why I said I wish he was a superstar because he had some personality, which a lot of guys don't.
That's true.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, we're not going to go down this path long, but I don't think I've ever been more wrong.
Why not? We got 4 hours, man.
Go ahead, all right.
What hurry are you
I
in?
don't think I've ever been more wrong on a prospect than DeAndre Ayton. You know, I did.
Jared Carlin was right on the money.
I saw him in high school here. I did a profile on him. I watched him go through an individual workout. This is not my first rodeo covering this sport. And I'm like, I've never seen a prospect. I've never seen a kid like this before. I mean, he was 7'1" with guard-like skills. You know, and then he, obviously the 1 year at U of A didn't end well, but it wasn't like he didn't perform.
He was good.
I think he was Conference Player of the Year, right?
He was.
I mean,
Jared Carlin was right all along. He and Kellen Olson were the only two dudes who were standing at a table going, I don't think this guy's any good.
And Kellen actually liked and not scouted in person, but did his research on Luka and wanted the Suns. He was the only one that I heard that really wanted the Suns to take Luka.
No, you guys were exactly right, as it turned out.
At Ayton, I just knew. And I dubbed him the stat line instead of DeAndre Ayton because you can't just look at his stats and see how he plays.
Well, and it was the thing of where the pick itself, like the Suns needed a center, and it made so much sense to then have to backfire like it has. It's hindsight is just brutal.
We're going to be hovering over this vibe all morning because it's also the anniversary of Cam Johnson?
Oh, wow.
This is a big day for us.
Jared's looking for it right now.
You don't have to get it out, Jared. We'll get to it eventually. Are you guys stoked to see where Braden Burries goes? Do you have is there going to be pride?
I'm thinking top 10, right?
I am. I'm excited for him and Pete, and tomorrow it'll be Jaden Bradley. But all three of those guys, I'm excited to see where they go.
Yeah.
Burries will be a top 10 pick.
It is kind of a buzzkill to be going into night one of the NBA draft and not have a pick. I mean, the Suns, unless they move up.
Yet.
Which they might. All right, start the show, Jared.
Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson?
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
All right, the NBA world is rocking this morning. Tim Ring, Giannis to Miami.
I thought when we signed off, I thought he'd be traded last night. I just thought the Celtics were going to put the best offer out there, and we'll get into it later. But Miami put an offer that the Bucks could not refuse, and they got a haul. They really did.
Yeah, and so we're going to talk about the fallout of this, what it means, Giannis ending up in South Beach, Jaylen Brown, and what his status is going to be in Boston. He can't be all that pleased, I would think.
No, especially since it all came out that he was offered.
Yes, exactly. The Nets acquired Julius Randle in a 3-team trade involving the Minnesota Timberwolves, who were looking to dump money so they could sign Ayo Dosunmu. Dosunmu, that's it, Dosunmu.
So, Bick, real quick.
Don't sue me.
Real quick, I'm reading the details of the trade. And Nick Claxton went to the Bulls.
Right.
But the Wolves gave up Randle and the 28th pick for the 33rd pick. And I kept reading it.
Like what else should they be getting in return here?
It's like, obviously a salary dump, but in my initial, reading
Sarver-esque.
I'm
Very
looking at him going,
so.
I'm like, wait, is this written wrong?
I was right. I'm like, what are the Wolves getting in return here? Yeah, okay, look, you got flexibility, and this Dosunmu kid that they traded with the Bulls,
he's good.
He'd fit in perfectly there. But still, that's very Sarver-esque.
Boy, who do you think won that Cat Randall trade now?
Boy.
Well, they got,
boy.
Hey,
oh, boy.
Julius Randle going back to New York but in Brooklyn.
The Wolves got a lot of financial flexibility in that trade, but just the initial reading of it, I was like, I don't think they got the better of that. The 28th pick and Julius Randle for the 33rd pick.
Yeah. All right, as we mentioned, the NBA draft begins tonight. Round 1 tonight, round 2 tomorrow night. Washington, Utah, Memphis, Bulls at the top of the board. We'll get into that. Bulls. In baseball, the Diamondbacks lost another game where they could not hit with runners in scoring position. Rinse, lather, repeat.
Lather, rinse, repeat.
Lather,
rinse.
Cream rising to the crop.
That's right.
The cream rising to the crop.
Lather, rinse, repeat. That's it.
If you rinse first,
I've been showering wrong all these years, Jared.
You come in every day with suds in your hair, and I didn't want to say anything.
Why didn't somebody tell me?
And remarkably, there is a Seinfeld episode about that where Kramer doesn't know how to shower.
Yes.
That's right. So we'll get in the Diamondbacks. We'll tell you about what they did last night. Another star-powered night in the World Cup. Mercy. I was thinking of young Sammy Sapolka yesterday.
What a day.
What a night. What a day.
Jarrett, soccer sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were exciting games yesterday, huh? A lot of close games.
The Sammy soccer segment.
I don't know what you're missing, Jared. I don't know, but you better find it.
England plays today, right?
They do, yes.
It's so weird that the World Cup is on the schedule where they have all these big stars playing on the same day. Isn't it bizarre? So Mbappe is playing, Messi's playing, the striking Viking is playing.
The striking Viking. So if you would have, taken $10 and placed a parlay.
Had you done that theoretically.
Opening day of World Cup of Messi, Mbappe, Holland, all to score 2 goals in their first game. Hit. If you would have carried that over and done the same thing yesterday, you wouldn't be going to work this morning.
You'd be buying omelets for everybody?
Yes.
Like the television commercial goes?
Sammy Sorsby over here.
All right, and finally, Oklahoma beat North Carolina to win the College Baseball World Series, to which I always ask, if people think the World Series is a stretch for Major League Baseball, because it isn't a world championship, why is college using that phrase too?
Well, because the pros do it, I guess.
Because it's the dumbest argument ever. I hate when people say that. It is the best players in the world.
Yes,
it doesn't matter that there's not a team from Spain or from China. These are all the best players in the world playing Major League Baseball, so it is the World Series.
I'm not arguing with that, but why is college baseball co-opting World Series in their championship?
So,
why isn't it just college baseball?
I'm surprised that's not a trademarked term, because poker does that too. The World Series of Poker.
Yeah.
World Series of anything. Backgammon. My grandma used to play in the World Series of Mahjong. Seriously.
My mom still does.
Oh.
Wait,
After Doubleday.
Wow. Do you go somewhere for that, or is that all remote?
It was in Las Vegas, and she used to go to Las Vegas.
I mean, by World Series, she goes to the neighbor's house at the country club. Plays with
not
her
the
friends.
official World Series. Oh.
That's what they call it, though.
I'm hearing this is very, very popular, and with the game of Mahjong comes copious amounts of wine.
No doubt.
Just saying. That's what I'm hearing. All right, coming up on the other side, Giannis to the Heat. We'll discuss the trade, the implications, the meaning of it all. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of 3-2.
We react to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking to take your fandom to the very next level, if you need a new television, if you're looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor. Forget about the big box stores. Forget about shopping online. Head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance in Tempe. Ask for my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Walt's. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, I'm promising that you're going to get the best price you will find in the Valley. For example, head into Walt's today, drop my name. You can get a 98-inch TCL television television for $17.99, $400 off the normal price. This is what you get from Walt's. Competitive pricing comparable to the big box stores, and you get 10 times the service, where you get same-day delivery 7 days a week, where you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. We're talking about a Valley institution that has been serving the Valley since 1957. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
Summer's here, grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
All right, so the big trade has gone down in the NBA. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Did I say that right?
Antetokounmpo.
You know, Vinny takes great pride in making sure he gets every nuance of that name pronounced properly. Because it's his job.
That was a pretty good job, I think,
Yeah.
he did there.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, we got an Antetokounmpo, we got a Dosumu, what else we got? Oh, we got a Kasparis Yakohushonis.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Let me try that again. Kasparis Yakushonis.
Yakushonis.
There you go.
That's it. All right, so Giannis has gone to South Beach. Pat Riley has gotten his big fish. This is a guy that successfully has gotten, Alonzo Mourning in the past, Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James.
Jimmy Butler.
Chris Bosh.
Chris Bosh, I guess.
Chris
Bosh
was
a big deal?
Chris Bosh was a big deal. He just had to change his game once he got there. Yes.
All right,
but at the time, that was pretty big.
So Pat Riley gets the big fish in Giannis. They send back Tyler Hero, Khalil Ware, Jaime Jaquez Jr. These are all three very good players, right? And then the aforementioned Kasparis Yakushonis.
Who, by the way, was a first-round pick last year, Bick. Yes. So he's no
slouch.
And he's only 20 years old.
Okay.
And has a nearly as Greek-sounding name as Giannis Antetokounmpo.
That's very well said. Also, 3 first-round picks going to the Bucks, including what will be number 13 overall tonight.
and a 4th first-round pick swap. So it'll end up being probably 4 first-round.
Yeah, listen, that's a haul. We were kind of shading Pat Riley yesterday, and rightfully so, for always trying to get these superstars for, not pennies on the dollar, but let's say quarters on the dollar. And I think the presence of the Celtics offer, highlighted by Jaylen Brown and a couple of unprotected first-round picks, forced the Heat to kind of go all in and make the Milwaukee Bucks and their owner, Jimmy Haslam, an offer he could not refuse. And I think Haslam, for one, turned down the Celtics offer because he was worried about Jaylen Brown wanting to fly the coop after arriving there, after just dealing with that, not only with Giannis, but with Myles Garrett, because he also owns the Cleveland Browns. But what the Heat gave up is remarkable. I thought the Bucks came out very, very well on this, and now the Heat obviously have Giannis.
There was a time very recently in the NBA where you would look at this trade and you would immediately say, oh my goodness, the Heat they got the best player, they won. In the modern NBA, building a team full of pretty good players actually seems to be the way to go. So the Bucks did about as good as they could do.
Hey, didn't we just go right through this with we got Durant and Booker and just put some other dudes out there and win, and we'll be fine. You're gonna find that out. They're probably gonna lose Norman Powell, who was an all-star last year, because unless he takes a huge pay cut, they're not gonna be able to afford him. And back to the Bucks real quick. I mean, 2 of those picks, 2031, 2033. I did the quick math. Giannis will be 36 in 2031. He'll be 38 in 2033. So those picks are potentially very valuable picks that the Bucks will have in their back pocket.
Okay, so if this is about Pat Riley getting one more championship, if they are singularly focused on the now, you can make an argument that you can't pass up a talent like Giannis. But I have been saying for months that I would be worried by his age and by his miles and by the fact that he does not have a go-to post move he can lean on when he starts to lose all that athleticism, when he can no longer be the proverbial bull in the china shop, just bullying people on the way to the basket.
Well, he's 31 now, Vic. Yeah, and he hasn't won a playoff series in 4 straight years. I mean, forget a championship or making a finals. He hasn't won a playoff series.
Yeah.
The Bucks haven't.
I believe it was the end of the season 2 years ago when he had that flukish non-contact injury where his ankle seemed to just dislocate itself. And I thought to myself, that's troublesome for a big guy who plays as hard as he does. So I get why they did it. I think it's good for the NBA. I think this is,
nobody does this like the NBA.
Yeah,
I mean,
no doubt.
duper stars. There's no bigger star than Giannis, really. I mean, he's as big a star, let me put it that way, as anybody in the NBA. This happens with more frequently in this sport than any other sport combined.
Well, I mean,
that's exactly right.
The Luka Doncic trade is not too far back in the rearview mirror. So you're talking about Luka and Giannis now being traded in a very short period of time. First of all, how bad of a job did Nico Harrison do with the haul that the Mavericks got for Luka?
You can just keep coming back to it.
Compared to what?
One first-round pick.
They got Cooper Flag is what they got.
Yeah, they got handed
the NBA gave them Cooper Flag.
By the way, Jared, I got a stat in terms of what you were just talking about. It's the 6th time in history a multi-MVP winner has been traded. Okay, so if you're wondering how many multi-MVP winners there are, period, there have been 16. The last multi-MVP winner to be traded was anybody? Think fast.
Good question.
Sammy, it's your favorite team.
Oh.
What? My favorite team is the Suns.
Steve Nash,
Oh.
back in 2012.
Wow.
Was the last
That's
multi-MVP winner to be traded.
That's wild.
Started with
Kareem.
Kareem and Wilt were the first 2, both going to the Lakers, as a matter of fact.
Imagine
Wilt
that.
in 68
Yeah.
and Kareem in 75. Moses Malone. And then here's one that's a little dicey. LeBron James was technically traded in 2010 after the decision to go to Miami.
Yeah.
There was that's a technicality.
Traded by himself.
Right. So it really, for my money, it's the 5th time, not really the 6th.
And then there's guys, I mean, like Kevin Durant, I guess only one. Did he ever win an MVP?
Yeah, one time.
Just one.
You're the real MVP. Remember?
James Harden has been traded. These.
In fact, that was Kevin Durant's greatest moment, by the way.
No
the way
doubt.
he paid homage to his mother after winning the MVP.
More players get traded near their prime superstars in the NBA than any other sport.
Because most of them want out. That's why. And teams in this sport, you have to oblige them. Because they will make your life living hell if you don't.
And here's a fun fact that I thought of, but I didn't do the research, but Kellen knew. Devin Booker is the only player from the 2021 finals still on his team.
Crazy.
Between the Suns and the Bucks.
That's right.
That's
5 years
Bobby
later.
Portis was also part of this trade.
Right.
Yes.
Isn't that unbelievable?
That's
5 years
crazy.
later only. This is not 15
Right, it's
years
not 15
later.
years later. That is amazing. The Bucks, though, I go back to their general manager and their owner Jimmy Haslam. They had lost all draft capital with that Lillard trade. They clearly weren't going anywhere with Giannis. He was not happy. So what they were able to do last night, if you're a Bucks fan, of course you hate losing Giannis. He was their identity. He was their centerpiece. He was their superstar. But I think over the long haul, I think they're going to come out. Unless the Heat win a title, I think the Bucks win this trade.
And if you are the Heat, you gave up a lot. But where were you really going with this collection of players and this core?
Yeah, to the play-in tournament.
You're going to be like between the 7 and 10 seed every year, like they have been. So you're taking a chance to make another run.
And let me tell you something. I know Pat Riley, literally, who he's going to make a run at with the mid-level exception?
Jimmy Butler.
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Oh, I thought you were going to say John Morant.
Now, I don't know if LeBron would do it, but that conversation will take place.
Wow. Pat Riley, 81 years old? So, I mean, he's
a gangster.
He's going for it now.
All the more reason.
What am I waiting for?
The flip side, we'll get back into this, is the Celtics, and they've got a Jaylen Brown problem now, I would assume, and the fact that they were jilted. Interesting stuff leading into the NBA draft, that is for certain. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get into our baseball team. Lost again. They're back to 500, Ferret. Timbering in for Vinny, I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, the humanity.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for the longest of time, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off, and a lot of people reconcile these terms because they think they have a really good interest rate, like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan realized it wouldn't be until year 22 that he actually paid more principal than interest, and at the end of it all, he was going to spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. No bueno. On a Life Changer Loan, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. In fact, all of your income goes to wiping out all of your debt. You do it without any trepidation because you have 24/7 access to your equity, which means you have the power to pay back as quickly as you want to. You also have the power to borrow from yourself whenever you need to, and that goes a long way, especially in times of financial uncertainty. Find out if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care.
do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly last night did enough to give the Diamondbacks a chance to win, but the offense was 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position and could not get a big hit when they needed it most. And the Snakes dropped the opener in St. Louis 3-2. Eduardo Rodriguez will hope to stop the bleeding today. First pitch is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Giannis Antetokounmpo is on the move to South Beach. That's right, the Miami Heat gave up 4 players in the deal, headlined by Tyler Hero, and 4 first-round draft picks. Also on the move yesterday was T-Wolves forward Julius Randle as he was traded to the Brooklyn Nets. And tonight in the NBA, who will go number 1 in the 2026 NBA draft? And will the Suns move into the first round? Find out tonight when the draft gets underway at 5 o'clock this evening. And this report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Join Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria this Thursday for an official U.S. soccer watch party. Enter to win incredible prizes like a U.S. soccer jersey courtesy of Just Sports.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
All right, the Diamondbacks hit the road after an unsatisfying homestand and a little more of the same last night. It was a competitive game after a very rough outing, after tap dancing in between landmines. Merrill Kelly gave the team a quality start. Tommy Troy hit a gorgeous home run, and yet they ended up losing again 3-2 in a game in which they were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Rinse, lather, shampoo, repeat.
Well, the losing streak's at 3 now. Mm-hmm. They're 39-39. If you're still even wondering about the division lead the Dodgers have over the D-backs right now, it's 10.5 games, and it's going the wrong way. It seems to get worse with every passing day. And it's the same old story for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They just can't hit. Now, they've had issues with starting pitching a little bit and bullpen a couple days ago, so it hasn't been perfect. It hasn't been a Picasso each and every time out over the last few weeks, obviously. And last night it was back to the bats. I mean, Merrill Kelly, quality start, but boy, he had a battle to get there.
Oh, boy.
Now, he retired the last 7 hitters he faced, so that was good. So he was kind of settling in to kind of give his team a chance to win that baseball game. But, I mean, right from the opening jump, the first 3 batters got on base. The bases loaded with nobody out. Now, he got out of that jam. They ended up giving him 3, and the Cardinals are kind of playing small ball, good fundamental baseball, and moving guys over and getting sack flies and driving guys in and built up that 3-0 lead. And the D-backs, again, as you mentioned, D-backs actually out-hit the Cardinals last night. But as I've said many times, it's not how many you get, it's when you get them.
Yeah.
And they cannot get the critical hit time and time again.
Yeah, I think that's the recurring theme here. And even last night during the broadcast, if you think baseball fans are frustrated with Pavin Smith,
man,
you're not alone.
Man.
After his third consecutive 4-3 ground out, Gonzo during the broadcast said, well, he's got that one down.
Yeah.
I laughed out loud. Genuinely.
I mean, Gonzo's out of patience. You know, our friends over at D-back Stats and Info put this up last night. I want to make sure I give them the credit before I read it off. But prominent position players, now like Alec Thomas is gone, but he had almost 100 at bats. They have 7 guys hitting under 200 that have seen time, including Santana. Not that many at bats for him, but he's 0.83. But you mentioned Pavin Smith. He's hitting 186. Barros is 181. Tawa is 164. Del Castillo is 188. I mean, that's untenable in terms of playing winning baseball. You can't rely on Perdomo, Carroll, and Marte.
No.
To do all the heavy lifting.
Now, to be fair, going into the season, you could see that problem with the lineup, that it was going to be those 3 guys that were going to have to carry it. And we said, well, could they get a surprise bounce-back year from Nolan Arenado, who has been good, not as good lately. He's down to hitting, I think, 239. Carlos Santana, could you get a surprise year from him? He's been injured most of the year. And then all these young guys have given you a flash here and there and then come back down to earth. There's not better options, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You say, why do they keep playing Pavin Smith? Why do they keep playing all these guys, Tim Tawa? There's not better options. There's not like a group of studs that are just like itching to come up.
Well, you might have to bring Waldschmidt back up.
Yes.
I mean, I know they're trying to get him. They're trying to get him 4 at bats tonight, but maybe he just needs to have 4 at bats tonight up here.
And Jose Fernandez too.
So somebody posted this on social media. By the way, there are some really good, sharp-tongued young Diamondback Twitter accounts out there.
Oh.
In fact, one of them is Goldschmidt happened.
Ooh, yeah.
Very sharp-tongued, and they're losing all patience with this Torey Lovello, Pavin Smith loyalty act, right?
He's hitting cleanup, man. Like,
I know.
Yeah, on top of it, he's hitting cleanup, right?
That part of it I understand. That does not make sense.
What's going on? What are we doing?
What are we doing? But here's the thing.
But instead of who? Who?
Let me finish the point. Then we'll get whom, Jared.
Who I ask you?
All right, they put this on social media as in what pitcher in Major League Baseball would even have the slightest bit of fear facing a lineup that 4 through 9 goes Pavin Smith, 186, Nolan Arenado, 239, Adrian Del Castillo, 188, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., 211, Tommy Troy, 239, Tim Tawa, 164. That's not exactly murderer's row. And it's a point that's well taken, because when you look at it visually in the form of a lineup card, you can only imagine the other pitcher going, oh, I got this.
Well, that's it, though. If the Diamondbacks pitching staff was better / healthier, the D-backs would have a clear target at the trade deadline. They would have to get a big bat for the middle of the lineup. Yeah. Who knows what they're going to do by the time the trade deadline gets here, because of everything in flux with how the team's playing and the health of the team. But that is a clear need that they could address at the trade deadline, but will it even be worth it by the time the trade deadline gets here?
Great point. Torey Lovello on the lack of timely hits.
We had some moments to do some things and break this game open offensively. Some balls hard at the right time. Just couldn't get anything to drop. But this game came down to situational hitting, in my opinion. 2-out hitting. They got a base hit with 2 outs. They situationally executed, and that led to 3 runs. We didn't, unfortunately, get the job done in one situation. We built innings, just couldn't really continue to keep the hammer down and make something happen where we scored some runs. So that's the name of the game. I think we're 2 very similar teams, play similar style of baseball. You pitch, pick up the baseball, and have timely hitting, and they outdid us today.
All right, so here we are again at this little stage in the season where you lose today, you are sub 500. And you're sub 500 at this point in time, you cannot convince anybody that you're a good baseball team. The broadcast began last night, and I don't want to get deep into this because you guys are going to hear more about this in the 8 o'clock hour. Hint, hint. The broadcast began last night, as you know, the Diamondbacks saying, hey, look, Corbin Carroll has fallen to 10th in All-Star voting. 10th. Can you help our guy out here? Right?
Yes.
And so what does that tell you? It tells you the obvious, that national people are not tuned into what the Diamondbacks are doing because they're up and down and up and down and up and down. But even the locals, the diehards are only going so far now with this team.
Yeah, and that's going to be a consistent problem, I think, when it comes to national perception of the baseball team, unless we are lights out ahead of the race and neck with the Dodgers.
Right.
I just think we're in the little quiet corner of the Southwest in the Pacific time zone for all of the baseball season.
But they were right. The Diamondbacks were right. They were expressing almost indignation that a guy that clearly should be a starter in this game. Well, I won't say clearly, but should have the credential and the reputation by now. I mean, this guy has played in a World Series. This guy does.
He started an All-Star game.
He does things.
Rookie of the year, right?
Yeah, he does things no other player does. And you mean to tell me he still can't get a national profile?
He's
10th.
I can't name off the top of my head 10 better outfilders in the MLB.
Well, there are not.
Yeah, exactly.
There are not.
He has the 8th best WAR in the entire MLB. The 8, not just of outfielders, not just in the National League, in the entire MLB.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So this is why I can't shake this feeling that everything is slipping away from this team right now.
I think the Corbin Burns news, I mean, it certainly was deflating to the fan base. Man, was it deflating to the clubhouse in any form or fashion? Because they haven't played well since.
That's a great point.
Since that, and I don't know that to be the case. Players would never admit that, obviously. But it just seems like, man, a lot of the air went out of the balloon when we realized the white horse and the savior wasn't riding in.
That's a great point. All right, Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10 year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater on September 16th, and we have got your tickets. All you have to do, text the word CHANCE to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win. Mentioned at the start of the show, incredible night in the World Cup last night. We'll get you updated. Tim bringing in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would agree that dynasties are more memorable, but I don't think it's better. I personally love the fact that there have been 8 champions in this league the last 8 years. I think that's great because it does speak to this idea of, as a long-suffering Phoenix Suns fan who wants to know my team has a chance, it irks me that someone's going to call that a participation trophy. That's stupid. Even if I were a Lakers fan and I said, the bubble, if the Suns had won a championship in the bubble, I would have had the tattoo and the T-shirts and all that stuff. So I'll give you that it's more memorable. I don't think it's better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
How do you make the world's biggest soccer tournament all yours? Easy. Kalshi. Let there be soccer, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Ask Giannis, Bryson DeChambeau. Speaking of the U.S. Open. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position right now. now. Group stage. At last check, one of the favorites, Spain, is trading at 17% to win the Cup, meaning a $100 trade pays out nearly $550. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first night of the NBA draft has arrived. What are the latest rumblings around the NBA? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, you could tell from minute 1 of the World Cup that it was hitting a little bit different, and I don't know whether it's the peaking moment of soccer in this country. I don't know whether it's the peaking moment of soccer worldwide. I don't know whether it's having it here in America. I'm sure it's a combination of all of it. But for the second night in this World Cup, and we're not even in the knockout stage yet, the second night we have had a stacking of star performances from legendary soccer figures, and that star power just seems to be mesmerizing. But soccer sucks, Jarrett.
I'm glad you're saying it.
Okay, so last night it was Messi scoring a pair of goals after missing a penalty kick.
So it was ironic. Let me just say, it was ironic that the goal he had a chance to pass the all-time World Cup goal-scoring leader was a penalty,
and he chunked it.
And he chunked it. And Messi's history and Ronaldo's history is, Ronaldo scores like 80% of his goals from the penalty spot, and Messi is kind of a notoriously choker when it comes to big penalties. So it was funny that he missed that. And then for him to then score an absolutely beautiful goal to pass it, I found that pretty fun.
Almost 20 years to the day that he scored his first World Cup goal.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, the previous record holder, Sammy, was, I had to look it up.
Miroslav Klose.
Yeah. Germany legend.
Of course.
Generation gap answer.
Yes.
Dan and Vince together came up with that answer in last week's Generation Gap.
So this also happened on the day that Argentina unveiled an 85-foot statue of Messi. Then I watched...
That's 80 feet taller than the actual Messi.
Yes.
Yes,
it could be higher, man.
Yes, it is. And then Kylian Mbappe, who I didn't know of until the last World Cup, and he blew me away. I watched him perform last night, and I said, how do people not recognize him as the greatest ever?
Well, so he's still very, very young. He's only played in 15 World Cup games. He has 15 goals.
He's insane.
When Messi's done, and he will he's the greatest soccer player ever. Mbappe will pass Messi on the all-time World Cup goal scoring list. He's a goal
He's
scoring.
already close to him.
He's a goal scoring machine.
He is.
And that France team is a machine.
They're legit.
Now, I thought Messi was kind of old and washed up at this. Anytime somebody moves to the MLS, you know what I mean? Which he did a couple of years ago. I assume that means
Karl-Heinz Granitza, Tim?
Of course. And I'll do you one better.
Yeah.
I've drank with Karl-Heinz Granitza at McGee's in Lincoln Park.
Oh, my goodness.
Put it on the board.
He was a former German star who went to the MLS and came to the Chicago, the Sting?
The Sting.
So I assume that, first with David Beckham was one of the ones once they're well past their ability to star in the better international leagues. So that's what I had just assumed. And Messi's looking. So I assumed he was on the downside of his career, which he might be. But to come into the World Cup and still, it seems like he's dominating every game.
So there's something to be said, and Bick will get this point. When Rory won his first Masters, you saw just kind of the weight of the world off his shoulders. He was, quote, freed up. Mm-hmm. He won this year's Masters, right?
Right.
Something like that can be said for Messi, in that the only thing that he needed left on his soccer resume was winning a World Cup. Right. And when he won it in 2022, it was so, the weight of the world off his shoulders. Yeah. He's playing so freed up now.
So then Erling Haaland, isn't that weird? This Norway, the striking Viking, comes after that. Did he have two goals? I know he had
goals.
He had
two beautiful
goals as well.
Goals.
All right, and so I just last night was absorbing this with the baseball game going on, and I'm like, what is this making me feel? Having these transcendent goal-scoring machines in this World Cup format, are they, when they play, for instance, when Mbappe is playing Iraq, is he playing inferior competition than what he normally faces?
Yes. So
a match like last night, his greatness is going to show even more because he's playing a country that doesn't have a great representation of known professionals.
You could say that, and I agree in the sense that he'll jump off the screen in any game.
In any game.
So, but when guys like Mbappe play a team like Iraq, or, for example, like England plays Ghana today, Harry Kane is going to jump off the screen, right? But it really shows when you get into these round of 16 games, when France will play a Germany and Mbappe is still the best player on the pitch, and you can see how much better he is. So as much as these games are awesome to see, Messi, Mbappe, and Haaland score great goals, when you really get into the tournament, round of 32, round of 16, quarters and on, the games and players just get so much better.
The mythology of it, I'm watching last night, I'm going, this is a second time in a row, a second cycle of these stars where they have produced on demand. And Sammy, you did, if you did the parlay one night and then doubled up.
Man, why didn't I?
So what is it? What are we watching? Is this the equivalent of a basketball player in the zone? Is this Game 7 Jalen Brunson? What is this greatness we're watching in the context of a World Cup?
It's funny because Argentina won 2-0. You would never, LeBron James would never score 100% of his team's points.
Right.
Even Norway only won 3-2 and France won 3-0. You would never score 67. The individual greatness in a team sport where there's such low scoring is sort of hard to comprehend as someone who doesn't follow hockey.
What it is
soccer.
What it is, in my opinion, are the moments. Okay, right? So Mbappe's first goal yesterday, it was a stalemate for the first 30 minutes. And Mbappe gets a pass on the right side, just outside the box, takes one touch, and with his, quote, weak foot, delivers a rocket into the top corner.
You see how big the goal is, though? And how small? How do they not score every time?
Because I'm done. can't do
Sammy
it.
just took his headset off.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Why don't they
argument.
just put a sumo wrestler in the hockey goal?
Well, imagine if a basketball hoop,
I can't.
like a basketball and a soccer ball are the same size, right?
No.
Essentially the same size. Would you say they're about the same size?
Similar in size, sure. I'll
now
give you that.
compare a soccer goal to a basketball hoop.
Didn't we famously have a radio host in this market who thought soccer was stupid and thought penalty kicks were stupid? And didn't they do something with this?
Oh, I don't know.
I've got to. If Vinny would remember, I'm sure he would remember. Yeah, listen, I think I'm watching Messi, and what his transcendent skills right now are what? It's just everything, the vision, meandering in the box, getting it in and finding traffic, finding space in traffic.
Yes, so he's the best player with the ball in his feet in the world, and he's about to turn 39. Okay, so when the ball is in his feet, like genuinely good things happen.
So this is like Kyrie
every
Irving's
time.
handles.
It's like Kyrie Irving's handle with LeBron's vision and Steph Curry's ability to shoot the three.
Okay, I like that. That's good. Now Mbappe is much more physical and explosive.
He's a lot more. Like if we're comparing, soccer players to NBA players, he's Giannis. He's resilient. He's powerful with both feet, right? And he has the natural ability to just score and score and score.
But Messi is the example of why U.S. fans saying like, well, if all our best athletes just played soccer, we would be the best.
Great point.
It's more than just being the best athlete in soccer, obviously. If the greatest player of all time is this little guy who doesn't look like, that big of an athlete.
Mm-hmm. Hey, don't discount that man's athleticism.
But that goal is just so big. Why don't they score every
time?
shot?
Just kick it to where the goalie isn't.
Not.
Most soccer
if
players.
You're so good, Messi. Can't you put it right where he's not?
Most soccer players are great athletes. I agree.
Of course.
They have to run around most of the time doing nothing for 90 minutes, just running. It takes a lot of stamina.
I will try. If you're one that watches the World Cup every 4 years, is not a big soccer fan, and
I tried to watch it more than every 4 years, but it's only on.
It's true. Yeah, exactly. But if you're one of these people with that question the soccer athleticism, I challenge you today. Grab the soccer ball that's been sitting in your garage and go kick it and touch it with your feet and see how difficult it is.
Yeah. See if you fall face first.
No, but I
your
think
front lawn.
To Jared's point, though, I think if our country's best and brightest athletes all played soccer,
everybody.
we'd be
from day one.
We'd be probably pretty good.
I think there are. I mean, I think I said this on the air, but they're going to be as good as any team in the country, in the world, going forward. USA.
Yeah.
Starting this year.
Yes. They've certainly made that early pronouncement. All right, that was a fun segment. All right, coming up on the other side tonight, night one of the NBA draft. Suns sitting at number 47. What might they do? We'll discuss next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help. with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks' struggles continued last night in St. Louis. Merrill Kelly was good, going 6 innings, only giving up 3 runs, but the inability to get the big hit was the problem once again last night in the Diamondbacks' 3-2 loss to the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez will look to stop the 3-game losing streak tonight. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Giannis saga is officially over as the 2-time MVP is headed to Miami for a haul of 4 players and 4 future first-round picks. All of this on the eve of the 2026 NBA draft, which is happening tonight starting at 5 o'clock. And it's official. Lionel Messi became the all-time World Cup goal-scoring leader with his 2 goals against Austria yesterday in their 2-0 win. And this report is brought to you by Earnhardt Ford. Employee pricing is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. You pay what they pay, plus cash back on select models.
The NBA Draft
Coverage starts at 4:30 this afternoon on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Welcome back. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Dan Bickley here alongside Tim Ring, filling in for Vinny. Vinny will be back mañana. Tomorrow, Sammy Cebulka here, kicking himself for not parlaying soccer stars.
Not kicking, but you know.
And Jared Carlin wondering that why, if the net is so big, doesn't everyone score hundreds of goals?
It doesn't make sense to me.
No, it doesn't.
Ironically, the indoor soccer net was smaller, but yet they scored more goals.
Well, now that's a weird but true fact. All right.
Why is that?
I don't know. Because it's a smaller
field.
surface. More shots on goal. Quantity over quality.
Think arena football.
Exactly. All right, the Phoenix Suns have the 47th pick in the NBA draft, which means they are not scheduled to make a pick tonight. They're scheduled to make a pick tomorrow night. That is, unless they trade up into the back end of the first round, and there's been a lot of whispers and suggestions that they might want to do that. To do that, you'd obviously have to target a player who you think fits and you think works. Because to do it, you're going to have to give up something to get into that range, and a lot of people have speculated that player may be Grayson Allen, it may be Royce O'Neal, it might be both, it might be neither of them. What do you think they're going to do?
I think trading either of those players is on the table, clearly. If they feel like they can give up a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal and whatever else to move up into the first round because they have targeted a specific player, I would certainly think that would be on the table. I think more likely, though, is they're just going to move up into the 30s to try to get out of that 47 spot where they're at right now. Now, you can move up into the 30s. Well, you can buy your way up because you're not in the second apron. So you can just take some good old-fashioned cash and buy your way up. As of tonight, they will have two tradable first-round picks, the 2033 pick and the 2027 pick that they own from Utah.
Yeah.
So that's another chip or two that they could potentially use. So I think a lot of this comes down to, Bick, like, what does Brian Gregory see out there in the draftable landscape, and what does he think they can do to help them win games immediately and in the future? And then you decide how much you want to give up to get there. I mean, I know that's a simplistic way to look at it, but I don't think it's just cut and dry like, we want to pick 29th.
Right.
And then, I mean, I think it has to be a specific reason that they're moving up. I do know this. If you pick well, and I know there are always exceptions. What about Jokic? He was picked at 40s. Mostly
during a Taco Bell commercial. But if you're picking 47, you're talking about basically two-way guys. You pick in the 30s and you get it right, you could get a rotational piece on a playoff team.
Or you could get a Ryan Dunn. And I don't mean to be disparaging to Ryan Dunn.
Oh, I know there are inherent risks.
Yes. No, but you're absolutely right. There are players, there's a long history of players in that area, 28 to 33, that have popped and popped big.
Well, let me ask you both this. So Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, we can all agree that maybe both of them aren't going to be back with the Suns next year.
I think it's a minutes issue, Sammy.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, right?
So I would think so, but before you go on, I think it's also worth examining, are the Suns that committed to player development? Are they that committed to giving that many minutes to Rasheer Fleming, to giving that many minutes to Kaman Maluach, or do they just want to keep this vibe going? Do they want to keep at least one of these guys because they know they're good NBA players?
I would hope one of them is still on the team by next year. But
I mean, you can't have that much of an positional and skill overlap, right?
And that's the problem here, because my worry is getting too content with something that gave them, for the most part, very positive results and very positive reviews last year.
Yep. And so I'm looking at the big board right now, and 24 through 27, the Knicks, Lakers, Nuggets, Celtics. I think that would be the range if they were to trade into the first round that they would go, because all four of those teams could use a player like Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen, a veteran 3-and-D guy. And so would a Royce O'Neal and a future second to move into the 24 through 27 be something of interest to you guys?
I would think it would be more than enough on the receiving end. If you're a team that's sitting at 27, 28, you're probably just looking for another piece to add to what is an already good team. And Royce O'Neal has got he's got two very identifiable skills. He can defend wings, and he's a great catch and shoot 3-point shooter. Grayson Allen has got a sophisticated offensive arsenal, and he can get scorching hot. He can be a torch.
But
I would think both players would be attractive to a team picking down there.
But as far as I know, if I'm wrong, you can't just trade Grayson Allen for the 28th pick.
You'd have to get it.
In the NBA, you have to get salary back.
You'd have to get a player that you're going to send right on the street, basically. I would think.
Yeah, it's just theoretically, what are they using as their chips to move up? And that's the discussion now. Whether it's 24th or 34th, Allen and O'Neal are certainly chips. Cash is a chip. Second round picks are a chip. And something else to keep an eye on, or just kind of going forward as we move forward over the next few years. The NIL issue, guys, has created more of a logjam in terms of talent staying in college. So suddenly, and we went through a real rut there with the NBA draft where it was dicey once you got past 15. I think the amount of players staying in college now because of NIL has loaded up drafts once these guys are out of eligibility.
It's a good
and
point.
It's just something to think about. Like you can maybe get somebody between 25 and 35 who can end up being a really good player without just getting lucky, which in years past it was kind of that ilk.
It's a great point.
Jalen Brunson was pick 33.
Right, 100%. To Tim's point, you look at a guy like JT Toppin from Texas Tech. He was
that kid.
He was a conference player of the year before he got hurt. He's not even projected to go in the top 45, right? And he's been in school for multiple years. The NIL landscape is making guys maybe develop more of their game in college.
It's not only the log jam of bodies, it's the fact that these guys are actually coming out more prepared, more developed, and better players.
Yes. So
because they're doing that on their own to attain NIL deals. That's the theory. And in the past, if a guy got a college scholarship as a freshman, your incentive, the box has been checked.
For example, there was a lot of talk that Koa Pete was going to go back to U of A because his draft stock had fallen. And they said, you come back for one more year, you can work on your skills. You would be a top 10 pick next year.
Yeah.
And you can get all this NIL money coming back to U of A.
In the past, Koa Pete wouldn't think twice about leaving.
Right, exactly.
And he chose the old school thing of just I'm going to just go and take my chances this year. But this was
I was going to say, and as Tim pointed out, now that you've had the NIL for a few seasons, now you've got the stacking up of dudes now who are out of eligibility. That wasn't the case in years 1, 2, maybe even 3 of NIL, because it required that stacking up and guys being out of eligibility.
But it'll be much more common for the Koa Petes of the world, who he might get drafted 25th or something tonight. Saying instead of getting drafted 25th and taking that chance, I'm going to come back. I'm going to take the NIL money. I'm going to try to get better.
I'll make $3 million in college, and then I'll try to become a top 10 pick the following year, which will pay off exponentially more.
Which in the old days, if you had a chance of being a first round pick in the old days, you would just go. It wouldn't matter because you wouldn't worry about NIL and stuff like that.
I just think from Brian Gregory's standpoint, if you do your job and you hit it right from a scouting standpoint, you can get yourself a player between 25 and 35. I expect the Suns to try to make a run at that over the next 12 hours or so.
Celebrate the 4th by giving back on the 5th. Vitalant Saving Arizona Blood Drive is Sunday, July 5th from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Tempe Center for the Arts. Roll up your sleeve and help reach 700 donors. Head to our contest page for details. On the other side, is Jeremiah Love built for stardom? Man, we hope so. You'll hear from the Cardinals running back next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, the president of Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, if I told someone they could pay off their mortgage decades faster without changing their lifestyle, they'd think I was crazy.
That's not the only reason they think you're crazy. But that's exactly what the Ownership Accelerator loan does. It puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day.
And your clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years?
On average, yes. And what really makes us different is that we sit down with you and show you exactly how your money will work to make it happen. Customized specifically to your situation, not just a one-size-fits-all simulator. We'll answer all of your questions with no pressure every step of the way.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio to learn more or text Galaxy to 620-620 for more information. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, and APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Luke. Could and should the Phoenix Suns trade into the first round of the NBA draft? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That everything's about the team. If you make sure you're doing your part on the team, like those things will come. And the rewards will come, and the accolades will come, and the all pros will come. Like all that stuff will come as long as you are keeping everything team-oriented and you're playing for your guys. So the numbers, I try not to set goals for myself, try not to think about them. But they're nice to see. You know, if you got a 100-yard gain or you got, 1,000-yard season, like, it's always nice to see. But those things don't come unless you're doing your job and you're playing a role on the team. So,
That the voice of new Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love continues to impress with his maturity. Where did he go to school, man? He must have really been trained right. Where did he go to school, Tim?
A smart, well-mannered young man, raised right from the gritty streets of St. Louis. To the shadows of the Golden Dome.
Yeah, he's a Golden Domer. He's from Tim Rings, Fighting Irish. Very, very impressive young man. And that was really the gist of a lot of his media availability yesterday was projecting this idea that, of course, I've got individual goals, but I've learned in football, if you're part of something really good, everything will come your way. It will find you in football if you do your job on a very good team.
I can tell you this. We can talk about his football accolades and exploits and talents all day long, all morning long. But when it comes to character, he checks that box in spades.
Oh, does he ever?
Yes. Now, he comes from a good family. I mentioned came from St. Louis. I think he understands the team concept. Now, when you play at Notre Dame, chances are the offensive line is going to be really, really good and really, really dominant. Right now, he's going to get to the NFL, and that's not going to be the case. But I can tell you this, as we get back into football here with Jeremiah Love, everybody sees the long touchdown runs, and he had a bunch of them. I mean, for the last 2 years in South Bend, he averaged basically 7 yards a carry and had 41 touchdowns, okay? And that's splitting time, by the way, with fellow first-round pick Jadarian Price.
Who, by the way, and you can continue here in a second, they ran a poll in Seattle yesterday, and goofy Seahawks fans, 60% of them said Jadarian Price is going to have more rushing yards than Jeremiah Love. Of course they're going to think that.
Of course they'll think
All right,
that.
Continue.
But if Jeremiah Love does not have the dominant offensive line at the NFL level, plus you're going against NFL defenders, we can't discount that. I'm here to tell you right now, having seen every carry he ever had in college, don't let the breakaway 90-yard runs deceive you that this is not a very tough, determined, strong running back. For as many guys as he gracefully hurdled, and we've all seen those highlights, he ran through guys as well.
That's good.
He would turn 4-yard runs into 12-yard runs. And those are the ones you don't see on the highlights by sheer strength and determination.
Here's what he had to say about the Cardinals' offensive line.
I think O-line's great. A lot of great guys on O-line. And the way I've been trying to build chemistry is just play with them a little bit. Try not to keep things always football. Sometimes just try to talk to them or, make little jokes at them. Or, I played a game with Paris. So, it's just those little things to try to get a deeper connection with those guys because those guys, without those guys, the offense don't run or the team doesn't run. You can't get, those blown. You can't have receivers blowing the top off without somebody protecting the quarterback. I play into that role as well. I play into protection role, and we got all work together. So, if we're all more gelled off the field, we work better on the field. So, I just been trying to do little small things to help better our connection and build just better relationships with those guys.
And we talk about the character, right?
Yeah.
Now, imagine that, a young player trying to bond with his offensive line, trying to create culture, trying to foster
Who are you talking about, Tim Ring? Who are you talking about?
Character.
Kyler Murray is who he's talking about. Can you imagine that? Actually bonding with your teammates? It did not go over my head, brother.
Marvin Harrison Jr. This time last year, he's like, I didn't really talk to Kyler much. My rookie. Oh, come on.
I know. Come on. Jeremiah Love on whether he's talked to Marvin Harrison Jr. about how to handle rookie expectations.
Not much. I haven't talked to him much about that, but I've talked to him a little bit. Just talking to him, man. It's nothing. It's never been like, oh, what do you do for this? What do you do for that? Or how have you handled this and that? It's kind of just been trying to get to know him more as a person, man. I just want to know, what do you like to do, outside the game, or, how have you, prepared yourself for practice and stuff like that, or like, what's your mindset where you are right now? So, never really talked to him about that deeper stuff. But, my goal with all my teammates is just get to know them more as people because ball is ball. We're going to gel together when we got to gel together as far as a football standpoint. But, I want to build connections outside the game, so when this is all said and done, I got guys that I can call on and, we can bump heads and throw some ideas around with each other or team up to do something or just hang out. I want to build a connection with those guys. But haven't talked to Marv about that type of stuff yet. But I would love to in the future, get to pick his brains a little bit about, how he's progressed throughout the years. And
He likes to say shoot a lot.
He does.
Shoot.
I'm making sure he says shoot.
Shoot.
He was asked, though, about the expectations. A lot of people are going to be watching this kid and wondering, is he going to be that dude? Is he going to be the next great star player in Arizona?
No, I think about it a lot because, this is my future, man. I'm with the Arizona Cardinals for, however long I make it, If I go out there and perform and do what I got to do, then be here for the rest of my career. So I do think about the hopes and expectations that people have for me, but I try not to let it weigh in on me too much because at the end of the day, I am who I am, and I know I'm going to go out there and do what I got to do, and I try not to just let other people influence that part of me. So I do think about it because it's very important. I've been a lot of trust has been put into me, so I have a responsibility to think about it and do right by the people that put that trust in me. So think about it, but at the same time, I'm still who I am, and I'm going to go out there and do my best, and hopefully my best is good enough for my teammates and coaches and the ownership as well.
I'm glad he clearly started that one by saying the word.
He shoots more than Dylan Brooks.
I think he said he shoots more than John Morant.
You don't want to play the Jeremiah Love shoot drinking game.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You're hammered.
I'll tell you this: the Cardinals. You talk about expectations. I mean, they got $53 million guaranteed tied up into this kid right now, and having watched again every single carry he had, barring injury, because you always got to kind of throw that in there because you never know, right? Barring injury, he will be a great running back in this league.
Yeah.
They're not going to miss on the football player. And something else to keep in mind, guys, he only played 3 years at Notre Dame. His first year, he didn't play all that much. Okay, so you talk about like the odometer and the miles. He just turned 21, okay? By comparison, going way back to the Cardinals' last great running back, David Johnson, he was 25 when they drafted him, right? So, like, there's a youth to Jeremiah Love right now. So when you talk about, like, at the end of that first contract, he's going to be 25, 26 years old. So when you talk about how many hits a guy has in him, how many miles on the odometer, he is fresh, he is young, he is healthy, and he is dangerous.
So we know rookies of the year don't happen here very often. It happened with Kyler Murray. It happened with Anquan Bolden. Did it happen with David Johnson?
What's that?
Rookie of the year.
Oh, rookie. No, I don't think he was rookie of the year.
Yeah, I don't think he was either. So that's it. It's Q and it's Kyler Murray.
Yeah, without looking it up.
Here's his thoughts on winning Rookie of the Year.
I would love to get to that point. I got a lot of time in between now and hopefully that day I receive that award. A lot of work I got to put in, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears got to go into that. So I would love to be awarded that award, but as far as right now, I'm just focused on doing what I got to do for the team, and hopefully down the line that day comes. Shoot.
Well, hopefully they're not down by 30 at halftime in the first 12 games, and they got to throw it every play.
How about it? Again, let's hope that this offensive line, that they have finally got the right group of dudes together.
How did Patrick Peterson not win Rookie of the Year?
I think that was a great rookie class.
I can't remember who won that year.
Peterson had the 4 punt returns for touchdowns as a rookie,
I guess wouldn't factor into Defensive Rookie of the Year or Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's probably why. Did you look it up? Did the Cardinals only have 2 rookies of the year? Arizona Cardinals?
I'll have the answer to that.
All right, sounds good. All right, cool. All right, coming up on the other side, it's Rush Hour Reboot. You get all the headlines from our guy, Sammy Sabulka, Tim Ring, Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of 3-2.
We react to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, summer is finally truly descending on Arizona, a time when your windows are more than just a view to the outside. They're the only thing standing between you and extreme temperatures. And if your windows are in bad shape, it means all that heat's going to pour into your home. It's going to overwhelm your AC. It's going to cost you a fortune in the next few months. This is why I highly recommend you give a call to my friends at Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows specifically for our harsh desert climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home. They're never retrofitted on site. You combine that with great installation crews of full-time vetted employees, and the results are windows that seal off your home from excessive heat, from monsoon conditions, windows that literally pay you back. I had them replace all of my windows. Couldn't be happier with the results. The installation process was unreal. So was the cleanup process. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Here's my friend Joe to tell you about a great special they've got going on right now.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tualatin. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling costs from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly last night did enough to give the Diamondbacks a chance to win, but the offense was 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position and could not get a big hit when they needed it most, and the Snakes dropped the opener in St. Louis 3-2. Eduardo Rodriguez will get the ball in hopes of stopping the bleeding today. First pitch is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Giannis Antetokounmpo is on the move to South Beach. That's right, the Miami Heat gave up 4 players in the deal, headlined by Tyler Hero, and 4 first-round draft picks. Also on the move yesterday was T-Wolves forward Julius Randle as he was traded to the Brooklyn Nets. And in the NBA tonight, who will go number 1 overall in the 2026 NBA draft? And will the Phoenix Suns move into the first round? Find out tonight when the draft gets underway at 5 o'clock this evening, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing is here. You pay what they pay on F-150s, Broncos, and Explorers, starting under $42. American value for American values at Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Getting in a lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, it is the Rush Hour Reboot on this Tuesday. I am Sammy Sabolka here to get you guys the big stories going on in sports. And I did look it up over the break. AQ and Kyler, the only Cardinals to win Rookie of the Year.
Only Arizona Cardinals.
Excuse me, yes. Only Arizona Cardinals to win Rookie of the Year.
And by AQ, you mean Anquan Bolden, not AQ Shipley.
Yes, sorry, AQ Shipley. I apologize if that was confusing there.
No worries.
The great O.J. Anderson is the St. Louis Cardinal who won the Rookie of the Year award in 1979.
He was good.
I do want to ask, realistically, should that be the expectation for Jeremiah Love?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. No, I'm down with
in
that.
the top
right?
5, yeah.
Does having Tyler Algier and James Conner make that a little more challenging? Do you think, or
no? He's here to carry the football.
Okay.
If they would have known they were drafting Jeremiah Love, they wouldn't have signed Algier.
Mm-hmm.
So why didn't they know they were drafting Jeremiah Love?
That's a very good question, Bickley.
We've had that discussion. It's not like they had the 15th pick.
No.
And Love unexpectedly fell to them.
No.
They had the third pick.
I know.
No. Something screams change of course, or
it's the same.
A different voice.
It's the same thing with Gardner Minshew and then drafting Carson
exact
back.
Same thing.
It is.
It's why, again, I keep getting back to that word. Show the fan base you have a plan, please.
Please. Speaking of plan and moving forward, the Diamondbacks' plan coming up to the deadline might be a little more in question. But I want to ask this question. Are the Diamondbacks on their way to zombie baseball, does it feel like?
I don't want to make any grand proclamations, but I've been a little bit fearful that this team is kind of losing the thread a little bit, and I say that because there was a time when they struggled to beat the good teams, but they pounded the bad teams. They handled the bad teams. Now the bad teams are starting to handle them, and given the state of the pitching staff, and given. I mean, Merrill Kelly got a quality start out of last night, but he had the bases loaded and nobody out in the first inning. That thing could have gotten wonky.
Yeah, he had a battle for that quality start.
He sure did.
He got it.
And he got it, and you can't begrudge him that he got it. But who's going to feel comfortable the next time Zach Gallen starts? Who is the TBA starter tomorrow for the Diamondbacks?
I think the Soroka and Ryan Nelson injuries, I'll use that phrase again, it's a bridge too far now.
Feels like it.
With Corbin Burns, they're not hitting. I don't know if help is on the way offensively.
Pavin Smith is batting cleanup.
They might not have capable arms to go out there.
Oh, Bick, if you can't tell,
consistently.
Pavin and I, we don't see eye to eye.
You got issues.
We don't see eye to eye.
Pavin grounded out 3 times last night while facing 4 pitches.
Sammy ain't in the locker room teaching him how to play poker or whatever.
I'm not. Okay, and one thing I don't love to bring up, but if this team kind of continues down its path to potentially missing the postseason for the 3rd straight year, what kind of changes are we talking about? Are we talking about trades? Are we talking about what are we looking at?
Listen, this is a very, very fair question. It's also a loaded question.
Yes.
And it's loaded because already there's a faction of the fan base that's fed up with Torey Lovello for loyalty to guys like Jorge Barrosa and Pavin Smith. There's a subsect of Diamondbacks fans who don't want to give this team another mulligan for an injury-plagued year. I don't know what it's going to sound like 2 months from now, but this might be the end of the road for Torey Lovello. It might be. This organization might not have a choice but to bring in a new voice. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's a possibility.
But he doesn't I understand the need for potential change. He's lasted a very, very long time, and he's had some really good years and some really down years. But when you look at, who's shopping for the groceries and then who has to cook the meal, where does the finger get pointed there?
At Mike Hazen.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I'm sure Torrey Lavella would love to not have to run Pavin Smith out there.
How about
that's a good point.
Every night.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, the biggest news happening yesterday, Giannis traded to the Heat. And the question here is, in today's NBA, can trading for a massive superstar and kind of mortgaging your future still work?
That's the question of the day, isn't it? We are living proof that it doesn't work. Now, that's not to say it won't work with this particular grouping, because you might know the Heat culture is pretty important.
Heat culture.
Heat culture.
Spo.
I mean, technically, the Lakers sent the farm for Anthony Davis. That paid off for a championship, whether you want to discount the bubble win or not. It's still an NBA championship. The Raptors won with Kawhi Leonard. So the dream is not dead of acquiring a top 5-ish caliber player in this league and that player delivering a championship. So just better be the right guy, and you better have the right people around him.
That's it. I think
I just don't know. I don't think, Sammy, that's a hard,
it's a hard question to answer right now.
And you can't, it's not black and white. You can't just paint a broad brush over it and say, it doesn't work anymore.
Right. The answer comes in hindsight, like the Phoenix Suns. They did it. It didn't pay off. And so in our eyes, it doesn't work. But if you're like the Lakers and you trade for Davis and you get a ring out of it, okay, you can quantify it, right? So it is a tough question to answer right now. Jaylen Brown was rumored to be in Giannis trades. He did not get dealt. Could he still be moved this offseason?
He may want to be.
Yeah. I would think the Celtics have gone past the point of no return with this, because Jaylen Brown is already he's had enough battles of his own. Yeah. He couldn't get on Team USA.
Yes.
That bothered him, and now that he's been basically offered up for Giannis, I don't know what his mindset's going to be all about.
If Humpty Dumpty is cracked in that regard, I don't know if Brad Stevens can put them back together again. That may also be a bridge too far for the Boston Celtics to try to repair that relationship, which is definitely at least frayed right now.
And you've got to wonder if the reports are true that Boston was offering up Jaylen Brown and 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Why did Giannis want to go to the Heat?
That's a fair question.
Because ultimately, this came down to what Giannis wanted to do.
But I think he'd be fine.
Probably.
If he's fine with either place, then the Bucks are going to take the best deal. And the Heat, even though Jaylen Brown is the best player of the players that were rumored to go,
you think the Heat package is better?
I think the Heat package long term is better. Yeah,
you're probably right about that.
Okay, and last question. It's a little bit of a thinker, but in watching Lionel Messi the last 2 times, I've come to the conclusion that the Argentinian fan base loves that man more than anything.
Mm-hmm.
So it got me thinking, what fan base loves an athlete? Like, what athlete was loved most by their fan base?
Yeah, here in Arizona, it'd be Larry Fitzgerald.
I think Larry.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It would be Larry Fitzgerald here in Arizona. It would be...
well, I'm pretty sure in Chicago it's Michael Jordan.
It's Jordan.
Michael Jordan, Walter Payton.
Walter Payton.
Yeah, I think every major city has got guys. That reach that kind of level, right?
In L.A., Magic Johnson and Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. New York Knicks, it is now includes Jalen Brunson.
Guys that, transcend just the year to year.
Yeah.
And it was just an observation, because I'm looking at these fans, man, and they weren't chanting for Argentina. They were chanting Messi, Messi, Messi.
But he is representing the country. I think a better question would be, has the USA ever had an athlete that the whole country got behind?
Michael Phelps.
Like this.
Probably Phelps.
Yeah, the Michael Phelps role over the span of 3 Olympics was real patriotism, Carlin.
As patriotic as it got.
That's right.
For an athlete. I found that just Very interesting. But there you guys go. Lots of stuff going on in the sports world. In the draft tonight, too.
Yeah, you have been row-boated. Thank you, Sammy. Appreciate that. Coming up on the other side, we'll get into the NBA draft. It's a very special night, a very interesting night if you're a Phoenix Suns fan. A lot of strange memories created on draft night. We'll get into that next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you talk about players, when you talk about human beings that need to model the culture that a team has, my goodness, Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin, those two guys are right there in terms of being what the Suns wanted.
It can't just be Dillon Brooks. If it's just Dillon Brooks, then he's an outlier. You got to have other guys that really embody that new identity the Suns carved out last year. That I think most of us would agree is the best thing the Suns did last year. So I'm happy to see both these guys back. Certainly Jordan Goodwin. Gillespie, though, too.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, it's Paul Caldisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
The NBA Draft. Coverage starts at 4:30 this afternoon on the Arizona Sports app and ESPN 620.
Welcome back. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Dan Bickley, Tim Ring, Sammy Sabalka, Jared Carlin with you until 10 o'clock. The NBA Draft, round one tonight from the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. which has now sort of become the home of the NBA draft. I said this earlier in the show. When the Suns had the number 1 pick in the draft, I actually went to New York City, did a couple of radio shows from New York City, headed on down to Brooklyn, covered the NBA draft, and in between, they had media availability for pretty much every top prospect in that draft, except for Luka Doncic. He was not there. And I remember going from table to table to table, dude to dude to dude, going, I don't know if I like or trust any of these guys. And that was the year the Suns famously took DeAndre Ayton.
And you talked to DeAndre Ayton that day?
Was Ayton just a little too loosey-goosey, goofy for you?
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly it. After he was drafted, he gave a very good press conference that kind of softened me up a little bit about him. But this really does remain one of the biggest mess-ups, quite clearly, in franchise history. I've said it repeatedly, too. The Suns not only picked wrong, because Jared Carlin, if they only listened to Jared Carlin.
And Kellen
Olsen. But Jared
One of us
Carlin,
has a little more credibility in the matter, but...
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Yeah,
but
I won't insult Kellen too much, but we know who I'm talking
having
about.
shared this space with you for many, many years, you were very consistent in reminding this kid ain't all that. And he went over number 1 overall, and the rest is history. The problem was, as I've said repeatedly, the Suns were awash in dysfunction at this point in time. With their very first number 1 overall pick, they decided to sort of have all these inter-office politics happening where Ryan McDonough did not feel comfortable in Robert Sarver's presence. Robert Sarver had clearly shifted his loyalty to James Jones. In fact, on a European scouting trip for Luka in the World Championships, he brought James Jones and not his general manager. Now, would that have made a difference? Ultimately, Ryan McDonough made the pick, number 1, DeAndre Ayton, yet he vows that he had a trade in place that was going to allow them to draft Tyrese Halliburton with the next pick.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
I'm sorry.
Shai
That's what I meant.
Gilgeous-Alexander,
Shai
yeah.
Gilgeous-Alexander. Yes.
It was a different year where they could have drafted
Tyrese Halliburton. But
Halliburton.
let me just restate that because it's very important. Thank you for correcting me. Ryan McDonough swears that he had a deal in place where he was going to draft Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and he was overruled and vetoed in favor of Mikal Bridges. And the rest is history. And Ryan McDonough didn't last very much longer after that. James Jones took over the franchise. There was some hits. There was some misses. Then ultimately there was Monty Williams and Chris Paul and a great run to the finals. And here we are.
And the Luka thing was especially weird because no team had bigger inside information than the Suns, whose head coach at the time was...
Igor Kokoskov.
Igor Kokoskov,
But they were
who was Luka's national coach.
Also, at that point, remember, there had been a string of European players coming in to be the quote-unquote next Dirk that had failed.
I know.
And and you couple that with Robert Sarver's U of A ties.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I can't stress this enough. Jared, I know DeAndre Ayton may have disappointed U of A fans for his overall play. You could not argue or get around the fact that this kid looked like a player that we have.
Looked like Will Chamberlain.
I mean, it was he was a specimen that had guard-like skills. Now, great, we can all look back now and say, "Oh my gosh, what a terrible decision." But even though there was a discussion of Doncic Ayton, nobody thought Ayton would just be a bust.
Yes, 100%.
Like he wouldn't be able to play. Doncic didn't even go second. Bagley did.
I know. Oof. Yeah.
Doncic, then Trae Young, who got traded for Doncic, right? So there's 3 different teams who could have had Luka and chose somebody else.
And that just I think a lot of teams were gun shy on the whole European, next great thing from across the pond. Now,
very true.
Luka ended that concern in short order once he got to Dallas. And looking back, you're like, well, yeah, the Suns royally screwed that up. But at the time, not many people thought DeAndre Ayton wouldn't be a great player.
Right. Now, even in retrospect, even looking back with hindsight and 2020 vision, with DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges instead of Luka and SGA, the Suns got to a final and were 2 wins away from winning an NBA championship with those as 2 of their 5 contributing members of the starting lineup.
Yeah.
So who knows what the path would have looked like if they had got Luka and or SGA, and how that would have worked with Devin Booker, how that would have developed those players.
Here's what you have to keep in mind. Now, unfortunately, the Suns couldn't close out the Bucks. If they draft Luka, they probably don't go out and get Chris Paul. And if they don't have Chris Paul, they're never going to the 2021 finals, even with Luka.
That's a good point.
So you got to think about that. And remember, it sounds crazy to think back now, but DeAndre Ayton was pretty freaking good
in 2021. All because of Chris Paul.
And he was a big reason, sure. Whatever the reasons. I mean, I still vividly remember the graphics. DeAndre Ayton, the fifth big man ever in a playoff run, along with Wilt, Kareem, and Russell to shoot
70% from the floor.
And remember, he was playing.
It doesn't matter what the actual stats were.
It was the company
it was
he kept.
The company he was keeping.
He was playing like 42 minutes a game. Remember?
Would you classify DeAndre Ayton to the Phoenix Suns and that overall was he a bust?
Ultimately, you got to say yes, right? I mean,
yes, because of the potential of which you saw and documented and spoke of. He left that on the table. He still has. Yeah. He has left a Hall of Fame career on the table and doesn't even know it.
I remember.
Doesn't even care. I'm convinced there's something a little off with the kid because there's almost like a couple of different people living in that body. But again, he's never been able to quite manifest all these gifts he's been given. And he's been given tons of them. You know, it drove me nuts for 5 years.
I know, and I always thought he was going to mature out of that. And by the time he was 25 years old, he'd be a monster. And it never happened. And you could probably get into the psychological upbringing that he had. I mean, yanked out of the Bahamas, put in some nonsense Hillcrest Academy where they were all living in apartments and nobody was going to school. He was out in San Diego for a little bit. He was handed everything.
Well, we kept saying.
I mean, how he was brought up into this world, the business of basketball, I think had a negative impact on his work ethic and how he approached the game.
We kept saying this is what's going to make him finally mature or turn things around or get angry and want to prove people wrong. This is what it's going to be. Luka being so great, that's what's going to light a fire under him. Him not getting that max extension the first time he was eligible and then waiting till the next year to give it. That's what's going to make him prove it.
You're so right.
And it just wasn't.
You're so right.
In the bubble,
was going to make
him getting humiliated by missing his test in the bubble during the winning streak. Like all these things were going to wake him up, and it just never did it for him.
And nothing ever did.
And remember, he got suspended for over a quarter of the season.
Yeah, that's right.
Year two.
Oh, man,
now,
I forgot.
I did forget. I forgot about that too.
Yeah.
Now, during that finals run, though, he was so good and so important. I remember people saying, including me, okay, maybe he's not Michael Jordan, but maybe he can be Akeem Olajuwon in that same draft.
Wow.
Because nobody says the Rockets made a mistake by not drafting Michael Jordan in that. That's Jordan went 3. You know what I mean? He didn't go 2. So
if the Suns would have won the championship and Ayton would have continued on a better path, nobody's going to ever say that he's a better player than Luka Doncic, but you could say, hey, the Suns, for what they needed and the whole Chris Paul and how the pieces fell, hey, it worked out okay. They've won a championship.
Right. You could point to DeAndre Ayton got a championship before Luka Doncic.
But of course,
it didn't. Yeah. the guy that got traded last night.
I think I wrote that column a couple of times on the way to the NBA Finals that year that this is going to be the ultimate trump card for DeAndre Ayton, that he's going to get a title before Luka, and then that never happened.
And like Jarrett mentioned it earlier, like Giannis getting traded last night. Now Devin Booker's the only player on both of those teams.
Unbelievable.
To still be on their selective rosters. It's wild.
That is because Bobby Portis was also a member of that Bucks team, was included in that trade. And again, tonight is the anniversary of Cam
Johnson.
Cam Johnson. Context, Cambo. It's a great day, man.
As
the
Devin
NBA
Booker
draft.
would say, if fifths were fifths, we'd all be drunk.
Well, that's it. That's it. So we'll see if the Suns get into the first round tonight. They're sitting at 47, which will be a pick selected tomorrow night. We'll see if they get back in, who Brian Gregory and company might target. They've got a pretty decent track record. I wouldn't say great yet, but some of the moves, Rasheed Fleming, I think, is as interest in a lot of people.
Although we thought the same thing about Ryan Dunn after his first year, that he was going to be a potential star.
They need Malawatch to be.
Oh, they sure do. They sure do. All right, coming up on the other side, the 8 o'clock hour is here. You know what's next. The Bickley Blast. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cam Johnson. I'm sorry? Cam Johnson.
Cam Johnson?
Yes.
North
Context,
Carolina?
please, Gambo.
Context, Gambo.
The Suns are going to take Cam Johnson.
Okay.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We were talking about A.J. Puck is going to be back in a matter of weeks. And then Corbin Burns is going to be back in July. And then Burns is done. A.J.'s done. Now you've got Ryan Nelson, who might be done. He might be done for the year. And then Soroka gets hurt. I told you, like last week, I was like, I got to sacrifice something. You should have let me break something.
I didn't stop you.
Maybe it would have helped. You just can't take this many hits. You don't have the ammunition you need to go to battle right now if you're the Diamondbacks.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here with the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, Tim Lee. You just expanded to Mesa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we're excited about it because we've been doing jobs. Obviously, we cover the whole United States. But to have a location down there, it makes it so much easier for us to react. So that we get a lot of calls like, hey, I need my move today or tomorrow. So now we have, 11,000 square feet of storage for new customers, a lot of people that are doing remodels, a quick move in and out. It helps a lot. And so we're excited about that opportunity. And it's right next to the Gateway Mesa Airport.
You're really big into hiring U.S. servicemen, and tell us a little bit about why that is important to you.
We love our veterans, and we love the people that served our country, and they want to join this operation because we're real military-minded. Get in and get out and do the job right.
If you are getting ready to move, you need to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com.
Your move is our mission.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Collectors! Front Row Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. YREFI, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks' struggles continued last night in St. Louis. Merrill Kelly was good enough, going 6 innings, only giving up 3 runs, but the inability to get the big hit was the problem once again last night in their 3-2 loss to the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez will look to stop the 3-game losing streak tonight. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Giannis Antetokounmpo saga is officially over as the 2-time MVP is headed to Miami for a haul of 4 players and 4 future first-round picks. All of this on the eve of the 2026 NBA draft, which is happening tonight starting at 5, and you can hear that over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8. Details are at casinoarizona.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
At nearly 6 million people, the greater Metro Phoenix area represents the 10th largest city in America. So why on earth is Corbin Carroll in 10th place in all-star balloting among National League outfielders? This is criminal. This is injustice. This is far more humiliating than Pavin Smith batting cleanup, and this is partially on us. All of us. In Major League Baseball, fans handle phase 1 of the voting. Diehards can even vote 5 times a day if they'd like. And the results confirm that star athletes in Arizona don't always get their due respect on a national level. Just like Josh Sweat and the Cardinals last year, and now it's Carroll, who should be as popular on the national level as Ichiro once was. He's been in the World Series. He's been Rookie of the Year. He's been an all-star starter in the past. He shouldn't be sitting on fewer than 800,000 votes with 2 days left before the deadline. But part of it's also local. With our population numbers, a truly vested baseball town would have Carroll and Ketel Marte in the top tier of voting. Instead, Carroll actually dropped from 8th to 10th in the latest update, and only Nolan Arenado cracked the top 5, a player who has a lot of fans elsewhere, as we all witnessed last night in St. Louis. It's embarrassing, and you have to feel bad for Carroll that the name on the front of his jersey is somehow diminishing the name on the back of his jersey, and that happens far too often in these parts. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com. And off we go with the second half of the show. I guess given what the All-Star voting in Major League Baseball is, a fan popularity contest, that these results shouldn't be that surprising. But they began the broadcast last night in St. Louis. Todd Walsh did a report on just how absurd this is. That a guy of Corbin Carroll's profile, his stats, as Jared pointed out, 8th best WAR, wins against replacement in Major League Baseball, 10th place among National League voters. It's insane.
When was the last time an Arizona Diamondback that you can remember, like, was leading a vote, an all-star vote getting processed? Like,
I mean, Carroll was voted in 2023. Right? He was the first, and at that time he was a rookie. He was the first rookie since Aaron Judge, 2017, I believe, to be voted an all-star starter. So we have historical data that says it can happen.
It can.
And now it's almost like he's become, I don't want to say an afterthought, but like not on the forefront of people's minds when it comes to the top outfielders in the National League.
Because of the team's mediocrity for the last few years.
That's it.
Nothing because of Corbin Carroll, because he's been very good.
But in June of 2023, they had not made the World Series yet. Were they lighting the league on fire at that point? I mean, I have to go back and see where they were standings-wise.
It might have been the newness of Corbin Carroll.
May have been the newness. It was certainly something, Sammy, or he wouldn't have been up there.
Right. Because he was...
Also, wasn't Ketel Marte a starter last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it's not like it's unprecedented.
Well, I think that's kind of...
And again, this is why these results are shocking to me. Ketel Marte, I believe, is in 7th place among second basemen. That shouldn't be that way. Like I said, especially now that we're not living in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Right. This isn't
where
Pittsburgh.
we have 390,000 people.
Right. This isn't Milwaukee.
Yeah, it isn't Milwaukee. This isn't Pittsburgh. We've got nearly 6 million people in the valley here.
I'm going to go vote again.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do it, Sammy.
Vote for all of us.
I just think, again, that Diamondbacks baseball, even when they're playing well, doesn't really move the meter nationally.
Yeah.
I talk about the Pacific time zone. I know that doesn't hold true for the Dodgers, but come on. That's a different animal, right? When you talk about the one of the marquee franchises in the history of the game. I think the Diamondbacks at times, nationally speaking, can be a little bit of a forgotten franchise. At last check, Stephen A. Smith ain't talking Diamondbacks baseball on Get Up or whatever the heck.
No, but I will say, I feel like all-star voters have wisened up a lot in the last 10, 15 years compared to like when you were younger, even when I was younger, and it was just the same people voted in to the all-star game, past their prime. You know, Cal Ripken Jr., well past his prime, all these guys that just automatically got the vote every single year. It's been better where they've picked a lot more deserving things, which makes it even more sort of inexplicable that Corbin Carroll's not getting more love.
There are a lot of people who believe that, okay, there's something to be said. It's an exhibition game. There's something to be said for giving the people what they want. But again, if you open this up to just rampant fan voting, you're going to get the truly vested audiences like in big cities, New York and Los Angeles. They're going to put their thumbs on the scale. There are people who believe that in this process for the All-Star game, there should be a subcommittee in Major League Baseball that narrows the choices for the voters based on empirical data, based on how these players are doing. So there would be a screening process that would only limit them to guys who've got credentials.
So vote from these finalists.
Yeah.
Essentially.
That's it. That's it.
Maybe there should be like an electoral college for all-stars. So California
that has never failed.
California and New York can't put their thumbs on the scale and choose the all-star starters.
Right. And doesn't it say everything you need to know that Nolan Arenado is the leading Diamondback vote getter at any position? So it's because he's got a boatload of fans in St. Louis, like we saw last night with that lengthy ovation he got. And he's got fans in Colorado.
And he wasn't even that great in St. Louis. He was great. He was great in Colorado.
That's a good point.
I hate to say, but he's also still a bigger name than Corbin Carroll. He shouldn't be anymore, but he probably still is.
That's what gets frustrating.
I'm looking at all the vote getters and how many votes people are getting. No Diamondback and Ketel and Corbin, neither of them upwards of 800,000 votes. None of them even have close to. I mean, they're close to a million.
In a market of 5.8 million people, nearly 8 million if you go statewide, and we can't get Corbin Carroll more than 1 million votes. Shame! Shame!
Shame!
Shame! I gotta say this: our next championship team better be so kick-ass to make up for all these terrible lean years and all these slights and all these athletes who don't get their due. Right?
I would agree with that.
Our next championship better be the hairiest American winning machine. Not hairy like you, Jared. You know what I mean.
Like as in dominant or as in likable?
As in both.
Because I would say the last two really close chances that we had, the Suns and the D-backs, the Valley fell in love with those teams. Those were really likable, like a lot of homegrown players and stuff. So I think we were close to having that.
I know.
And it just didn't happen.
What's the last Valley team to really move the meter nationally?
ASU football.
Yeah.
During the college football playoffs. And that was only for that was for a minute.
And it was largely for Cam Scatterbo.
Because it was Cam Scatterbo.
But if you're talking about the pro teams,
do you have to
even when the
maybe the Suns in 2021, but
no.
Do you have to go back to the 93 Suns?
No, the 7-second or less Suns, I think nationally people were paying attention to those national teams. They won MVP twice.
They moved the meter nationally. Okay,
I think so.
That's fair.
I think they did.
I think some of the Bruce Arian teams, because they got national TV games and stuff.
Cardinals.
That 2015 Cardinals team, the 08 Cardinals team just came out of nowhere. So I don't think that ever quite happened.
Even though they had Kurt Warner had fallen off the national radar at that point. Yeah,
that Bruce Arians Cardinals team, they were in Times Square. They had billboards all over Times Square.
They were flexed to Sunday night at least once, maybe twice.
Yes. And that was all the power of BA. I tell you, baby.
Hey, baby.
We're going to win a
Super Bowl. We're going to move the meter, baby.
Not a Super Bowl ring.
Super Bowl ring.
All right. The USA wraps up group play this Thursday, and Arizona Sports is hosting a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Kickoffs at 7 p.m. Plus, enter to win a Team USA jersey courtesy of Just Sports. All you've got to do, text the word CUP, C-U-P, to 620-620 for more info and to reserve your table, powered by Michelob Ultra. On the other side, who exactly is to blame if the season is slipping away from the Diamondbacks? We'll discuss that next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and pay.
Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Sammy Cebulka brought up a very interesting question during the Rush Hour reboot. He asked, where is this whole thing going? If the Diamondbacks can't get elevation and if the season is slipping away due to another untimely rash of injuries, what are we looking at here? And it's not to dwell on the negative here because this baseball team has got the opportunity to prove their resilience. They've got an opportunity on this road trip to beat some good teams, but they look a little wobbly. They're a very hit and miss team, literally, with runners in scoring position. That was again the story of last night's game. We know there are a lot of question marks in the rotation. Merrill Kelly had a struggle to get to a quality start last night, but he did. So the question becomes, what happens if this baseball team can't recover? What happens if this is indeed, as Tim Ring has been saying, a bridge too far? The recent loss of three frontline players in Ryan Nelson, in Jordan Lawler, and who's the third one?
Mike Soroka.
Michael Soroka.
Merely the MVP of the starting rotation.
Right. On the heels of the Corbin Burns and the A.J. Puck news.
Exactly, where their setbacks are to the point where you might not even see them this year, and if you do, it's going to be probably September at the earliest.
Yeah, and I wonder, certainly if the Diamondbacks are out of contention for any sort of postseason bid, would you even bring Corbin Burns back in September?
That's a great question.
And again, if they're out of the playoff picture in 3 weeks and they become sellers, I know Mike Hazen said he plans on being a buyer, but he should feel like that. At that point, he probably did plan on being a buyer. He may still plan on being a buyer because he plans on getting this thing turned around. But the reality is it may very well not turn around. Vic, I'm with you. I don't like the way this is trending.
Yeah,
I mean, outside of a 13-game stretch against the Giants and the Rockies, this has been a below-average baseball team.
Yeah, with too many flaws to overcome. And what they once hung their hat on, being able to pound inferior competition, that's no longer the case. They've been on the wrong side of a lot of lopsided games recently. And here we are. So we batted about the idea who would be in trouble. Now, Torey Lovullo obviously is manager of the team. He gets a lot of grief during periods of extended poor play, and 10 years in one place for a baseball manager is a lifetime, especially if that manager has never delivered a World Series title. They haven't been to the postseason in a few years now. You wonder if that is going to be a mandated change, a sacrificial change, a public relations change, if this season doesn't get any better. And I only say that because Torey Lovullo is once again on the last year of a contract. And Mike...
Eternally, it feels like.
Well, he's been that 3 different times in the past as a lame duck manager, and generally it brings out the best in him. Mike Hazen, I believe, runs through 28 with a club option for 2029. So we brought this up, that would this be the end of the road for Torey if he can't pull this rabbit out of his hat this year? And Tim brought up the point, well, Torey Lovello probably doesn't want to bat Pavin Smith cleanup. This team decided to not pursue Paul Goldschmidt, that they wanted him in a platoon situation. And as Tim has pointed out, how serious are you actually when you're coming into a season with Carlos Santana and Nolan Arenado at your corners? These are questions we asked in real time. One of them has worked out much better than the other, predictably.
And
Like
Mike, just real quick, nobody's blameless, but Mike Hazen was also, payroll was cut.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we got to make up for the sins of the Jordan Montgomerys of the world. The financial windfall of 2023 has faded.
Yes,
we got to cut back a little bit here, and we got to try to. We're not tanking the season. At least they would never say that publicly.
Yeah.
But when you cut payroll, and as you mentioned, like this is who you went with at the corners. You got to kind of wonder, like, I understand the idea of, hey, let's just try to tread water until the reinforcements come back in mid-July, and that's fine. And for a while, they were doing that. And technically, they are still doing that. But now the reinforcements aren't coming in July.
Right, that's the problem.
So that's the problem. But so at the same time, if you're looking at, like, is Mike Hazen's head on the chopping block? Well, if his bosses told him to operate in a certain manner, and
he did.
And we're seeing.
And he took flyers on guys. I would say Nolan Arenado has worked. I think Nolan Arenado has actually surpassed what I expected from him. Carlos Santana has been exactly what I expected. Paul Sewald has been much greater than I expected.
Mike Soroka.
Way
better.
But then you look
so these are feathering Hazen's cap, and I know, I know,
bringing back Gallen and Kelly, which we in real time thought were great moves, have both not worked.
Trading Blaze Alexander did not work.
Jake McCarthy's
hitting 300. He's had a couple of walk-offs recently.
But so on the Torey Lovello part, what would you blame him for specifically this season? What has he done wrong, or what could he have done differently that you would say like he deserves?
It's a great question. It's the very nebulous hit and miss nature of this offense that you can loosely tie to a team that isn't always locked in. You can hang that on a manager, a team that some days extends at bats and draws walks, and some days not so much. Will they get one walk last night? A team in a lineup that isn't executing the game plan. That is something you can hang on a manager. But again, these are all loosely fitting. These are like one size fits all. If you're looking to fire a manager, you can name 5 different ways to do it.
Of course, and some of Torey Lovello's positives at times can be negatives. Loyalty to a certain player, giving a player a longer rope, the even keelness in which he does his job looks great. When it works, when it's ebbing, and not so great when it's flowing, or vice versa.
Whatever, well said.
Right?
Yeah, no, you're right on the money.
Like, so when they're going well, boy, Torey keeps these guys. It's a long season. Communicated, a connected team, and they keeps these guys over the long haul at a very even pace. And then, of course, when things go bad, it's like he's got to light a fire under these guys' asses. I mean, they're not responding.
Yeah.
I mean, why does he let Marte do this and that?
There's that too. The Ketel Marte incident. No matter what the stands say, the Ketel Marte incident has compromised Torey Lovello's standing in that clubhouse because he's not a manager who can stand up and say, no, I need you to play tonight. And those are little things that do reverberate through a clubhouse. And unfortunately, a lot of baseball fans don't quite get that. But those are things that you could hang on Torey because he's the classic players manager. You can get the Buck Showalter prototype. You can get the hard ass to come in here and flip tables and create more of a culture of fear.
And those guys don't last 10 years.
They certainly don't last 10 years.
And also how much, if he was doing that every game this year, how much would that really change them being a 500 team when you look at this lineup and you look at the injuries and you look at the pitchers underperforming?
I think the answer here, even though people don't want to hear this, is Torey Lovello was given a bad hand this year. Mike Hazen was given limited resources. Some have worked, some have not. And yet you can't blame the owner because the Diamondbacks ranked top 5 in Major League Baseball in money put back into the payroll, into talent. You can't ask for more than an owner. And then can you blame Mike Hazen with limited finances and all these key guys who are injured taking flyers on all these guys and only having 2 of them work? There's other decisions. The loyalty to aging players. There's people who believe if you move Nolan Arenado to first base, you could put Tommy Troy at third base. Ryan Waldschmidt doesn't have to be in the minor leagues. There's other ways to go about this.
Well,
if you want to choose the youthful path.
And that might be something that Torey Lovullo is going to have to do, because clearly right now, I'll just use the word trending. This is trending towards this club being in a spot where the season from a playoff standpoint will be over by the time we hit August 1st. I mean, they can't beat good teams. They can't. We went through the batting averages of the meat of that lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an eyesore as a compliment.
That's a good point. All right, coming up on the other side, the NBA draft is tonight. We are going to visit with our good friend from The Athletic. Law Murray will join us next. Tim Ring in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Merrill Kelly grinds out a bounce-back effort as the Diamondbacks fall short versus the Cardinals. The Heat trade for Giannis on the eve of the 2026 NBA draft. And Cardinals rookie Jeremiah Love welcomes a carry split with the ultimate goal in mind. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
It's Wolf, and America is 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
With Michelob Ultra Zero, there's always what's next. Next play. Next shot. Next score. Next celebration. Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol. Distinctly smooth taste. And just 29 calories. Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Zero alcohol-free malt beverage, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, what's the biggest shock people face upon retirement?
Well, the paycheck stops, but the expenses don't. And if you don't have a clear income strategy, you're guessing every single month.
And no one wants to live like that in retirement.
Exactly. We help people turn savings into reliable income so that they can spend confidently. Call 844-726-9116. Let's build your income plan. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly last night did enough to give the Diamondbacks a chance to win, but the offense was 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position and cannot get a big hit when they needed it most, and the Snakes dropped the opener in St. Louis 3-2. Eduardo Rodriguez will hope to stop the bleeding today. First pitch is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Giannis Antetokounmpo is on the move to South Beach. That's right, the Miami Heat gave up 4 players in the deal, headlined by Tyler Hero, and 4 first-round draft picks. Also on the move yesterday, Timberwolves forward Julius Randle. He was traded to the Brooklyn Nets. And in the NBA tonight, who will go number 1 overall in the 2026 NBA draft? And will the Suns move into the first round? Find out tonight when the draft gets underway at 5 o'clock. And you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text Galaxy to 620 today.
Hey, it's Luke. Could and should the Phoenix Suns trade into the first round of the NBA draft? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Round 1 of the NBA draft just hours away. Our great pleasure to welcome in via video the great Law Murray, who covers the association for the Athletic Law. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. How you doing?
Thanks for having me. I feel good. I'm ready to have an interesting week.
Well,
get underway.
It's already underway.
Already been underway.
They said the NBA draft was not going to commence without the Giannis trade happening first. What are your thoughts on where he ended up and how it's reverberating across the NBA?
I thought that I really wanted this to just happen like today. I had a story up. I had to update it last night. I'm like, man, y'all messed up my flow. It's perfect.
I can't believe they weren't thinking about you, Law. That's terrible.
Man, it happens all the time. And it's not going to be the last time. Again, the team that I cover primarily has the 5th pick tonight. I'm like, hey, but I think that it's sad, honestly. I think, look, I grew up when the Milwaukee Bucks weren't doing the damn thing when their uniforms were purple, so Giannis has been a player, a non-lottery pick, by the way, who put that team into a place of relevance with not just his talent, but with with how good that team was in the East. And they won their chip, and they were never able to sustain any playoff success. Even when they won their chip the year before, they were 1 seed that didn't make it to the conference finals in the bubble, and then they were a 1 seed 2 years later and got clapped by the Miami Heat. Ironically, that's the funniest thing about it. The Miami Heat, as a lower seeded team, beat Giannis's teams twice when Giannis had a 1 seed in Milwaukee. And that outlines for me what the Heat are. The Heat have lived in the play-in tournament, and the returns have been increasingly diminishing. So I think it's a good deal for the Heat. Y'all got to remember, Pat Riley is, this. I don't know how long that Pat's going to be running the Miami Heat. It's like, who you waiting on, and that's how Giannis has been feeling. Giannis has had his prime. I think he's in his late prime. Like, we haven't seen Giannis get out of the first round since 2022. So I think this is a good marriage for 2 teams, or 2 parties, I should say, that really just needed something to shake things up. And you got that. Do I need to be excited for the Miami Heat and think they're contenders? Absolutely not. I don't. They're going to have to get creative, particularly offensively. But the Miami Heat, given that they've been in this play-in tournament for 4 years, given that Giannis hasn't had his playoff success, he hasn't won a playoff series in 4 years. I do think that this is it was a necessary move. I'm just glad to not be talking about the Bucks anymore.
Yeah, well, and it's the fallout from the trade. One more on the trade for you before we get to the draft tonight, and maybe the Phoenix Suns a little bit here, Law. The fallout in Milwaukee. I mean, Tyler Herro might get immediately dealt, even though he's from Milwaukee. But really, I'm more concerned about your thoughts on the future of Jaylen Brown and the Celtics after he was dangled out there. Can Brad Stevens repair that relationship, which is, I can probably say, at least frayed right now?
I'm sure he can. Like, all Jalen knows is being on Boston Celtics teams that have always been through some level of internal turmoil. I mean, this dude played with Kyrie Irving, like before those dudes actually got the keys to the car in Boston. So, I remember Jaylen Brown was in Kevin Durant trade talks. Like, that obviously didn't happen. And the Celtics wound up winning a championship after those rumors. They've been trying to break the Celtics up pretty much since they established themselves, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, as leaders of one of the East's best teams. And Jalen's got to have some accountability. I feel like if there's a face for that team to be blowing a 3-1 lead to the Sixers, then it's JB. And so if he winds up getting moved, I think that's great for the rest of the NBA, because that's, you don't got to worry about a team that has established that they can win a championship. The championship they won was only 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And so they've been through way worse. I mean, it's not like they're talking about giving him away or anything. It's like you're in trade talks for dudes who are way better than you. So I feel like they can repair it. And if And that's what I would be expecting from Boston. I mean, I can't be shocked if he gets traded, but I am looking for them to keep their team.
Law Murray, Law. Law Murray from The Athletic joining us. And Law, you had a great piece a couple days ago assessing all the draft needs of every team in the NBA. I'm curious what you think of the Phoenix Suns. They really exceeded expectations that were very, very low at the beginning of last year. Dylan Brooks had a really good year, and I know you're very, very familiar with the story. They're sitting there with the 47th pick, which means they're not in the first round yet. People have speculated whether they're going to try to get into the back end of the first round. What do you think of what they've got cooking in Phoenix, and what should they be looking to add, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think they had a good season. I can't tell you the last time the Suns exceeded expectations. I mean, you'd have to probably go 5 years ago, when they went from a decade out of the playoffs to the Western Conference champions. And before that Western Conference champion postseason, they were a very good regular season team. They were the number 2 seed in a pretty weird Western Conference, to be honest with you. I mean, the Jazz were the 1 seed, the Clippers were the 4 seed. Everyone was trying to avoid a Lakers play-in tournament team. Like, it was a very weird year, and the Suns benefited from that. And then they built on that, but the descent started in the 2022 playoffs against the Mavs. I think everything has to come down to, how do you make Devin Booker's life easier? And I think they started that a little bit, retaining a couple of guys who I think are helpful to Devin, Jordan Goodwin, so that Devin doesn't have to guard, point of attack, and Colin Gillespie, so Devin doesn't have to be the damn starting point guard, for a full season. The interesting thing with the Suns is they got a lottery pick that they weren't expected to get last year, and they drafted Malawak, and then Malawak wound up playing less than almost every other lottery pick, save for Noah Singh in Chicago. So if the Suns do find their way into the back end of the first round, and maybe you could do it because back in the first round is not nearly as exciting as, say, the first 20, 25 picks, then I still feel like they could use some point guard help. But I also just feel like they need another guy who can generate some offense with some size. All of those dudes are They're smaller guys, positionally smaller guys. So that's what I would be looking for.
And I got to ask you, so Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal would be 2 trade chips from a player standpoint for the Phoenix Suns, whether that's to get into the first round or maybe get, as you say, a more offensive-minded big that can help them in that regard. What would you say would be and this is a broad question, but the market for a Grayson Allen and a Royce O'Neal would be what in your mind?
Man, I'd be shocked if those 2 players are going to get you back a first-round pick, maybe a second. And it really just comes down to, I think teams want to be flexible at this time of the year. I think they want control over the situations, and I think they want ceiling. And again, I just got done talking about a Giannis trade, and look, all them dudes Miami gave up. They gave up young dudes. They gave up a guy who was an all-star in Tyler Hero, in addition to, taking back a contract in Bobby Portis, to come with Giannis. So, I don't think you're talking about anything like that with these guys. Like Royce is already 33. Grayson is going to be, he's already 30. There's not ceiling there. There's not a lot of flexibility there. I think, you might want to attach a pick to get off of, get off of them dudes, depending on who the team is. So I don't think there's a team being like, I want Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen taking up taking up space on the salary cap for multiple seasons, which is the case for both of those dudes. I like those dudes in a vacuum, and I like those dudes for the Suns. But good luck using those dudes specifically to get a premium draft pick.
Great insight, Law. Thank you so much for your time. Keep up the great work, my man.
Thanks, man.
All right. Thank you.
All right, you got it.
Law Murray from The Athletic, our guest today, talking NBA draft. On the other side, we talked recently about the state of Arizona sports and the lack of star power. Do the Cardinals have a guy who is going to change all of that? We'll discuss next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, I've got a friend going through a divorce. He's worried about what it could do to his retirement. What should someone in that situation be thinking about?
Well, Gambo, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. Someone may have thought they were only 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts and pensions, home equity, income, and future expenses, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Well, we cash flow out the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model out their income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, everything. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Looking for a smarter place to grow your money? In honor of National Arizona Day, Global Credit Union is offering 4.8% APY when you transfer funds to an 18-month global certificate account. It's a limited time offer, June 22nd through 26th only. Come see us and take the next step toward a more certain financial future. Find your nearest branch at globalcu.org. New deposits only. Money cannot be transferred from an existing global account. Annual percentage yield APY 4.8% rate applies to a $500 minimum deposit for 18 months valid June 22nd through 26, 2026.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Collectors! Front Row Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. With all the injuries the Arizona Diamondbacks have suffered, whose turn is it to step up and fill the gaps? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, one thing I've learned about the Arizona Cardinals in the early months of 2026, and that is no matter how many red flags are out there, no matter how many L's look to be stacking up in their near future, no matter how tough that schedule looks, you put Jeremiah Love in front of a microphone, in front of the media, and good things are going to happen for you. As I said before, it must be that wonderful education he got at Tim Rings University of Notre Dame.
The man was raised right. What's crazy is how good he is in front of the camera and how well-spoken he is. His parents thought he was autistic when he was younger. I mean, there was a huge ESPN story about it just last year about how he really struggled in many social situations as a young player. And now you sit there and listen to him. He's just fantastic.
He's fantastic. And he's got the comic book persona. He's got a comic book that's line. He's
got a line of comic books
that's very
or something
important
of that
to
nature.
him. You're going to hear about that in a second. He was asked yesterday, how have you grown since you've joined the Cardinals? I think it's a very pertinent question.
I would say mentally, physically, just as good as any other guy. But I've seen a jump in just my mental. I understand the game a little bit better. Being able to, see how Coach LaFleur likes to call his offense, and being able to understand why he calls offense the way that he calls it, and then also just understand my role as a running back. Understand that, in protections, I got to be at the right place at the right time. Everything's about timing. Protections, blocking. Make sure that he has a happy cocoon to love, so he can do what he got to do, dice the defense up. But my mental is improved greatly throughout just a little bit of time I've been here, and I think it's only just going to get better. As we go into training camp, as we get a little bit break now to, maybe get a head start on, looking at some teams and stuff like that. But my mental is definitely gotten a lot better.
All right, so you have quite literally watched every down of his football career.
Every down of his college football career.
Let's get the Tim Ring scouting report, Jared. What do you say?
Well, obviously he's a game-breaking talent. He's got elite quickness and he's got elite strength. And we've all seen, even a casual college football fan has seen the 90-plus yard touchdown runs. I mean, the guy scored 41 touchdowns in the last 2 years in South Bend. He didn't play much as a freshman. He was behind a guy named Audric Estime, if you remember that name. And then the last 2 years, he split a lot of carries with fellow first-round pick Jadarian Price. So when you talk about Love's overall numbers, they might not be as gaudy as perhaps an Ashton Genty a couple of years ago, but he was sharing carries with another first-round pick, and Notre Dame was keeping their two backs healthy. But Jeremiah Love is not just a game breaker. He's also one tough SOB between the tackles. More times than not, he will turn a 4-yard run into an 8-yard run, a 6-yard run into a 12-yard run. He is tough to bring down. Many people do remember that 2-yard touchdown run against Penn State in the semifinals.
Oh, yeah.
Against Abdul Carter, where he just
Big boy run. Yeah.
absolutely refused to go down. So he brings everything to the table. I think you can hear him speak. He's certainly a high character guy. Unless there's an injury, I don't think they're going to. I know they're not going to miss on the person, and they're not going to miss on the player if he stays healthy. Now, how many carries will he get when his team is down by 25 points at the half? I don't know, right? So that's something to keep in mind.
And can he succeed with a mediocre or worse offensive line?
Well, we're going to find out. The great ones do. He doesn't. He just needs a crease. And as I said, he's very tough to bring down on first contact. Now, at the same time, he's no longer going against college defenders. Right. He's going against NFL defenders. So I'm curious to see how that goes in that regard. But I think Jeremiah Love, the grace and the ability to hurdle players, the breakaway speed, the 90-plus yard runs, the touchdowns, catch the balls. He can catch the ball out of the backfield.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I've been watching Notre Dame football for over 50 years, and I've seen some really good tailbacks. You go back to Vegas Ferguson and Alan Pinkett and Ricky Waters, and even when Rocket Ishmael was playing tailback a little bit. He is the best. He is the best to ever do it at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
And there have been Heisman Trophy winners. Wow. I go back to the Gipper if you want.
Jerome Bettis.
Jerome Bettis was a fullback, but yes, you talk about running backs at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bettis would be included in that. Love's better than all of them. He is better than all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Kyron Williams was really good a few years ago. We're seeing that now with the Rams. Love is better. Love is better. The Cardinals, at the end of the day, I know they tried to maybe trade it, and I know they wanted an offensive lineman to be good enough to pick at number 3.
Yeah.
Or an edge guy.
Yeah.
But when you looked at the talent in that draft,
they did the right thing.
They got the best guy.
They did the right thing. Certainly excited hearing Tim Bring talk about it. What is Jeremiah Love excited about?
Just being in the big leagues. Like, all the pressure is not going to be on me. You know, we got guys like Marv, Trey, and we got a lot of guys in the running back room as well. So we can split some carries if need be, which I always like. I mean, you don't need just one guy going out there and getting 30 carries a game. What we got, 21 games this season potentially, so that's not going to do too good in the long run. But you know, I just love being around guys that are great at football. You know, a lot of professionals around NFL, and it's just great to be around. And I'm excited to just showcase our skills together. It's been great, you know, in practice seeing guys like Trey and Marv and KB and all those guys just do what they do.
Now I'm a little curious where you got the 21 game figure from. Now, is that including preseason games? Because the Cardinals have got, 4 of those this year?
They have 4.
5.
Yeah.
They've got 4.
No, they have 4.
4 with the Hall of Fame game.
So that must be what he was referring to, unless
Yeah.
he's planning a Super Bowl run.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Or maybe he's got him on the back end. Maybe he's got the wild
4
card
playoff
berth.
game. Yeah, so there.
2 more play, then the Super Bowl.
He's not being so presumptuous that they're going to get a bye, but he's saying they are going to make the Super Bowl.
Right, exactly.
Interesting thoughts there. I mean, how much do you play a Jeremiah Love in the preseason? I mean, you give him a taste. You got to give him a taste, right?
Right. That's it.
That's it. Do a little taste and get the hell out of
Who
there.
are you playing? You're not going to be playing James Conner in the preseason.
I don't know.
Are you going to play
Sammy Sabolka?
Sammy, how you doing? How's your
me? What? I was not a running back. I'll just say that. Couldn't see the hole.
I got news for you. Even if you were, you probably would not be carrying the ball for the Cardinals in the
As
preseason.
for his alter ego and his comic book line, he said this.
So I watch a lot of anime. I read a lot of manga. As far as my comic, I pretty much don't do anything other than nitpick and be like, I want this to look like this, I want this to look like this, or I want this to sound like this. And my dad and the team, amazing team he's gathered around my comic book, they do pretty much everything for me, so I can keep everything football. But if I'm not doing football, probably just watching anime. Like this past weekend, I was binging some anime. What was I watching? I was watching That Time Reincarnated as a Slime, if any of you are familiar with anime. It's very popular. I watched this anime called Wistoria. Like, I'd just be binging anime when I'm not doing football or playing the game. But I'm involved with my comic, but not involved with it, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Like, when the final little thing is up, like, I don't like this. I don't want that to look like that. So that's all my job is.
Let the record.
Look, better than hanging out in Old Town Scottsdale.
He said, I like manga. There was an N in there for sure.
Remember, he just turned 21. I mean, he's a kid.
Wow, really?
Yeah, just in late May.
Man.
Wow.
But from a football standpoint, that's good too, right? You don't want old running backs.
No, you don't.
The longer they can stay young, the better.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if this kid is that guy.
It is so much more exciting than if they would have picked a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean.
In a season where you're looking for things to really get excited, but this does bring real excitement and intrigue.
You know,
they clearly needed it.
When the Cardinals have these mini camps and OTAs, you see little clips, the TV news cameras are out there, or the Cardinals in-house video guys are out there. Sometimes you really can't pick up anything. But watching Love just catching and spinning and moving out there, that's a different animal.
Yeah.
I agree. That's
Star
a different
power.
dude.
It comes off of him. It just oozes off of him. All right, when the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or donating today. All right, on the other side, the 9 o'clock hour has arrived. Social Studies, driven by Sammy Sabolka. Next, Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would agree that dynasties are more memorable, but I don't think it's better. I personally love the fact that there have been 8 champions in this league the last 8 years. I think that's great because it does speak to this idea of, as a long-suffering Phoenix Suns fan who wants to know my team has a chance, it irks me that someone's going to call that a participation trophy. That's stupid. Even if I were a Lakers fan and I said, the bubble, if the Suns had won the championship in the bubble, I would have had the tattoo and the T-shirts and all that stuff. So I'll give you that it's more memorable. I don't think it's better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and it's vacation season in Arizona, which means it is the worst time to be sidelined with or dealing with that nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. Good news is you've got a path back to normalcy. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. And folks, understand this stuff really works. These treatments are backed by science. I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. They happen right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. What happens after the treatment? Your inflammation calms down, the pain backs off. Suddenly you're feeling like your old self again. And the patient satisfaction rate nationwide at QC Kinetics, a staggering 92%. That number means, yes, this stuff actually works. Give them a call, get a free consultation, see how these cutting-edge treatments can work for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks' struggles continued last night in St. Louis. Merrill Kelly was good enough to give the Diamondbacks a chance, going 6 innings, only gave up 3 runs, but the inability to get the big hit was the issue again last night in their 3-2 loss to the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez will look to stop the 3-game losing streak tonight. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Giannis Antetokounmpo saga is officially over as the 2-time MVP is headed to Miami for a haul of 4 players and 4 future first-round picks. All of this on the eve of the 2026 NBA Draft, which is happening tonight starting at 5 o'clock, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. And it is official. Lionel Messi became the all-time World Cup goal-scoring leader with his 2 goals against Austria yesterday in their 2-0 win. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Truck Month is here at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa with amazing deals on GMC Sierras, Canyons, and more. Shop now at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour this morning. That means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X, where we post the questions daily. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch the show and us live every single morning over on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So, the Diamondbacks, they've lost 3 straight. It's been frustrating as of late, right? So the question here is, what player has been the most frustrating this season and why? If you had
Zach Gallen for me.
Oh yeah, that's I think that is the answer.
Because of expectations, or because
he can't get it?
He just can't get it going.
Can't get anybody out.
Can't get anybody out, and getting booed off the mound. Like I said a couple days ago, less than 3 years after he was a World Series hero.
Oh, I forget that. I mean, I think of how excited everybody was when they kind of surprisingly brought him back this season.
Yeah.
I think it was because he had a semi-decent end of the season last year, and it was like, okay, can he just be that?
Because you thought, they got a capable guy in their rotation.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he's not capable.
Gallen is probably the answer. For me, you know how I feel about Pavin Smith, but
that's who really inspired the question, is because we were talking about especially online, D-backs fans just.
But to be disappointed, you have to have expectations.
The question wasn't disappointed, though. It was frustrated.
Oh, frustrated. Okay.
And Lourdes Gurriel Jr., I know he's coming off still that injury, but he's hitting 200.
I know. Yeah.
He hasn't done anything.
He's
twice been interrupted by injuries, but.
Yeah. It's been frustrating.
Yeah, it has been.
A lot of Zach Gallen. Eddie, he said, I had some of the hopium last year when Zach Gallen signed the one-year deal after a disappointing 2025. I thought he would buckle down, bounce back, and be better this year. Let's face it, he's probably even worse. Daylight Films is a funny answer. He said, the team trainer, whoever isn't stretching these guys out to avoid soft tissue injuries and exploding elbows. A lot of injuries. And then Dante said, 4-3 himself, Pavin Smith.
3 4-3 groundouts on 4 pitches last night.
Man.
Come on, Pavin.
Pavin 4-3 Smith.
Pavin 4-3
Come on.
Smith. But
wait for your pitch and drive the ball, man.
And so the question, I think there's been more frustrating players than guys that we've been pleasantly surprised with.
I would say that's accurate.
And all the pleasant surprise, like Drip Vargas was such a great, and then for
faucet's been turned off.
Jose Fernandez, Ryan Waldschmidt, all those pleasant surprises, and the other biggest pleasant surprise, Mike Soroka, is now injured. Injured.
The pleasant surprise on the mound today, Erod at 4:45.
Yes, he's a good one, and Sewald. I would say those are the two biggest.
Very much so.
All right, next question. The NBA draft is this evening. Guys' lives are changing. Vinny always loves it. You announce that they have a job, right? It's funny. So, what is your all-time favorite NBA draft moment?
It doesn't have to be Suns related necessarily.
I didn't like the end result, but when Kobe Bryant was drafted by the Charlotte Hornets, Craig Sager literally interviewed a young Kobe and gave him a Hornets booklet and said, make sure you study this before you show up at the Hive. And he was unaware that there was a prearranged trade to the Lakers.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That was good. As Chicagoans, I think Tim Ring and I can both say Jordan falling to the Bulls is obvious. The Sam Bowie Portland pick that enabled Michael Jordan to drop to the Bulls.
Yeah, it's on my list. I'm going to rip through my list real quick.
All right, go.
Yeah, the two greatest words in Bulls history, Sam Bowie.
Yep.
Hakeem Stuck's Karl Malone suit. The Penny Hardaway Chris Webber trade.
Oh,
David Stern calling out Dan Patrick and his, quote, pithy comments from the podium. And, of course, Colby White's legendary soundbite about his North Carolina teammate, Cam Johnson being drafted.
You went what?
11.
Cam
in the
Johnson
draft.
11.
Yep. It's right on the screen right there.
Wow, bro. That's crazy. That's so love, bro.
That's so love, bro. 3 wows it was.
That was outstanding.
Who would have thought Cam Johnson took over?
Cam Johnson just led to so many great drops.
How about it? Because nobody knew who he was, and it turned out to be a crowning achievement for James Jones.
No doubt.
Love, bro.
That Cam Johnson surprise pick turned out so well that everybody gave a lot of leash to James Jones when he drafted Sticks instead of
Tyrese Halliburton was sitting right there in front of him.
But we said, he proved us wrong with Cam Johnson.
Exactly. A decent amount of 85 Patrick Ewing getting drafted after the frozen envelope lottery scandal.
You say it like it's fact.
Like it's fact. To him, it is.
I've only heard, Tim. I've only heard of these things.
Oh, it's true. Oh, you believe it.
Okay, fair enough. And then Ross Vegas, he had his list of 5. He said 5, Brandon Jennings showing up late to the NBA draft. 4, Nene doing the salsa while Knick fans boo him. Number 3, Steve Francis cries about going to Vancouver. Number 2, David Stern tells the crowd to boo louder. And then number 1, Yao Ming's family does the world's most awkward high five when he gets drafted. I don't remember that.
I don't remember any of those.
That high five Yao Ming.
I don't know.
Who was that draft player who wore that ridiculously large suit?
It was that. It was that year.
It was the year of the large suits.
Oh, year of the large suit.
Was it
Wasn't it 03?
Was it LeBron?
Yeah, because I remember. I thought I remember Carmelo.
I think it was the Kobe draft, right? 96.
It might have been.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
I'll look it up.
It definitely may have. Okay, the last question, Jared. I don't know the premise of it, but it's a great question.
Okay, so here's the setup, is that once again, the Miami Heat are either gifted, acquire, trade for, free agent. They get another superstar for that team and that fan base.
So it led to the question of which fan base least deserves their team's success, accomplishment, or attention.
Because nobody would say Miami sports fans are necessarily the most passionate and best sports
No, and
fans.
my answer to that would actually be the Florida/Miami Marlins, who have somehow won two World Series.
Great call.
Despite having the worst fan base, probably in Major League Baseball, and being basically terrible every other year but the two World Series
You
years.
would also have to put Lakers fans in there, and this isn't to slander Los Angelinos, because the Dodgers fan base is fantastic. It's way better than anybody wants to give an LA team credit for.
Yes.
But the Lakers have been gifted so much. So much.
It's so
From
true.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to Kobe, so much.
To Luka,
so much.
Anthony Davis, Paul Gasol.
Tim, did you see the Marlins crowd last night?
Yeah, because the soccer fans were there, yes.
Scottish
I saw that.
Army.
Scottish.
The loudest it's been ever. A great answer from Jones. Easily the Dallas Cowboys. They've barely been relevant for a quarter century, and their fans still
But they haven't had success, though.
to America's team,
Yeah, that's
I
not
guess.
really the answer to that's not the premise of the question.
It's like
which teams had great
undeserved.
success that
I think
doesn't do it?
Jones was going on the attention
one.
of it. And then Eddie said the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, they've been a very good baseball team over the years, but a very, very little support from its fans.
And they haven't even been the Devil Rays in years.
Yeah,
True.
Now they're just the Rays. Yeah, it's a good point.
Good question. Yeah, so I found that
Good
to
question.
be a
Good job,
question.
Jared.
So you know where to find us. We're at Bickley_Murata on X if you want to respond to those questions. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. If you missed any of the show, you can see some clips. And you can watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Thanks, guys.
You got it, Sammy. Coming up next, we will talk hoops with our resident basketball expert, the one and only KO. What's his nickname? Is that Boom Boom? No, that's Tyler Drake.
He's killer.
He's the killer.
He's the killer. Kellen Olson joins us next. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. 1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of 3-2.
We react to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what's happening this month at Liberty GMC
GMC.
What's up, Dave? Our kickoff to summer savings event is here with big savings across our entire GMC lineup. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month or a 2026 Can-Am for $369 a month. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily with lease options as low as $699 a month.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life.
Jarrett, you really could do better for a man of Kellen Olson's stature.
This is his old theme song.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
You could have started it there, Jarrett.
No way. It's the full intro.
Kellen Olson joining us via video. If you're not watching us on our YouTube channel, get after it. Kellen, good morning. Happy draft day to you.
Morning. Happy draft day. One of my favorite days of the year, as you know, Dan. Great to be on the show.
Great to have you. Let's start with the Giannis news. I want to get your thoughts on what it might mean in the grand scheme of everything. We all kind of knew it was going to precede the draft, and now it has.
Yeah, I don't think much in terms of like the the hierarchy of the league at the top. I think Miami has a lot of work to get done. I think they have some pieces that they can still use, but they obviously have a lot left that they need to add, because I really do like Giannis and Bam together as a basketball fit. You just need even more specific types of players alongside them. And I'm not sure, I am sure they don't have them yet right now. We'll see if they're able to re-sign Norman Powell and maybe add another shooter or two. That's where you wonder if the Suns could come into the mix with one of their shooters. As well, I thought Miami finally got done what they wanted to get done, though, which is offering this poo-poo platter of assets over the last 5 years to every superstar/star available. Yeah. I think it's a decent return for Milwaukee, all things considered. They just had to get this done. They had to get this done and over with, but it is a pretty short timeline because Giannis is 32 and he is not a player like Kevin Durant who can rely on his skill and like his overall like basketball ability. Giannis is skilled, don't get me wrong, but he primarily relies on his athleticism and what he does as an athlete to get this done. He's 32, so this is a short window for Miami to get it done. It does kind of remind me of the KD trade in a few ways, where Miami is going to look at this and say, well, we were never going to win a championship with those guys anyway, so we might as well try and win a championship with these guys, but you could be screwing yourself 3, 5, 7 years down the line if this does not get you a championship or it crashes and burns like KD did here in Phoenix.
Yeah, given Giannis's age, KO, as you mentioned, those 2033 and even 2030 first-round draft picks could be of high value for the Milwaukee Bucks that they got from the Heat. Let's get to this draft tonight. I mean, the prospects of the Suns moving up. Go ahead and give me your perspective on the opportunities to move up into the first round, if that is even, you think, on the table, and how it would happen and what it would take, or what's more likely to happen tonight?
Well, two things need to happen. One, obviously, the Suns need to find a guy that they like. They need to find a guy that they like in the 20s that they have ranked in like the mid to low teens, or maybe even a little bit higher than that they love and they feel like they could get good value on. And two, they're going to need to find a trade partner. The good news is if you want to see the Suns trade up today, they have the asset to get it done. They have a 2027 first round pick that is the worst between Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota, meaning it's going to likely land in the 20s. So if you can find a team in the 20s that does not want a first round pick this year, either because of the amount of roster spots that they don't have available, they don't see a prospect they want to give a guaranteed 2-year contract to, or they just don't see a prospect that they like in general, the Suns can swoop in and say, here is a draft pick that will basically just punt this down a year down the line, and you can figure this out a year later instead of being jammed to do something you don't really want to do. Here's this asset instead, and then we can swoop in and get someone we like here instead. So they have the asset to do it. And then, of course, if they're able to loop in another player like a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal into that type of deal, then they could move up even a little bit closer. There's also the prospect of them using their 2033 unprotected first-round pick. We saw Minnesota a few years ago, 2 years ago, in fact, use their 2031 unprotected first-round pick to move all the way up to the top 10 and take Rob Dillingham. So they've got options today if they want to mortgage some first-round picks for the future to get into this year. I think the 2027 path makes a lot of sense if they're looking at someone they like in the 20s today, for sure.
All right, all of your written pieces should be can't miss for all Suns fans. I really liked your one recently that kind of illustrated the numbers crunch, the minutes crunch that's going to be facing Jordan Knott if they're truly devoted to player development next year with Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malowich and all that. Could you echo what you think that means in regards to possibly trading a Grayson Allen or a Royce O'Neal? And as a corollary, if they're not shopping Jalen Green now, is it safe to assume that they won't before next season begins?
I'm not sure if I would go that far,
Okay.
Dan. I think that they're not shopping him per se, but I think I would assume they're like quietly looking into their options, right? Like I don't think the Josh Giddey news was the noise was nothing, and now it was reported that they were like doing background information on him or whatever, and then Gambo shot down the possibility of trading for him, but that maybe they were just looking into him or looking around at like the type of salaries that would match with Jalen. The whole perspective on the minutes thing has to do with putting Jordan Knott in the right position to succeed. If you put him in a position where he wants to play Oso Ighodaro as much as possible because he was flat out just one of Phoenix's best players last year, and he wants to develop Kaman Malowich, but he's got Mark Williams back too that he needs to play as well and keep him happy and play him too because he's still a borderline starting center in the league. That's an issue. And then the wings, which you mentioned as well. Like if you go through and just give minutes to 5 or 6 guys not named Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen, you just don't have enough minutes left for those guys. So you need to help out Jordan Knott as much as possible and not put him in this type of situation where he has to have Royce O'Neal only getting 15 minutes a game or have Grayson Allen getting 20 minutes per game. This was an issue we talked about last year that never came up because they were injured so much. And then Colin Gillespie emerged, and then Jordan Goodwin emerged. What if someone else emerges that you want to give minutes to as well, but you're obligated to this veteran that you didn't trade when you had the chance? And I think that there is even value in getting a low return. Like if you trade Royce and you only get 2 second-round picks and it looks like a low return, the benefit you still get is balancing out your rotation and helping minutes go along in a good way. Like it's not that they have too many good players per se, but there is like a log jam that could form here that could negatively affect the dynamics of the team.
Kellen, it's one thing for all of us to have opinions. What do you think internally, the discussions around Jalen Green's future on this basketball team, his fit, positional fit with Devin Booker, his skill set, his performance so far in the league? What do you think those discussions are like amongst the brain trust at the Suns facility?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they feel about it because he's a player that still has potential, obviously. But I think a lot of us are scarred by what we did with DeAndre Ayton, which was saying he's still only 22 years old. He's still only 24 years old. He's still only 21 years old. We do that a lot with guys when they're 4 years in, 5 years in, 6 years in. Jalen's 5 years in now, and I'm not saying that he can't continue to improve and grow as a player, but I think for the most part, he is kind of this player that he is right now. And I don't know how much the Suns still see this as an opportunity where he's in their ecosystem and they look at last year as just like this blank year that didn't really happen. And this is going to be the year where he really turns into the player they thought that he was going to be last year. Like they could think of it that way as well. I've been vocal in the way that I think about it. I just think this trio doesn't work together. I think when you have two tunnel vision-y kind of ball scorers next to Devin Booker in Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green, it's not going to work. I like Jalen as a player. I like Dillon as a player, but this should be about maximizing Devin Booker. You just can't maximize Book next to two players like this. So they got to move one of them. Like I don't really have a preference towards either because there's trade-offs with equal kind of things. I know Dillon and value everything that he's done for the Suns last year. Don't get me wrong, but this is, again, just like about roster fit and things like that, and it's going to catch up to this team next year if they don't take care of it.
I am 100% in agreement with you on that. Finally, you know Devin Booker about as well as anybody. Your take on the new change he might be seeking in something as superfluous as a numbers change.
Yeah, what I'll say in terms of like getting to know him and covering the team over the last decade is that this is not nothing in terms of like what it means to him, right? Like this is a really cool thing that he's doing for his dad. I think that means a ton to him, obviously, but there is something to the talk of like him entering like a new era of his career with this as well, right? Like this is not just singularly about his dad. I think this is about him entering a new stage of his career, what he means, what that stage is, all that kind of stuff. We'll have to ask him in September and October and kind of pick his brain exactly on what he feels like this is going to be about. But anytime that a all-star, all-NBA caliber kind of player has changed their name previously, it has been because there is something like psychologically that they are going through. And I don't mean that to sound like in a dark kind of way, but it means that their mindset is changing in some kind of way. And I'm curious how his is changing. We'll have to talk to him in a few months and get his brain on it. But a really cool thing to do for his dad. Maybe.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
All right, Kellen, thank you so much. Enjoy the draft day. Make sure everybody reads all of his stuff at arizonasports.com. And the new Empire of the Suns podcast has dropped with an NBA draft preview. Find it now on our website, our app, or wherever you get your podcast. Thank you again, KO.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
Coming up on the other side, it's Tuesday, it's 9:30. Tim Ring is forced to play a game of Mustache. Not a mustache. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
How about this list of running backs that have won the Doak Walker, let's say, since 2018? Okay, so I'm going backwards. Okay. Jeremiah Love, Ashton Genty. I know he didn't have an amazing rookie year, but Bijan Robinson in 2022.
Oh, man, Bijan.
Kenneth Walker in 2021.
Nightmares.
Najee Harris in 2020. Jonathan Taylor in 2019. Jonathan Taylor in 2018. If Jeremiah Love wants to become Jonathan Taylor or Bijan Robinson.
I see more of a faster Jonathan Taylor. That's what I see.
I will take
that. On a Jeremiah Love, yeah. Would you take that?
Yes,
we
I
all would.
Take that and run with it.
Run.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans love carrying giant foam fingers for a reason, and that's because sports fans know it's great to be number one, and that's what you'll get from Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance, your home for the ultimate driving machine. Chapman BMW, an award-winning, family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. That's a rarity in today's corporate automotive world, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience, and that's because from Ted Chapman all the way down to the certified techs in their service centers, everything they do is next level elite. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Highly recommend. Pick a location, take a test drive, then get your hookup by asking for their GM, Shane O'Hanrahan, who has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Paul Caldisi here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly last night did enough to give the Diamondbacks a chance to win, but the offense was 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position, and they couldn't get the big hit when they needed it most, and the Snakes dropped the opener in St. Louis 3-2. Eduardo Rodriguez will hope to stop the bleeding today. First pitch is at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Giannis Antetokounmpo is on the move to South Beach. That's right, the Miami Heat gave up 4 players in the deal, headlined by Tyler Hero, and 4 first-round picks. Also on the move yesterday was Timberwolves forward Julius Randle as he was traded to the Brooklyn Nets. And in the NBA tonight, who will go number 1 overall in the 2026 NBA draft? And will the Suns move up into the first round? Find out tonight when the draft gets underway at 5 this evening, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. A new high-efficiency AC from Parker & Sons cuts your energy bills from day one. No payments until 2027. Call 602-2-REPAIR before June 30th.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. What will the Phoenix Suns do with number 47, with the number 47th pick in the NBA draft? Stay put, trade up a few spots, or trade into the first round?
I think they're going to let Brian Gregory cook, and they're going to trade up. Maybe not the first round.
Let BG cook.
Let BG cook.
Okay.
Okay, so Tim, you think like up into the 30s, early second round?
Yeah.
A couple spots?
Yeah, I do.
If we voted that.
And they might just use cash and the 47 pick. Yeah.
Or as Kellen put it out there very succinctly, you could trade next year's first round pick to a team that just doesn't want to take that player this year.
Right. If you've identified a guy that you like, you could give up next year's. So trading up into the first round, 39%. Trading up a few spots, 35%. And staying put, 26%. Again, the NBA draft tonight. So we'll see.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Mustache bastard.
Okay. It is time to play America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
Not a mustache.
While we're presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song, Dan Bickley and Tim Ring, in for Vince Marotta, who is on assignment, will be try to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points wins. And today's topic, because there was a blockbuster trade last night in the association, Giannis Antetokounmpo, otherwise known as the Greek Freak.
Songs about freaks?
Songs about Greece.
Oh.
Now I will say it is all
or clues about Greece,
EECE and EASE. So but all clues about Greece, having to do with Greece.
So it could be both spellings.
Spelled either way.
Okay.
Tim Ring, since you are the guest, would you like to go first or second?
I'll go first. I usually go second and I always lose. So
okay,
I'll try to mix it up today.
We'll see if this changes anything. Your first clue, a musical clue.
My sister looks cute in her braces and boots. A handful of breeze in her hair. Don't give us none of your aggravation. We're hiding where your tests are playing. Saturday night's all right for fighting.
Well, that's Elton John, not a mustache.
That is correct. There's a handful of grease in your hair.
Yeah, I got it.
You can see how this works now.
All right.
It's not entirely that, but that's less songs about the country Greece than you might think when I came up with this idea.
Got it.
All right. Dan Bickley.
Is. A song that they always play in a certain kind of establishment, Jared Carlin, that would be Motley Crue, Vince Neil, Not a Mustache.
Like a ballet kind of
Exactly.
place.
Like in orchestra hall.
Something like that.
A ballet, yeah.
All right. Got a 2-2 to start off. Tim Ring. Here you go.
Next year and a year after that, I'm shaking the dust of this crummy little town off my feet, and I'm going to see the world. Italy, Greece, the Parthenon, the Colosseum.
Well, that is Jimmy Stewart, George Bailey, not a mustache.
That is correct.
Very good.
It's a Wonderful Life. Talking about Greece, the country there. All right. Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
This is like a Greek play, Greek tragedy, like a Peripateo, one of those things.
That's Mike Tyson. Not a mustache. Is there a wispy mustache
Yeah, there is.
Oh, man.
That's okay. That's okay. Lots of game left to play.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
All right. Tim Ring, your next clue right now.
It's the freestyle, meanwhile we keep the beat kicking. Sweat dripping, girlies in the limo eating chicken. Oops, don't get the grease on your pantyhose. I love you, Rover, move over, I gotta blow my nose. Sneezing, but still I'm pleasing all the slimmies. Pull out my Jimmy, time to get busy with a Jenny. If it's good and plenty, don't you know? There I go, there I go, there I go.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
No, I don't know. I'm gonna say mustache.
Mustache is correct.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
That was
the infamous Humpty Hump.
Humpty Hump From the Digital Underground?
And the Digital Underground.
Not from, remember the rapper,
I remember the Humpty Hump.
His alter ego had a big fake nose and big glasses. And all right, that's okay. You see, it's just that we're right now, the window and door and everything is open once again.
Yeah.
All right, Dan.
That is Zach De La Rocha. Yeah, from Rage Against the Machine. And that is not a mustache.
He has like a furry chin pupka.
A pupka, yeah. All right.
All right.
Chin pupka.
I believe we are tied right now.
We're tied at 5.
Ooh.
Tim Ring, your next clue.
This car could be systematic, hydromatic, ultramatic. Why could be greased lightning?
Get some overhead lifters and 4-barrel quads, oh yeah.
Keep talking, we'll keep talking. That is John Travolta, Danny Zuko, not a mustache.
Thank you for doing the Kanicki part.
I knew you were going to get
Jeff Cutaway.
I knew you were going to get your shoulders bouncing to that one like you always do.
All right.
Yeah.
Dan Bickley.
That sounds like the Beatles.
No, that isn't correct.
Who is it? Not a mustache.
Not a mustache is correct.
I know that song.
I don't know.
Admittedly hard. I'm in love with my car. Is a song by Queen.
Oh, see, I should know that. There's a famous line in the movie based on that.
It is a song by Queen, not sung by Freddie Mercury.
So it is not a mustache.
That is correct.
So I got that right.
This was the B-side for Bohemian Rhapsody.
No, I should have known that.
It was by their drummer.
Of course. That's why
I'm in love
tricky.
with my car.
That's right.
The entire rest of the band made fun of him.
Yes.
What the hell are you talking about, you weirdo?
That's
okay.
Right. That's right.
All right, Tim.
For the win, Tim.
For the win, Tim.
All right.
I want you to try, listen to me. I want you to try to chase this little chicken. First, because I said so. And second, because chicken chasing is how we always used to train in the old days. Yeah. You catch this thing, you can catch grease lightning.
That is Burgess Meredith. Mickey Goldsmith, I believe, was his last name, and not a mustache.
That is correct. Your first ever win.
I feel like a Kentucky Fried Idiot.
First ever win. Congratulations.
Good job, Tim.
But very competitive. Take that World Cup. High scoring, competitive, down to the last wire.
Mustache.
Not a mustache.
Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache.
All right, coming up on the other side, we will close out another raucous, awesome show with Off the Grid. Stick around. Tim Ring, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A mustache, if you only got a mustache.
Mustache bastard.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and I've got a crazy statistic for you. Do you know that between now and the year 2029, over 10,000 baby boomers are going to reach retirement age every single day, yet many of them still feel unprepared for what's coming after work? And if that's you, if you feel a bit uneasy about impending retirement, then you do not have the peace of mind you need or you deserve. That's why you pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth, because you've spent decades building towards retirement. Don't leave your golden years to chance. At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors focus on what matters most, turning your savings into reliable income that can stand the test of time. Sports fans know better better than anyone. You need the right team to get where you're going. It's exactly the same with your finances, and whether you're looking to navigate market volatility or secure your legacy, you need the right game plan. The family office at Trajan Wealth will handle your wealth management, your tax strategies, and your estate planning all under one roof, saving you time and stress and ensuring financial alignment in all phases of your life. Finally, your retirement deserves a plan built around your goals, not a one-size-fits-all approach. Take control of your financial future. Dream big. Plan smarter by calling Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, brother, you gotta have shade.
Temps hitting triple digits and the kids won't go outside?
You gotta have shade.
Hosting a backyard barbecue?
You gotta have shade.
Patio furniture fading?
Robert, you gotta have shade.
Wolf, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online, UACUnit.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
I'm gonna have myself a real good time.
I'm really mad at myself for missing that clue, Jared Carlin. I knew that. That
was a tricky one because
it wasn't Freddie Mercury singing. So I was trying to place the vocals and the song rather than focus on the lyrics, which would have probably
a memorable lyrical song, yeah.
Yeah, because it's a famous part of the movie when the record exec, played by Mike Myers, wants them to release that "I'm in Love with My Car."
Right, because it's the B-side of Bohemian Rhapsody.
That's exactly. Bohemian Rhapsody.
Now this particular
nobody wants to listen. What's that?
This particular song
is fantastic.
It is, and it's Freddie Mercury with short hair, but before the mustache.
Oh.
It's in between Freddie Mercury looks here.
Meantime, Sammy's like, what's a B-side?
This is my favorite Queen song of all time.
Oh, good.
Yep.
See, you do have good taste. Sometimes. Don't Stop Me Now by Queen, your Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, a couple of more stories to get to before we get out of here today. Eamon Lynch, who covers golf for Golf Week and USA Today, he wrote a scathing column that said, quote, Long Island golf fans are a stain on the game of golf. That's what we were taught at Bethpage. It's what we see every single time we go to Long Island. And this isn't a New York problem, which you hear a lot of as well. It doesn't happen at Wingfoot. It doesn't happen at Baltusrol on the other side of the Hudson River. But it happens on Long Island every single time. And that is in response to what happened to Wyndham Clark, who was roundly jeered for the better part of 4 days, even though he was an American playing on American soil.
So I did some, research, read a lot of stuff yesterday on the, backlash of Wyndham Clark, and almost everybody agreed with what we talked about yesterday, and that they had never seen anything like this, especially the likes of an American winning a U.S. Open being treated that way.
Yeah. It was a new one for me, man, I tell you.
All right,
and they were tossing fans out.
As somebody, and Vinny would be, but he's not here today. As somebody who is from Long Island, I will say we are a bunch of scumbags. But especially that first U.S. Open at Bethpage Black is one of the most memorable U.S. Opens ever because it had life and it had emotion to it where you don't usually see it in galleries for major events. Specifically at Sergio Garcia. Go like that. One of these. It's a ball already, Sergio!
All right, how about it? Lynch went on to say this, quote, Long Island fans are a particularly hardcore bunch, and we saw that at Bethpage. I've argued this on this show that the PGA of America is supposed to go back to Bethpage in 2033 with the PGA Championship. That should not happen. These people do not deserve a major championship.
I don't know.
These people.
Literally in almost every other sport, you have to deal with fans. These fans were not throwing things at him.
I know, that's the counter argument.
I'm also with that.
These fans were not, robbing him, holding him up at gunpoint. They just were booing or heckling. Goodness, they weren't doing it in this backswing.
Correct.
Okay, you make a fair point. Why should the galleries be different for golf? Why should golf fans adhere to a genteel modesty that
be more likable?
I would also say I didn't necessarily dislike the way he was being treated. His actions have deserved golf fans for him to gain it back, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of with Jared in that. Golf is sometimes for just the average person a tough watch, hard to get behind sometimes.
Well, players don't like it.
I know.
This is a different kind of athlete that was raised differently in terms of their upbringing for the most. Like, they won't say it publicly, but you think they like playing at the Waste Management Phoenix Open?
Most of them don't.
Most of them don't, I would say.
Not.
Some do.
But they can't say it publicly because what's going to happen when they play there
and also
the next time?
They like the prize money, that's
It'll
for sure.
be worse.
The closest sport to golf is tennis in that regard with fan interactions. But even then, and we've seen it at the U.S. Open where they boo or cheer against like Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
He embraces it and he taunts them and has fun with it. Golfers,
awesome.
My goodness.
Are you saying get over yourself?
All right. Somebody came up. We talked about this earlier today in relation to the World Cup as we ruminated over why is the goal so big. A story points out that baseball had a magical summer when it was Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa chasing each other and chasing history.
1998.
Somebody points out that we might be watching the same thing in this year's World Cup with Messi and with Kylian Mbappe, because Messi became the all-time World Cup goal scorer last night, and yet Mbappe is only 2 behind Messi.
Right.
So this whole tournament now is going to be one guy trying to stay ahead of the other guy while the other guy's in hot pursuit. I was watching the end of that France match yesterday, and Mbappe was still in the game at the 83rd minute, and they're up 3-0. He was stat padding, clearly.
Very much so.
Very much so.
But it's also, like, you could say, yes, he probably was looking for more goals, but the way that their group and certain groups are lined up is that the more goals you score, you know, you could better position yourself out of the group stage. Because Norway and France are in the same group. They're both 2-0. They play each other, and if they draw, then it goes by goals scored. So that's how
okay. That makes sense. It isn't just individual. There's some actual team stuff involved in all that.
Yes.
But the fact that they've got these guys up till now playing on the same night has been a stroke of genius.
Yeah.
Because they're stacking legendary performance after legendary performance after legendary performance. I am so here for the World Cup.
You're all about the World
Jared,
Cup.
by the end of it, you're going to love it.
We should put Jared in goal and see how easy it is.
We should put Jared in costume and send him to one of these World Cup games.
If you put me in goal, I'll bet you the score would not be that different. Literally, how many saves does the goalie make every game? 3, 2?
Depends on the game.
Oh my
Some goalie made 15 the other night.
All right.
Save that clip.
Yeah, on behalf of Law Murray, on behalf of Kellen Olson, great job to Tim Rings filling in the last couple days.
Yeah,
Thank you, Tim.
It.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
On behalf of my crew, Wolf and Luke next. Stick around. We'll see you again tomorrow, folks.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people listening right now are probably wondering, do I actually have enough money to retire? How do you help someone answer that question?
Well, Gambo, the first thing is, I tell people, do not guess. Cash flow it. At Asset Preservation, we use planning software like eMoney to model the full retirement picture. Income, expenses, taxes, Social Security, investment withdrawals, inflation, healthcare costs. What happens if the market has a bad year?
So it's not just about looking at the account balance.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on spending and taxes and income sources and how the portfolio is actually structured. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not in just year 1 of retirement, but in years 10, 20, 30, and for the rest of the road.
So find out if you have enough money for retirement. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks' struggles continued last night in St. Louis. Merrill Kelly was good enough, going 6 innings, only giving up 3 runs, but the inability to get the big hit was the issue again last night in their 3-2 loss to the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez will look to stop the 3-game losing streak tonight. First pitch will be at 4:45 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Giannis Antetokounmpo saga is officially over as the 2-time MVP is headed to Miami for a haul of 4 players and 4 future first-round picks. All of this on the eve of the 2026 NBA Draft, which is happening tonight, starting at 5 o'clock, and you can hear it over on ESPN 620. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every day. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, Luke? How you doing?
Doing good.
Okay, good, man.
Jamal, how you doing back there?
Fantastic.
Oh, fantastic.
All right. Oh, how about that? Jamal working the board, ladies and gentlemen. What about Sammy the Bull? Sammy, you doing well? You okay this morning?
Always well, Wolf.
Okay, good. Happy to hear that right now. Ready to broadcast, apparently.
What about you, Wolf?
Well, yeah, I'm a little
you're like a point guard
man.
asking how everybody else is doing.
I know. A little jacked up today walking in. As a matter of fact, I came walking into the station, ladies and gentlemen, into the newsroom, as we like to call it, and somebody said to me, "Hey, Wolf, how you doing?" I said, "I'm jacked," as a matter of fact. Was that you, Jamal?
Did you know this person?
You actually said that.
Okay.
I think it was Jamal.
All right.
It was.
Yeah, you know, I was a little jacked. There's no doubt about that. I have the Arizona Cardinals shirt on today, Basin Orleans.
You do.
And, you know, I just remember what it was like. And I love the fact that I get to remember what it was like. Put a mouth guard in and go out and play the game of football. Thank you, Lord God, for what you have done for me. So I'm jacked this morning, Luke.
Don't you have a mouth guard with you? You could do the rest of the show with a mouth guard in.
You know what I do? I need to
to.
break that thing out, man. At some point today, that's what I'm going to do. Okay?
If this show becomes full contact.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, what up, YouTube? Okay, adjust that camera. There we go. There it is. Way to go, Jeremy. Shaka, brah. I'm going to put the mouth guard in, Basin Orleans, at some point in time. And I'm going to talk. And it's one of the hardest things you could possibly do, to actually talk with a mouth guard, because it changes the way that you sound.
You starting the show with science?
Can you
or what?
imagine?
They
Can you
explain.
imagine? And I'm going to tell the story, too, of David Little.
Okay.
David Little getting lit up by Andre Waters. Do you remember Andre Waters, Basin audience? Andre Waters,
Eagles?
a great Oh, Luke, well done. He's not with us anymore, Basin audience, but at the same time, I can tell you, Andre Waters was a tough football player. Lit up David Little in practice. And all of a sudden, he got up and he looked at David Little and he said, "You died in a war, Dave." He had the mouth guard in. "You died in a war, Dave." Okay, so you get that. It's mouth guard. And speaking the language of mouth guard is really, really an art.
So just to be clear, you asked how we're all doing. I said good. Jamal said fantastic. Sammy said, "What? Always good?" Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Always, yeah.
Yeah.
And you had a story about somebody getting drilled in practice wearing a mouth. Okay.
You died in a war, Dave.
Now we're set. We've put off the Diamondbacks game long enough. I don't know. Do you have any other stories you can tell us before I start talking about this lack of offense?
'Tis the season, is it not, Basin?
Oh, man. Diamondbacks now and even 500 and continuing to not really score runs with any level of consistency. I will refer back to spring training when I don't know if it was my number one concern, but it was definitely a concern that I talked about on the show. Are we asking 2 or 3 hitters to carry this offense? Yeah. But, the crazy thing is, though, Wolf, I'm not saying that to say, like, oh, look how right I was, because I really wasn't. Like, Ildemaro Vargas stepped up in a big way. Nolan Arenado's been good. Jose Fernandez got called up and was really good for a while. Like, they've had guys step up, but yet here we are. The offense continues, I think, to be the biggest issue. Last night, they go 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Earlier this season, they were really good with runners in scoring position, but for the month of June, they are 30th in Major League Baseball, which I'm guessing is bad since there's only 30 teams with runners in scoring position.
Yeah. It was weird after Game 2 where the Diamondbacks had 6 hits in the game based on earnings. I thought to myself, man, it just seems like another 6-hit game for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Another. And I did a little research on it, and that's exactly what the problem is. The Arizona Diamondbacks have recorded 6 or fewer hits in 28 of their 78 games. Okay?
Okay.
28 of their 78 games, they have recorded 6 or fewer hits. The average for Major League Baseball is 8.26 hits per game.
Okay.
That is what the average team actually goes out and gets. That was for all of 2025. In 2024, it was 8.2 hits per game for 2024. The Arizona Diamondbacks in 2026 are averaging roughly 7.7 hits per game, okay? But that seemed even a little high to me. So I went back and looked at the last 20 games. And sure enough, the last 20 games, the Diamondbacks have averaged 6.7 hits per game.
Well, and I, without looking at the numbers, because I didn't know you had this specific stat, but I'm guessing even those were probably a little bit inflated by that game on Saturday that they lost 16-8.
Yes. But they're number 22 in hits in baseball. They're 17 in runs, number 27 in home runs, number 26 in OPS. Man, the Arizona Diamondbacks, what do they need, Basin audience?
I don't know that one bat's enough.
They need a bat, though.
This goes back to the conversation yesterday, which I don't think has changed that much with just one game, but it was the notion of, if the trade deadline was today, would they still be buying? And what we kind of settled on, and I think this is the right way and probably the way they're looking at it, the fact that the trade deadline isn't today means a lot, because if they're still in this position in 6 weeks or less than 6 weeks now, then that means they figured some stuff out. Because right now, the way it's set up, they don't score enough and their rotation's depleted. So it's tough to buy. It's tough to feel like you want to buy right now because I don't know that one bat helps. Pavin Smith batted cleanup last night. He's hitting 174. I'm going to guess that's the worst batting average of any cleanup hitter in baseball.
What up, Bear?
So you're really reliant on Corbin Carroll, which is fine, although they're not getting him any all-star votes, but they're really relying on him. That's a whole other story. You're really relying on Cattell, who did have 2 hits last night, had a couple chances to drive guys in, but still he had 2 hits. I mean, you're talking about a team that only had 8 total for the game as it ended, and 4 of them come from Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte. I don't know, is Tommy Troy their 4th best hitter right now? Like, what do we – you got to have some other guys going here. Like, where's Lourdes?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But, once again, it's interesting. Yeah, in close games especially, Basinonians, in close games that are contested, games that are decided, especially in the game of baseball, by 1 run, 2 runs, close games, contested games. Man, you look for your best players to play their best when it matters the most. How many years have I said that?
Yeah.
It's been something that is really, really consistent. It's the truth. You look for your best players in close games to do their best. And, it's amazing. The Diamondbacks, they definitely need help. When I think of what they need, I think they need a bat more than anything else. But before I look elsewhere and address the issue at the trade deadline, I'm going to continue to look at 3 guys on this team specifically. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Geraldo Perdomo. Those 3 guys, what are you doing to deliver? Heavy is the crown. As a matter of fact, I've got a digital download. Don't do it now. Whatever you do not do it now, Jamal.
Whatever you do, Jamal.
Whatever you do.
Jamal's looking at you like, what are you talking about?
But I've got a digital download that at some point during this beautiful broadcast, I'm going to riff a little today.
Do I need my MP3 player to listen to it?
I think you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go find one of those.
I want to riff a little bit with the digital download. Not now, but at some point.
Are you going to remember that, or do I need to write that down? I can see the show getting kind of crazy the way it started.
No, exactly.
Okay.
I'm all over the place.
Mouth guard and digital download. And just to be clear, I'm writing that without a pen because I don't have one, so I'm just using my finger to draw it in the air.
A digital download from my cloud account will come your way, my brothers.
Corbin, Ketel, and Perdomo combined to go 4 of 12 last night. So, they're not specifically last night the problem. Now, again, runners in scoring position.
0 for 3.
Yeah, So, not a lot going great right now. We should point out Merrill Kelly, though, 6 innings, 3 earned runs, quality start. Didn't look amazing.
Look that way.
No, but
he
gave him a quality start.
He did. That's exactly right.
So,
I'd love to see Merrill fight. Love to see him battle. Man, I'll take that all day long, especially knowing he's struggled as of late.
Yeah. He was kind of a stabilizing factor last night, and Taylor Clark came in and gave up 0 runs in the inning and 2/3 because that's just kind of what Taylor Clark does this year. The dude really doesn't give up any runs, but it's not – I don't want to waste a really good bullpen season, Wolf. I don't want to.
I know.
All right, when we come back, there was a massive trade in the NBA last night. So how is it going to affect the entire league? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of 3-2.
We react to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, venues, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first night of the NBA draft has arrived. What are the latest rumblings around the NBA? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Kind of a big trade last night, Wolf.
Yeah.
Ever heard of Giannis?
Antetokounmpo?
Would you have, yeah, exactly. Would you have ever thought a little less than 5 years ago when the Bucks and the Suns met in the NBA Finals that we would get to a point where Milwaukee would voluntarily move on from Giannis?
No, to answer your question. I don't know. This is weird, Basin Orleans. We all know this was coming.
Yeah, I'm saying 5 years ago. Yes, yeah. For the last year, it seemed pretty inevitable.
Yeah, especially the last couple of months.
Yeah,
it really seemed.
And Shams did say on Sunday it was going to happen before the draft tonight, and it did. It happened late last night.
But it's the reality of what is happening that blows my mind. The reality of it, Luke. How does this happen? I mean, we're talking about a world champion, elite player that is a dog. And by the way, he's an excellent model by all accounts for his teammates as well.
I mean,
how do you get better when you trade Giannis? How?
We don't need to relive the 2021 NBA Finals, but I don't know about you. I don't look back at that finals and be like, oh, the Suns let that one slip away. I mean, I know there's an element to that, but it really was one of the best players in the league playing his best basketball in Giannis. And it wasn't just him, obviously. I don't want to rehash all this. Drew Holiday, blah, blah, blah. But typically when you have a generational player like that does the things he does, it is. You brought this up before the show. Now that it's actually happened, it's kind of remarkable that Milwaukee let it get to that point. Nobody is shocked from yesterday to today. Nobody's shocked from even 2 months ago to today that it happened. But yeah, a few years ago, you'd been like, just keep this guy at least until he gets through the prime of his career, and you make sure you keep a good team around him. And Milwaukee just let the team around him fall apart.
Yeah.
And, depending who you believe, he wanted out or he didn't want out. I know he was unhappy last year because he was saying he was healthy enough to play and they weren't playing him. I don't know. It's just crazy. Now he's on Miami. So we'll see. I saw a lot of stuff from Heat fans last night saying they gave up too much to have a good team around them. So we'll see if a trade for a superstar player still works in today's NBA.
Yeah, it's just amazing. I love watching Giannis play. I always have, Basinonians. This is a guy that is really, really consistent in the effort that he brings. Of course, we all know this. We know how physical he is. And not only that, too, he's one of these guys that competes, Basinonians, and he doesn't look away when he competes. Sometimes he'll stare you right in the face when he competes. When he goes up and blocks a shot, sometimes he doesn't drop his eyes. He doesn't do anything to try to be dirty or cheap. He doesn't. He just competes really, really hard, which is what I respect so much about him. And I also love the fact he won't drop his eyes. He'll look you in the eye. Sometimes there's a lot of guys who compete really, really hard, but man, okay, they'll drop their eyes sometimes when, they do something or you do something to them. They'll drop their eyes. Bill Boyd Bates didn't drop his eyes.
Well, there you go.
Okay? Just saying. There are players that will drop their eyes, and there are players that will look you dead in the eye. And Giannis is one of those guys. I like that.
Well, this is James Collier yesterday. The move happens. Giannis goes to Miami. They do get, some players back. They don't add up to Giannis, but, you can see it from both sides. Miami now has to build a team around Giannis, which that's the hardest piece to get. I understand that, but he is in his 30s now, too, so you got to factor that in as well. I'm sort of interested to see how this actually works because we have seen teams in the not too distant past go out and make a blockbuster move for one player, and it has worked. But we also saw the Suns do it for Kevin Durant. It obviously didn't work. It really feels like the NBA in 2026, you almost need to draft and develop your great players or, get Dallas to screw up and just let them walk or whatever, like they did with Jalen Brunson or give you Luka. But here's James Collier on what happened in Milwaukee and how it got to this point.
He wanted to win a second championship after that 2021 title. And the reality is that the Bucks kept getting further and further away from that after 2021. They've only had one playoff win in the past 5 years. They lost in the first round for 3 straight years before missing the playoffs last season. And really just a miserable year for all parties involved. Giannis was hurt. The team really never got out of the gates. And the Bucks did all they could to try to avoid getting to this point, making a big swing for Damian Lillard a few years ago, even last year, kind of tossing that Hail Mary to sign Miles Turner by waving and stretching Dame, something we've never seen an NBA team do. They feel like they had sort of exhausted every option, turned over every rock and nook and cranny to try to figure out how to make this team a contender. And as Shams has been outlining, Giannis over the past years increasingly become louder and louder about the fact that this team just was not close.
Yeah, he was, but he wasn't, to me, at a level of distraction. Now, again, it could be completely different inside the organization.
But you never know.
Just me from the outside looking in, this is truly amazing. It is. Now, again, did we all expect this to happen? Yes. Especially over the last couple of months. Once again, we all expected that. And at the same time, look, I just, the reality that it's actually happening blows my mind.
Since you said that this morning, it kind of forced me to take a step back and look at it because you're right. I've just been caught up in the moment of yesterday. It seemed not just inevitable, but like it was going to happen, and it did happen last night, and it just seemed inevitable for a few months. But you're right. Just overall, to have a player like that and have him move seems crazy. Although I don't know how crazy it is in the NBA anymore. Like you look at the best players in the NBA. LeBron. I mean, KD has moved so many times I've lost track. The Luka trade, I don't know. Like my perception of the NBA now breaks down to pre and post Luka trade, because when that trade happened, it was like, oh, okay, anybody can be dealt for anything, basically. I mean, I don't know. I don't see stuff like this doesn't happen in other sports. Like, we're not going to have breaking news. Josh Allen got traded today, or Patrick Mahomes got traded. You know what I mean? Like, generally speaking, the biggest names in football generally stay on their teams. And in the other sports, I feel like Aaron Judge isn't getting traded. But in basketball, it does seem like it's kind of becoming the norm.
Yeah, no, I know. It just, again, I'll trade everybody else before I move the one guy that is the model player for my organization. I'll trade everybody else. I know you could say, Wolf, the Bucks didn't have any choice. If they wanted to get better, they had to restart all over again and hit the reset button. I understand that. Yet at the same time, how do you get better? By trading Giannis Antetokounmpo. How do you get better?
I think it's more of a
tongue saying Antetokounmpo.
Maybe that's why they traded him. Just they were tired of trying to pronounce that.
My goodness.
Here's Brian Windhorst, sort of along the lines of what we were just talking about, where if you're a superstar player in the NBA, you might be on the move. And a lot of that's because the players want to be on the move. But when we talked yesterday and we were like, okay, where is he most likely to go? Jamal said Miami. I threw out Boston. We talked about Oklahoma City always has the assets to trade for guys, but they would have had to kind of blow up the core of their team to do it. A name that was still floating around was Minnesota. I'm just happy he's not in the Western Conference, honestly, at this point.
Yes.
But speaking of Minnesota, here's Brian Windhorst on Get Up this morning.
Okay, so if you say to me Giannis has now been traded, who would be the next NBA star that you would watch? The answer would be Anthony Edwards. And it just so happens that this trade happens at the same time Giannis gets traded. This is a salary dump. The Timberwolves have paid $100 million in luxury tax over the last 3 years. It coincides with their 3 best years of their franchise history, 2 conference finals, and they made it to the second round this year. But in addition to this move, dumping Julius Randle, they signed Ayo Dosunmu last night to a 5-year, $112 million contract. So essentially, they're taking the money that they're saving by dumping Randle and re-signing a player that they already have.
Right.
They are not adding to the team. Already, Anthony Edwards has watched Karl Towns, a player he totally fit with on the court. He traded to the Knicks and win a championship. Last summer, they let Nickeil Alexander-Walker go. He goes and wins Most Improved Player down in Atlanta. Now, Julius Randle was not good in the playoffs. I am not arguing that Julius Randle should be the running mate for Anthony Edwards, but they trade him in a salary dump. It's not a good trend for the Timberwolves, and you have to wonder how Ant looks at them.
They're a crazy team, Minnesota, because they keep winning playoff series. I mean, Windhorst just outlined it there, essentially. They traded Karl Anthony Towns for a guy they then dumped in a salary dump in Julius Randle. I mean, I'm oversimplifying it a little bit, but not really. If I'm Anthony Edwards, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, hey, I worked really well with Karl Anthony Towns. You guys moved him. The guy you got back, you just dumped for salary reasons. Wow, Karl Anthony Towns is winning a title in New York.
Incredible, it really is. But also, too, Pat Riley is involved in this move right here. I wanted to talk about this briefly. Think about it. Think of the guys Pat Riley has acquired. LeBron James.
Yeah.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
Chris Bosh. Alonzo Mourning. Jimmy Butler. Just to name a few.
And now Giannis.
They
tried to get KD.
Pat Riley right in the middle of it. Once again. But this is a crown jewel for Pat Riley.
We come back. How is Jeremiah Love preparing for his much-anticipated rookie season? We'll listen to what the running back had to say about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ciao.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We were talking about A.J. Puck is going to be back in a matter of weeks. And then Corbin Burns is going to be back in July. And then Burns is done. A.J.'s done. Now you've got Ryan Nelson, who might be done. He might be done for the year. And then Soroka gets hurt. I told you, like last week, I was like, got to sacrifice something. You should have let me break something.
I didn't stop you.
Maybe it would have helped. You just can't take this many hits. You don't have the ammunition you need to go to battle right now if you're the Diamondbacks.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You can book your new patient consultation and 3D CT scan, or you can get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Ask about treatment options and financing. I think for the most part, Basin O'Neill's patients are often shocked by what is possible with Aria Dental Implant Center. My good buddy, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, man, he's so good at what he does. He's helped more than 2,500 full mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. This is something I continue to point to. Man, over 20,000. That's a lot of reps. And with the All-on-4 full mouth implants, experience is everything. And that's why Dr. Joe is the best. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com for more information. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvisi here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of their 4-game series last night, but they are back at it tonight in the Lou. It will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the D-backs and right-hander Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Some big moves were made in the NBA last night. Julius Randle was traded from the Minnesota Timberwolves to the Brooklyn Nets. And, of course, Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded to the Miami Heat. All ahead of the NBA draft, which begins tonight. The first round of the NBA draft is tonight, and the Washington Wizards are on the clock. The Phoenix Suns currently do not have a first-round pick, but that could change. And to keep up with all of the latest Suns and NBA draft news, head over to ArizonaSports.com. You can also listen to NBA draft coverage tonight on ESPN 620 starting at 5 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first night of the NBA draft has arrived. What are the latest rumblings around the NBA? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
How's the sunburn today, Wolf?
You know what? It's still burning, ladies and gentlemen, as we like to say in the compound. I wore this shirt on purpose today, Basin Orleans. It is my red Cardinal shirt. I love this shirt.
Okay.
It's waterproof. Raindrops run right off this thing.
Expecting rain today?
Yeah, you know what? No, I wasn't. But again, it just feels good. It's nice and it's cool. Yet if you look at the red, YouTube, what up? What up, YouTube? Shaka, brah. If you look at the red face and the red collar, it's hard to distinguish between the two.
So that was intentional.
Yes.
I would say
red man.
Only 1 day later it does. 1 day later it does. You look. It's not as noticeable. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Maybe that's because Jeremy's not bumping up the saturation.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
What?
Is this going to be good? I only want good news today.
Well, it depends on who you ask. So, according to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this summer, currently leaving the 2027 draft as the only way for QB Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL. A letter is being sent to Sorsby and to all 32 NFL teams to inform them of the league's decision. The league continues to try to show it has little tolerance for gambling issues.
All right, then.
This is it.
All right. Well, you said this might happen.
This is it, man. The NFL had the opportunity to set a precedent. And, man, did they do it.
They did. Brendan Sorsby doesn't matter to the NFL yet. You know, you and I were talking about this the other day when you brought up this possibility. It's not like this is an established guy who's a face of the league. He's one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL or something. He's not even a rookie yet. So if the NFL wants to make an example, or honestly, even if they don't want to make an example, if they just don't want to risk, in their minds, the integrity of their product for an outsider, they don't have to.
No.
And apparently they're not going to.
This is really not a surprise, Basinonians. Once again, this is what I thought Roger Goodell would do. Having said that, I'm wrong so much of the time. I'm going to champion this victory right here because it makes so much sense. Once again, when you look at the evidence here for Brendan Sorsby, when you look at the admission, of course, to his credit, and the fact that he's getting treated for this, there's no doubt about it. The NFL has one chance to make that first impression, correct? They have one chance to set a precedent, and this is it. This is setting that precedent in a big, big way. Don't think you're going to go ahead and gamble at the college level, gamble on games, and then all of a sudden say, well, I got caught and now there's all this trouble surrounding me, so I'm going to go into the NFL.
I'll fall up, for lack of a better term.
Right. I'm going to go into the NFL in the supplemental draft. Yeah, you know what? We're just not going to have a supplemental draft this year.
And Goodell's like, we're canceling that. Sorry.
That's a statement by the NFL, and it's a statement to every kid that is at that college level and every player inside the league right now. You mess around with this, and you're gone.
Maybe we shouldn't be surprised, like you just said, because this has been such a weird story across the board over the last couple months. But especially since that judge in Lubbock was like, well, he plays for the local team, so it's okay if he gambles. Like, sure, Pete Rose was banned forever, but this guy, we want him to play here. Yeehaw! Like that's the reaction to that. I think Texas Tech mistook it as, people just don't want us to succeed. Texas Tech's fine. They still have a really good team. The reaction was from schools that don't even play Texas Tech. There were people posting things like, hey, I knew this dude on, there was the example that kept popping up. A news guy on Green Bay who gambled once and his whole career was over. Look at what Pete Rose, look at what happened to him. Look at all these guys who lost their careers over it. Not saying it was right or wrong, but the outcry of and you're going to let this dude just play like nothing happened because college sports are corrupt?
Yes.
And so that outcry at the college level from people whose teams weren't even going to be impacted by Texas Tech probably should have been an indicator that the NFL's we don't even have to get involved in this.
That's exactly
we
right.
don't need Brendan Sorsby.
We don't need no stinking Brendan Sorsby. Wow, this is a statement. Again, it's not a surprise to me, but this is a statement by the National Football League, and I'm proud. I'm proud to have played in the NFL, to actually have Roger Goodell say, you know what? We're not even going to mess with this. No way. Hey, Brendan, we hope you get healed. We hope you get right. We hope you get this thing right. And we hope that you do away with this coming into the National Football League when that day happens. But it ain't going to be today. Well done.
Jamal, did you say they're sending a letter to him as if he isn't hearing the news like everybody else on the planet?
Yeah, they are. I think they're sending it by pigeon.
Yeah, carrier pigeon.
I would imagine it's a legal letter as well.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of that. Okay. You think
Just
he's
a guess.
draft eligible next year?
Yes. I think if he proves that he is over this, and believe me, the NFL, oh man, they have an investigative arm, Basinonians. They do. They will know. They're going to find out if he's right or not.
Well, it doesn't just impact whatever team he goes to. I mean, you're talking about a league that makes how many billions of dollars each year in profits? Like double-digit billions at this point. So you just don't want somebody in your league that will make people question the integrity of your sport.
Can't have
It's not like, if the Dolphins draft him and he still has a problem, boy, that hurts the Dolphins. It's the whole league. It's you just can't risk it. And so, I mean, now that it's happened, to your point, it kind of makes sense that it has happened. But you do think he'll get to be drafted in a year if he's
I do, provided he shows that he is cured.
Yeah. Well, this was going to be a much different segment, but I would say that's significant breaking news right there. So we'll get back into the stuff we were going to get into a little bit later on.
It's breaking.
We come back. What are the Phoenix Suns going to do tonight and tomorrow? Could they potentially find their way into the first round tonight? We're going to talk to Empire of the Suns co-host Kevin Zimmerman will join us in here. I just saw him in the hallway. He'll be in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with 1 dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at ArizonaSports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Suns move into the first round of the NBA draft? We'll have it covered for you. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. The NBA draft begins tonight. As it stands, the Phoenix Suns, of course, do not have a pick in the first round, but that could change. And Kevin Zimmerman, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast, is joining us in studio right now to talk about that possibility and others. What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good. Doing good.
Zim.
I guess let's just start right there with the Suns not in the first round tonight. There's been reports they want to jump in. That feels like kind of a blanket report, like, oh, we just want to be picking at number 27. I mean, how much of this is driven by if there's a player or two they like that is dropping in the first round?
Yeah, I think kind of where the tiers of this draft are, there are good players into maybe the 32nd pick, early second round, mid 30s, and then I think it kind of falls off into more of the older seniors who might have one NBA skill. So if you're the Suns, I think it's legitimate to say, like, yeah, you could try to move up, and I think it's just a question of how possible to get into the first round it is with them, because look, this year they do have freedom to, you can trade a player and try to get in. I thought maybe if they were latched onto the Giannis trade, that would be kind of an entry point to get some, maybe have a little pull where you could actually get a late first just to help it get across the finish line, and that didn't happen. So I don't know if it's necessarily very viable right now, but maybe end of the second round. I mean, there's some teams where we don't really know, like Denver and Boston are ones mid-20s where I don't know if they're trying to move to get rid of money because they spend a lot of money and they have the last few seasons. So that would be kind of where the target area and possibility might be if you want to reach.
Okay.
If you had to guess, Zim, right now, what do you think the Suns are going to do?
Yeah, I think moving more into that mid-30s range is more possible from 47 where they are. I think you either trade, if you try to salary dump and get rid of a good player, I think Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal are super important to this team. But you might have, if you have one taker of a playoff team that knows Royce O'Neal will help us, here's a second-round pick, let's do it. We can move money around better. the Suns would do it, and that's where you start to look at who falls out of the first and that kind of thing. And if we look at guys in the draft, we might know locally, like the Koa Pete's, like I was looking at mock drafts, everyone says he's going like 24 to 28. Like that's still pretty good talent, and there are some good bigs in this draft that would help the Suns. It's just a matter of like, what do they need? And they have a lot of guys under contract already with Gillespie and Goodwin signed, so you kind of know what the roster will look like, and it's just a matter of, okay, are you guys going to really run it back and spend into the first apron and spend money to kind of run it back as is? I don't think they will, so I think we could see a surprise.
We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, you mentioned there's you get to that point in the draft where there's a lot of older players that have like one NBA skill. If the Suns end up in that range where they're just drafting a player like that, what's the skill that you want?
Yeah, for me, just shooting. It's tough because I think you look at the guard depth is there for them. They need that 4 ideally, but there aren't really great options, and you look at where they realistically can land. So I think any shooting from any position will be helpful. Bigs, it's a question, like if they really are going to be able to sign Mark Williams back, I don't think you need a center, which with this draft, like Terrace Reed with UConn was a great big. He's probably in that second round, early second round. Would it make sense if you don't bring back Mark Williams? Yes. Another one from UConn, and Kellen and I on our podcast yesterday, we recorded our kind of pre-draft special for Empire of the Suns, and Kellen uses the word Gregory Grinders, and Alex Caravan from UConn would be the Gregory Grinder of, like, the character on the guy. He may not be the best athlete, but he's going to play, give it his all. He's kind of fits that 4 and can really shoot it. So that's another guy who maybe if he falls there, you could scoop him up and just get a great culture fit.
Yeah, you know what, that to me is what has got me jacked up because of what they did with Rasheer Fleming last year. To see them move up and target Fleming and say, this is the guy. We're going to move up and get this guy because they knew what he was all about. That is the one thing that really gets me jacked up going into this draft. I realize they're behind the 8 ball. You got pick number 47, and that's about it right now. Will they make any other moves? We're going to have to wait and see. But to me, more than anything else, they need an athlete. They need a guy that is going to be tough, physical, plays defense, plays like a dog, long and whippy, athletic, and smart.
Yeah.
I mean, a culture fit is something. Are there guys, though, that are out there that fit that mold that are going to be available? What if they stayed at 47?
Yeah, that's the tough thing. I don't look at the tape like Kellen and know the Tennessee States and those types of guys, but I think a couple of guys, again, that you can go that played for big schools. Like Koa Pete is the good example where the shot apparently hasn't been there, but he checks the culture, character box. He's won everywhere he goes. And it's like, hey, if you will play defense, we know you're smart. We know you care. We know that you'll give it your all and you're fit. You're tough. Physical. And even though he's not the best NBA athlete, but there is definitely a niche for like kind of his style and what he'll do. And obviously the rebounding and all that, the passing makes the right play. So there are guys in there, and it's just a matter of, okay, can you live with serious flaws that will hamper them, and they'll have to kind of work those out, kind of like Ryan Dunn's dealt with. Like if he had a shot, his ceiling changes, right? So that's the big thing I think with this class is there's not a lot of guys who you just say they have it all. I think one guy, Alan Graves from Santa Clara, he came off the bench like all year, freshman year, kind of had a growth spurt before the year, and young, does not have the big high major experience, but he's like in the middle of the first round because he does all the right things. Everything kind of will translate even though the stats don't blow you out of the water. So that's kind of where this draft is. It's just like you get really picky if you really like character or you really like shooting or you really like maybe size, but not a lot of guys who have kind of everything that are going to be in the Suns range, I don't think. I know that it's
a small sample size, but I think that's what Brian Gregory is good at.
Yeah.
I think he's good at that right now. And again, this is why today is going to be really, really cool to see what he does.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like I feel like we're not out of the realm of possibility that we see action today, and obviously tomorrow I think they'll be super busy because again, like when you don't have all these restrictions we saw at the second apron, you can move up. You need to do it because I think they are going to pay and spend money the next few years to obviously remain competitive and that kind of thing.
The moves they make, whether it's tonight or tomorrow or even just this offseason at some point, when you look at specifically Mark Williams, who you brought up, and Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, what are the odds all three of those guys are back next year?
I think it's low, and I know like if you want to make a change and not literally run back the exact same roster, I think one of them has to go. I think Royce is the one to me where he still has a lot of value, but you could see like we can fill his minutes, right?
Yeah.
If you just do straight math and look at rotation minutes for all the guys they're bringing back, it just doesn't gonna give everyone the minutes if this team's healthy. And I know that's not going to be the case in any NBA season. But with Mark especially, it doesn't make sense to overpay him. Obviously, with Malawach waiting there, with how well Oso kind of looked, especially in that playoff series, for being a backup even. So I just think that they're gonna use like a Mark Williams, say, hey, go find a trade partner, maybe sign and trade if they don't get a deal done, and we'll try to help you and navigate you to, and we'll get something in return and also save money. So,
Zim, what do you think the Phoenix Suns are going to do with Jalen Green?
I think he stays this year. I mean, how he ended, I'm on the more optimistic kind of viewpoint of him. I know he's probably never going to be an all-star even, but can he be a 20-point-per-game scorer, play good defense, make the right play? I think you can always improve on that. And just from afar, obviously, I'm not there every day like Kellen is or the other beat writers and stuff, but I think he fit in and people liked him and he fit the culture and they're fine with it. Now, if you want to make a big swing at not Giannis is off the table now, but you want to make it that kind of big swing and his contract's sitting there and he is a 20-point per game scorer and maybe you understand his upside's not quite as high as when he's drafted, he still might have value. I just saw a player who got better as he got more acclimated here last year and there's still room for growth when you're that young to me.
We're talking to Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin, with the draft coming up tonight, and this has been billed as a really good draft, but especially those top four.
Yeah.
You personally, what order would you take those top four in?
Debansa, to me, just has all of the kind of like a Jaylen Brown, maybe even bigger, I think he is. Just has all the tools to be an awesome defender. Were there questions about whether he could be the number one guy on offense? For sure, but I just loved his aggressiveness. He was really durable.
Yeah.
I know that's not fair with Peterson because you read more about his issues and it was serious medical problems that they think are fixed. So I'm more on he's more helpful and his, I guess, floor is a lot higher than Peterson's. Kellen loves Peterson for just how natural and how easy scoring and he does make the right plays and he does play defense. So if that comes true, I think he'll be good also. So I don't think it's a big risk if you take either one of those guys. I love the top of this draft. Boozer's obviously not the most amazing thing, but like when you're that productive,
so physical.
Yeah, you're that productive. You can shoot. You're a classic four to me in the NBA. He'll be just fine, and he's a solid pick too. And then there's a run of guards like that, like Burries. I watched a bunch of, obviously being an Arizona guy, and I think he's just doesn't have a bad flaw to him, and he's probably going to go 9 or 10 if we're just guessing.
Yeah, it seems like he's going top 10 for
yeah,
sure.
so there's a lot of depth in the guards into the lottery.
Is there any moves the Phoenix Suns could make that would shock you? Is there any moves they could make that would shock you?
Grayson Allen being traded, I think, would hurt them a lot just because you saw him with one leg, how much he changed the space on the court, but that's how valuable he is, and he's on a pretty good contract, and as that gets shorter, obviously it's more valuable to the other team. So if they trade him, then that's like, okay, what are you getting? Is it a playoff team that's like, yeah, you can have a top 20-ish pick, and maybe Suns might have to throw more into that kind of deal, but that kind of thing could happen. Or there's the Kings lingering out there. DeMar DeRozan's a really good basketball player still, and I don't know what the Kings are doing ever. I don't know what the Bulls are doing ever. So those kinds of things, if the Suns latch onto those kinds of trades, that's where things could get wild. I'm actually kind of surprised it's been relatively quiet today.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Zim, always great to talk to you, man.
stuff,
Thank you so
man.
much.
Thanks, guys.
That's Kevin Zimmerman joining us right there in studio, not even on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, if you're looking for positives from the Diamondbacks game last night, Merrill Kelly was probably one of them. So is that something the rotation can build on now going forward? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way. Since 1951, shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, and APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice: get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of their 4-game series last night, but they are back at it tonight in the Lou. It will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the D-backs, and it will be right-hander Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Cards. Leahy on the mound for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Some big moves were made in the NBA last night. Julius Randle was traded from the Minnesota Timberwolves to the Brooklyn Nets. And, of course, the blockbuster trade, Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded to the Miami Heat. All of this ahead of the NBA draft, which begins tonight. The first round of the NBA draft is tonight, and the Washington Wizards are on the clock. The Phoenix Suns do not currently have a first-round pick, but that could all change. And to keep up with all of the latest Suns and NBA draft news, head over to ArizonaSports.com. And you can also listen to the NBA draft, coverage of the NBA draft on ESPN 620 starting at 5 o'clock. And according to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this year, which means the only way for quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL would be in the 2027 NFL draft. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Right now through June 30th, a new high-efficiency AC from Parker & Sons means no payments until 2027. Start saving before you spend a dime. Call 602-2-REPAIR.
Everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to Merrill Kelly's very important outing yesterday against the Cardinals and look ahead to Eduardo Rodriguez's outing tonight in St. Louis. The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
And Dave Burns just said it right there. By the way, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
What up, David Charles?
Has he brought you any aloe today?
No, he did not. He did yesterday, though.
Do you need him to pick anything else up on the way in today?
No, I don't, as a matter of fact.
Well, it's still early.
If he wants to bring the aloe back, he can go ahead and do it because it was cold. All right, he literally keeps it cold, which makes a lot of sense, I guess, basically. Right, all of a sudden, but I put it on the bottle on my face. It felt really good.
Not really how they designed it to or intended it to be used, but I guess it did work. But you just heard Dave Burns say, that start by Merrill Kelly last night was an important one. I don't think that's an exaggeration when you consider where the Diamondbacks are right now and how they can't count on Zach Gallen right now, unfortunately, and they can't count on Corbin Burns for other reasons. He can't get back into the rotation until at least September, and then you lose Ryan Nelson for potentially a while, and you lose Michael Soroka for at least a little bit. It's like, okay, who can you count on? You have a 3-man rotation right now as you bring up these prospects and juggle things around. You try to get Brandon Pfaadt stretched back out. You can count on Erod, but Merrill Kelly's by and large been their most stable pitcher now for, the last 6 years?
Yeah.
So you needed, and the timing was interesting with him pitching last night. It's like, okay, you need Merrill to go out there and give you a chance to win. It was not a dominant performance by any means. 2 strikeouts, gave up 7 hits, allowed 3 runs, but he got you a quality start. He gave you a chance to win. You didn't win because your offense didn't come through, but at least in the grand scheme of things, maybe you feel a little bit better about Merrill than you did after his start against the Angels.
Yeah, basically, Merrill Kelly had never lost 4 games in a row until yesterday. Think about that.
Wow.
Merrill Kelly had not lost.
Where do you come up with these stats?
But it was broadcast bacon. Okay. Yeah, broadcast bacon, man. That's what it was. I said basin. You got to pull that.
We are broadcasting in a basin.
You got to pull that right there, okay? Because that, honestly, we might want to play that. Broadcast basin. Interesting. It did not start well for Merrill Kelly either. That was the thing about it. It was so impressive. 2 hits and a base on ball. He loaded up the bases with nobody out. Would you say that's a bad start?
It's not the most stability-inspiring thing you were looking for.
And look, everybody, it's the RBI leader in the National League coming to the plate, Jordan Walker. Boy, Jordan had a rough game. He had a rough game. There's no doubt about that. A lot of ducks on the pond.
He doesn't have a lot of rough games, though.
Yeah, he lined out to Jerry at short, and then Newbar grounded into a 4-6-3 double play base underneath to end the threat. Merrill got out of that, if you can believe that. It was really, really cool to actually see that. But there were so many other things as well watching that game yesterday for me. As a matter of fact, Jamal, bring me a digital download from my cloud account. Strike. Temple of the Dog. This is old school.
This is Jamal's favorite song and band.
When you compete in close games, more times than not in any sport, you count on your best players to be the difference in the game. You count on guys like Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, and Corbin Carroll to do their job. Be the difference in why you win a game. Be the difference. It's why you make the money that you do. You count on Merrill Kelly going out and giving your team a chance to win a game. Now, I know that hasn't been the case as of late with Merrill, but it is who he's been in the past. Would you agree with that, Mason? And he delivered yesterday. The stars shine, and he gave them a chance to win. But the D-backs could not get the big hit when they needed it the most. Ketel had 2 hits, no doubt about it. Ketel Marte, look, everybody, 2 hits. Corbin had 2 hits. Jerry had no hits. But more than this, they were 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position with Ketel and Jerry at the dish, a combined 0 for 3. Now, that's baseball, and it's going to happen, as we all know. But those 3 at-bats could have won the game for the Diamondbacks, could they not, Luke?
Yeah.
Yes. It's one game. But heavy is the crown, brothers. Heavy is the crown. More times than not, your best players need to come through for you in a tight game. And that was not the case yesterday for the Diamondbacks. Heavy is the crown. And nobody knows that more than Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, and Corbin Carroll. Heavy is the crown. And hungry are the fans for the D-backs to win more of these close games. Hungry are the fans.
Did you purposely hit the post?
I think I did. It felt good, basically. A little digital download from the cloud account. Riff. Hungry are the fans, and heavy is the crown. When you're the best and you get paid like you're the best, that responsibility must come through. You must be responsible.
I don't want to overstate games in mid-June, but when this 4-game series against the Cardinals ends, we're going to be at exactly the halfway point of the season for the Diamondbacks.
Are you reading into that? Because I'm going to.
I don't know that I would have if not for all the bad news they've gotten really in like the last 5 days. But if you want to even throw in the Corbin Burns and the A.J. Puck stuff from the last couple weeks too, I mean, the record is fine. They're 39-39 if you're getting reinforcements. But instead of getting reinforcements, which they're not getting right now, they're losing key pieces. And so you're playing this team that leads the wild card race that is kind of an out of nowhere team. That's sort of what the Cardinals are, although I think longtime baseball fans, you almost expect this from the St. Louis Cardinals every couple years. Like they just kind of do this every couple years. But here we are. We're coming up on the halfway point, and if you don't get it together in this series, you could be pretty far on the outside looking in, at least in terms of catching a team like the Cardinals or the Phillies. And then you're walking a real fine line in the second half of the season, and instead of getting reinforcements back, you're pretty depleted. So, yeah, I guess I am reading into it, and it's not – what I'm reading isn't good right now, Wolf.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I don't know how you can look at the Arizona Diamondbacks right now based on how they're playing, brothers. Look at their games coming up. Oh, my goodness. How many teams? 20 of their next 23 games are against teams with 500 or better records.
Yeah.
Oh, man. They don't have a good record against that stat. Look out.
There's essentially, I'm going to say 8 teams fighting for the 3 wild card spots in the National League. And it's not like Cincinnati's out, but they would be the 9th. But there's essentially 8 teams fighting for 3 spots. And the Diamondbacks right now are tied for 7th and 8th with the Pirates. The Cardinals are leading the way. And, you look at this pitching matchup tonight, and it's Erod, and we'll get more into this later on, against Kyle Leahy of the Cardinals, who's got a 4.53 ERA. This feels like a game you have to have because we don't even know who's pitching tomorrow for the Cardinals.
They're 11-27
for the Diamondbacks.
Yes, they're 11-27 against teams that are 500 or better. 11-27.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? Because it didn't.
Just saying.
Okay. 4 Peaks, 4 seats on the 4th of July. See the Diamondbacks and Brewers and get $200 in food vouchers for the game. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win. All right, when we come back, now we are going to get into the Jeremiah Love conversation, unless there's more breaking news that Brendan Sorsby in the NFL supplemental draft. Can Jeremiah Love meet the high expectations that he has in front of him as a rookie? And is he seeking any advice from Marvin Harrison Jr. on that topic? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better. I feel better already. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Please, sir, may I have some more hits with runners in scoring position?
No, you bloody can't. This is the Diamondbacks we're talking about.
Oh, well, Bickley and Murata will talk about whether the D-backs came through for me tomorrow at 6 a.m. Cheerio.
Has anybody checked on Jarrett in a while? Last time I saw him was right before the show, and he was out there talking about how the best soccer goalies in the world really aren't that much better than Jarrett.
Just going to say, Greg Brady is the type of guy you wonder, what do you do when you're alone?
Did I?
Well, to answer your question, Luke, no. Okay. After that sentence, nobody's checked on Jarrett.
I walked in a little bit late. Is that the right context?
Oh, that's perfect
I've gotten this speech from him before 4 years ago, and I'm guessing it started with the goal's so big and these guys don't shoot enough.
They should score every time.
Yeah,
that's kind of.
Although I will say, Erling Haaland on Norway does actually just shoot every time and score every time.
And he just makes everything.
Like it is maddening sometimes watching soccer where I understand it's a lot harder than it looks, but there are certainly teams where it's like, okay, hold on, I got the ball and I'm 5 feet away from the goal. Let me set it just to my right and plant my left foot so I can get the perfect kick. And then by then they're just mauled by 8 players. That dude on Norway, it's like the ball's near me, it's going in the net, which is probably why he scores.
Yeah.
He said he was going for his 29th hat trick last night. Most soccer teams don't score 3 goals, and he was going for his 29th hat trick.
On.
Anyway, somebody should check in on Jarrett, but that's pretty universal. Actually, I think he's still out there, so we can just do it during the break. Jeremiah Love. Well, if we were going to get into this a little bit earlier in the show, and then the Brendan Sorsby news broke, and in case you are just joining us, there will be no supplemental draft, so the Cardinals will not be taking Brendan Sorsby in the supplemental draft. We'll get back into that in a little bit.
That is a big deal.
It is a big deal. Jeremiah Love was asked about the expectations in front of him. He spoke yesterday, and he was asked about the expectations in front of him this season. We played the cut about, maybe he would win Rookie of the Year, but he was also asked, do you talk to Marv about high expectations? Because Marv came in with very high expectations 2 years ago. It feels like it was 10 years ago, but it was 2 years ago, and this is what Jeremiah said.
Not much. Haven't talked to him much about that, but I've talked to him a little bit, just talking to him, man. It's nothing. It's never been like, oh, what do you do for this? What do you do for that? Or how have you handled this and that? It's kind of just been trying to get to know him more as a person, man. I just want to know, what do you like to do, outside the game, or, how have you, prepared yourself for practice and stuff like that, or like, what's your mindset where you are right now? So, never really talked to him about that deeper stuff. But, my goal with all my teammates is just get to know them more as people, because ball is ball. We're going to gel together when we got to gel together as far as a football standpoint. But, I'm going to build connections outside the game, so when this is all said and done, I got guys that I can call on, and, we can bump heads and throw some ideas around with each other, or team up to do something, or just hang out. I want to build connection with those guys. But haven't talked to Marv about that type of stuff yet. But I would love to in the future, get to pick his brains a little bit about, how he's progressed throughout the years. And
yeah, it's a situation, too, where once you get to know your teammates, and it takes years, for the most part, to really know a guy, years to really know him. I think you'll get more into the emotional questions at that point in time, as opposed to the practical questions. Most of the time, coming into the league, especially as a rookie, you want practicality. You want to ask practical questions.
Like, where am I supposed to be on this play? Or what am I looking for?
How
from
do
the
I
defense?
get better?
Yeah.
How do I get better on this?
Not philosophically how to handle expectations.
Exactly, Luke. You don't want the emotional. You want the practical for the most part. Teach me. What do you know and how do you get better?
I will say this. Jeremiah Love goes the way that I think most people expect him to go. I do want future young Cardinals asking him questions about how to handle expectations and how to navigate life in the NFL. I mean, we got to get there first. this is going to sound bad when I ask it. Yeah. I don't mean it to sound bad. I'm genuinely asking this. Do we want him asking Marv about how to handle expectations? Because I feel like the expectations have kind of weighed on Marv. But at the same time, maybe Marv has learned stuff in 2 years. He's really the only one on this team that Jeremiah Love could talk to about, hey, as a rookie, you're coming in and being expected to be generational. So maybe he would have good insight because he's probably learned stuff the hard way the first 2 years.
I think for the most part, to answer your question, I think, yeah, you're right. Yet at the same time, it's a process. How well do you really know Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yeah,
that's
you
what
can't
it
ask
comes
him
down.
now.
Yeah, you're not going to ask him that before you really have a rapport, a relationship with him. I think it's an excellent answer by Jeremiah Love. I think right now he's focused more on the practicality. He wants to know, how do I get better? I think James Conner, I think he'd be more into James Conner's ear than anybody else. Tyler Algier as well. He'd be more in their ears, I think, than anybody, and asking very practical, tell me what I need to do to be as good as you.
All right, well, since you brought that up, Jeremiah Love was asked if he's talked to the other veteran running backs. You don't have the sound script I have, do you?
No, I don't.
How do you know where this is going?
Just had this feeling.
All right, well, here you go.
Yeah, 100%. So I've talked to James quite a bit. You know, he's a veteran. He's, been in the NFL for 10-plus years. So he's got a lot of experience, a lot of wisdom. So I've just talked to him a little bit about, how he takes care of his body, what's his mentality been like throughout all the years he's been in the NFL. And then Tyler, he's a bit of a younger guy compared to James. And he's been this is his second contract. So talking to him about how he's maintained his body and how he's maintained his mind. So that's kind of what I've been trying to focus on, getting some information about, how you maintain your body, how you go about your day-to-day, and how you keep your mental where it needs to be so you can go out there and every day and do what you got to do.
Oh, yeah, that's right, man. That's what you got to do. You got to ask questions. How many times have you heard me say, I learned more from other players than I did through most coaches?
Yeah, I've heard you say it a ton, and Lorenzo Alexander, the amount of times Zoe has brought up London Fletcher as somebody that he really learned a lot from early in his career, too. I mean, that's especially when you have a resource like James Conner. And I'm not trying to diminish Tyler Algier. I just don't know him as well. But like James Conner, I mean, I just feel like, especially if you're a running back, I don't know that there's a better guy you could ask, because there are other running backs who have had more storied careers. I get that. But it's like James Conner's had to work for Conner's got the nice mix of legitimate talent, but not like this otherworldly, hey, I'm just doing this all based on talent. He can actually talk to you about having to fight for yards. And it's not like you're asking, I don't know, whoever you think the best running back in the league is right now, that just maybe it all comes so naturally to them. Connor's had to fight for it. He's like the perfect resource for a young running back.
It's just incredible. And I remember when I came into the league in 1985. 1985. Google it, my young Krugs. 1985.
I'm actually going to Google it.
I came into the league. And look, everybody, in the running back room for the St. Louis Cardinals, it was Stump Mitchell and it was Otis Anderson. Now, Google it, my young Krunks. Otis Anderson, are you kidding me? O.J. Anderson, what a bad man he was. And Stump Mitchell, what a bad dude he was as well. These two guys really took me under their wing, man. They helped me. They answered so many questions for me. They would talk to me. Juice would pull me aside from time to time. They drafted me to block for O.J. Anderson. O.J. Anderson, base earnings, was 6'3", 225 pounds. 6'3", 230 pounds. Somewhere in that vicinity. And could flat out run. O.J. Anderson, when he was a young guy, not the O.J. Anderson that won a Super Bowl with the New York Giants. And how old he was, and he was running over guys at that point in time. I'm talking about the young, whippy O.J. Anderson. And he would take me aside, 6'3", 230 pounds, and say, listen, I just want you to play as hard as you possibly can because that's going to be good enough, okay? And when he said that to me, here I am, 6 foot, 220 pounds in the National Football League. 6 foot, 220, blocking in front of a guy who's 6'3", 230.
You're smaller than the guy you're blocking for.
And he gave me the confidence. Stump Mitchell and O.J. Anderson, they gave me confidence by just practicality, answering very practical questions, and encouraging me because they knew I needed it. Man, the impact, Jeremiah Love is going to have a lot of guys that are going to weigh into his life, a lot of guys that are going to speak into his life, that are going to help him. How quickly he absorbs that and regurgitates it out of the field, we'll have to see. But he's going to get a lot of help.
All right, when we come back, it's been reported the Suns are looking to trade into the first round of the NBA draft tonight. How realistic is that, and is it even something they should be doing? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of 3-2.
We react to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. UACUnit.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals last night in the first game of their 4-game series, but they are back at it tonight in the Lou. It will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the D-backs and right-hander Kyle Lehigh on the mound for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Some big moves were made in the NBA last night. Julius Randle was traded from the Minnesota Timberwolves to the Brooklyn Nets. And, of course, Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded to the Miami Heat. All of that ahead of the NBA draft, which begins tonight. The first round of the NBA draft is at 5 o'clock tonight, and the Washington Wizards are on the clock. The Phoenix Suns currently do not have a first-round pick, but that could change. And to keep up with all of the latest Suns and NBA draft news, head over to ArizonaSports.com. And you can listen to the draft on ESPN 620 starting at 5 o'clock. And according to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this year, which means the only way for quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL would be in the 2027 NFL Draft. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
I get those goosebumps every time you come around, yeah. You ease my mind, you make everything feel fine. Worry about those comments, I'm way too numb, yeah.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first night of the NBA draft has arrived. What are the latest rumblings around the NBA? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah.
All right, Wolf. You said Google 1985, so I did.
Yeah.
You want to know what comes up?
Okay.
The SR-71 song that we always play, the cover by Bowling for Soup. That's one of the first things that comes up.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's one of the very first things that comes up. Let's see. E.T. was apparently released in 1985.
Phone Home.
And a video highlight of Walter Payton and Ronnie Lott running into each other at full speed.
No way.
That's what comes up if you Google
No
1985.
way.
And Motley Crue releasing their third album.
Motley Crue. Okay.
That's about it.
That's some good stuff right there. 1985. Okay. Motley Crue was big. No doubt about it. Many games based on reunions. There was a little Motley Crue on the pregame. The playlist, of course, is that we didn't even call it playlist at that point in time. We just called it the tape. Here's your tape. Just go ahead and listen to the tape. And yes, the Motley Crue thing, that was big. E.T. Phone Home, huge in 1985.
Every time you say Google it, now I'm just going to start actually Googling it and see what comes up.
I like that. All right. Well done by you.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. But the Phoenix Suns don't have a pick in the first round tonight. So the first round's tonight, obviously second round tomorrow. But there is talk. Jake Fisher among the people reporting that the Suns would like to move into the first round. Now, we just had Kevin Zimmerman in here, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast. We were kind of talking about some of the possibilities, but I do think you have to draw the distinction of, would the Suns like to move into the first round? Sure, yeah. But I think it's going to be more of a fluid situation of like, hey, we're up to pick 22 right now or something. And there's two players we really like, and this team who's picking 27 is willing to make a trade, then maybe you do it. I don't think it's just simply like, we have to pick 26th tonight, or tonight's a failure. You're going to want to do it for a specific player. Part of me, Wolf, likes not having to look at the Suns and say, boy, their entire future comes down to their top 10 pick tonight. But on the other hand, it'd be nice to have a pick tonight. I think they were supposed to have the 16th pick, and they obviously don't.
Yes. Listen, especially because I think Brian Gregory and company, they nailed the draft last year. And although it is a small sample size based on needs, as small as it gets, that draft has me hopeful that Gregory and the Suns have an excellent understanding of what they're looking for in a player, Luke. In a person.
Yeah.
It's not just the player, it's the person as well. I think the Phoenix Suns and Brian Gregory have an excellent understanding of what it is that they're looking for. Now, you can't get too specific, can you, Basinonians, when you're drafting number 47? You can't get too specific. You're just not going to have a lot of options. But what are the player traits that they're looking for? What do you think the player traits are
that
they're looking for?
It does feel like they have internally established that, is a person that's going to work hard, especially on the defensive end of the board, somebody that's not going to get pushed around, somebody that, somebody is a dog. I mean, that was one of the biggest parts of this team's identity last year. And I look at this draft tonight, Wolf. I don't want to completely derail what you're about to say, but as a chance to learn something about Brian Gregory.
Yeah.
Because it is such a small sample size so far.
Yes, it is very, very small. But, once again, I think the Phoenix Suns, they understand it's the person. So much of who you are drafting as a player is also about the person. What are the player traits like? Is he tough? Is he physical? Man, you can tell. You can watch tape and tell if a guy is physical. Is he tough? Does he like banging when he starts banging? Does he back away? Or does he bang more? That would be, guess what? Not only is he physical, he's tough as well. Because he can take the banging. He can also hand it out. He plays defense, to your point. He's long and whippy. He's athletic. He's smart. Okay, I didn't say anything about how many points he scored. I didn't say anything about how many rebounds he gets per game. I didn't say anything about his height, his weight, nothing. Long and whippy, maybe. That's as close as you'll come to that. But if a guy has all these qualities but hasn't put up the numbers that have attracted attention, it's possible the Suns could move up in the draft and get another Rasheer Fleming, if in fact somebody happens to fall. Who is that player?
It's funny, not specifically to that question, but when Kevin was in here, he brought up Alex Caravan, who was the guy who had a chance to win a third national title with UConn just a couple months ago. That's an interesting player to me who might be available early second. Terrace Reed from UConn is interesting to me, too. I mean, 6'11", 265-ish. He played a huge role for that team. It's almost futile to speculate on players that might be there at either 47. Neither one of those guys will be there at 47. Or, if the Suns were to trade up, that might even be there in the early 30s, or if they could get into the back end of the first round tonight. I mean, does Koa Pete make sense for the Suns if they could move? I've seen him mocked anywhere from, a while ago he was getting mocked in the top 20, like 18 or whatever. Now you see him going 25, 28, whatever. So is that somebody that you might be interested in if you could move in there? I think a lot of this is going to be fluid, obviously, with the Suns tonight. But going back to the Brian Gregory point for a second, I hear what you're saying. I loved the move to move up and get Rasheer Fleming last year.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Rasheer Fleming enough. They got to play him now. I loved the pick of Kaman Malwatch, but it was more because I didn't think he'd be there at 10. You got to start playing him now. Let's see these guys.
And Luke, you know what? I just want to jump in here and say, I don't want to derail your point. I just want to say, that's where I think the Phoenix Suns can get better the most.
Their best. That's the biggest room for them to get better.
Yes, that's where I think they can actually be different the most. That and Jalen Green, once again, playing with Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks more.
Yeah.
All three guys playing more. Don't call them the big three, Basin. There's no big three
Please
here.
don't.
It's not that. It's just three dudes. Okay, three dudes that need exposure to each other. And I think more and more and more if they can do that. Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, look, everybody, there's Jalen Green. And how much better can they be or not? Because if remember last year when Jalen Green got healthy and suddenly started playing more, I don't know if you could call the Phoenix Suns a better team. I don't know.
They definitely got worse. I don't know that,
But I thought it was because they were trying
Yeah.
so hard to actually get Jalen Green involved.
Yeah.
And that suddenly was messing with their mind and the natural ebb and flow of a basketball game. So to me, again, it's going to be really, really important that the season starts. Devin's healthy, Dylan's healthy, and look, Jalen Green is healthy as well.
I'm taking the standard Wolf prove-it approach with Brian Gregory specifically. Jordan Ott, I feel like, has proven it. You got to prove it every year. I get that. But, I have no doubt the Suns have the right coach. Again, I liked what Brian Gregory did last year.
Man.
But I gotta see it. And it's a tough spot for him because he has to walk a very fine line and he didn't create this. You know, hey,
Nope.
Brian, okay, you're trying to build this team up in a
Right.
loaded Western Conference. Here's the 47th
You
pick.
don't have any picks.
Yeah, like Oklahoma City has 2 first-round picks, and I get the 47th pick. Like, what am I supposed to do here?
There's something wrong with that.
There is. We thank the Clippers, among other teams. But,
you
but
got to be kidding me. OKC has 2 picks.
yeah, why not? The OKC has 2 picks. What, they have 12 and 17 tonight.
Oh, my
So,
goodness.
and you're going to get some good players at 12 and 17
Oh, my
in this
goodness.
draft. But so Brian Gregory doesn't have a whole lot of room for error, and it's not his fault. He didn't make these trades. He didn't deal everything away for Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant. But this is the job he has, and he's got to walk that tightrope and make this team better. And they got to find a way to make this team better this summer too. Otherwise, you know, you might get passed for 7th in the Western Conference. The new Empire of the Suns podcast has dropped with an NBA draft preview. Find it now on our website, app, or wherever you get your podcasts. And coming up, the Arizona Diamondbacks are right in the middle of the wild card race, but are they going the wrong direction? And is it the offense's fault? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. compliance. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to Merrill Kelly's very important outing yesterday against the Cardinals and look ahead to Eduardo Rodriguez's outing tonight in St. Louis. The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
You know, you said Google 1985.
Yeah.
I did. It brought up E.T. Jarrett just texted me and said E.T. came out before 1985.
Wow.
So now I'm over here spending my entire break doing research on E.T. I'm not even sure I've ever seen E.T. Jarrett's right.
Really?
Jarrett was right.
Google's wrong?
Google says re-released in 1985.
Oh.
So really it's just my reading skills that were wrong.
Okay. I got that.
So there you go. But everything else I said about 1985 was 100% accurate.
Wasn't big on E.T. based on these. Still not big on it.
Jamal, you ever seen E.T.? I don't even know if I have, so I don't think I can really ask you that.
Is that the one like the little alien?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but
the guy that like points to people and then they eat candy. That's all I know about that.
And they eat candy?
I think they eat candy, don't they?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
No, I've heard of it though.
It wasn't big into the E.T. genre.
Doesn't sound like it. Okay.
It really was a genre.
It was a genre?
Oh, yeah.
Did they make like copycat movies like other alien movies?
Spawn Home.
Can you isolate that audio, Jamal? I don't know when we'll need it. Probably randomly in 8 months. We'll just need to play that.
Every day, if we're going to need it.
Or every hour.
July is coming. Hold on to your butts, everybody.
You might need to stretch that out for 4 hours, just really slow Wolf impersonating E.T. Or maybe even right now, because our options are that or talk about the Diamondbacks offense. Wolf, 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position last night.
Brutal. That was brutal.
They are the worst in baseball this month with runners in scoring position. Jamal brought this up before the show. They were one of the best in baseball with runners in scoring position earlier this season. The issue was they just weren't getting enough guys in scoring position earlier this season. But when they had guys on base, they were knocking them in. Not last night, not this month. And it shows because when you're trying to plug other holes right now with all the rotation issues, when you get a quality start from Merrill and your two relievers come in and they don't give up any runs, and so you hold St. Louis to 3 runs, man, you got to win that game right now the way everything else is going.
Yeah, can I just say this, Basinonians, watching a game, I like to put 2 chairs next to me. On the left is the disappointing chair. Okay. On the right is the encouraging chair.
Do they look different?
No.
Okay.
They're the same chair, basically. Okay. I just, on your right hand, of course, which is, of course, your right hand, your favorite hand.
Okay.
It's not disappointing. It's encouraging.
All right.
And on the left, I like to put the disappointing chair. And Ketel Marte came to the plate with 2 runners in scoring position in the 5th inning and dribbled it back to the pitcher. Okay. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. got caught in a rundown on third base and called out. And then Jerry hit a ground ball for a 3rd out to end the inning, so they didn't score a run. That was really, really disappointing to me. Very discouraging, and I put that in the disappointing chair to the left. And, you know, Ketel had a chance to deliver that big hit, and Jerry had a chance to deliver that big hit. Neither could come up with it. Now, baseball is hard, Basinonians. Baseball is hard. Would you say it's hard, Luke?
Yeah, especially right now watching this team.
But if the Diamondbacks are ever going to get into the postseason, guys like Marte and Perdomo really need to deliver when it matters. You need your best players to come through when the nut is tough to cut, as my old coach used to say. Used to love saying, hey boys, the nut is tough to cut. Used to say that. It's hard. It's not easy to do this. I get it. But, man, more times than not, great players have a way of coming through when you need it the most.
Well, along those lines, here's Torey Lovello after the game.
We had some moments to do some things and break this game open offensively. Some balls hard at the right time. Just couldn't get anything to drop. But this game came down to situational hitting, in my opinion. 2-out hitting. They got a base hit with 2 outs. They situationally executed, and that led to 3 runs. We didn't, unfortunately, get the job done in one situation. We built innings, just couldn't really continue to keep the hammer down and make something happen where we scored some runs. So that's the name of the game. I think we're 2 very similar teams, play similar style of baseball. You pitch, pick up the baseball, and have timely hitting, and they outdid us today.
That's going to be the difference for a team like the Diamondbacks, probably the Cardinals too. I mean, that last thing Torey said, I agree. I don't know if this is specifically what he was intending to say, but I agree in the sense that like the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks are 2 teams that don't have a ton of margin for error. It's not.
Yeah.
St. Louis isn't some team. Probably they're on a nice run right now, and they are starting to open up a gap between themselves and some of these other wild card contenders. But they're probably not a team that's going to go out there and finish 20 games above 500 and cruise to a playoff spot and not even have to play their guys the final week and a half of the season. Probably not. They're probably going to be in a grind for most of this season, and that's where the Diamondbacks want to be right now. There are times I look at this and I'm like, the Diamondbacks got to figure this out. Like, you can't keep missing the playoffs for 3 years in a row now.
Yes.
But there are other times I look at it and I'm like, it's kind of remarkable they're still in this, considering what they haven't gotten from Zach Gallen, the injuries they have, the inconsistent hitting they've gotten even from their best players, except Corbin. I would say Corbin's kind of exempt from that, but it's sort of remarkable that they are only a game and a half out of a postseason spot right now.
Yeah, and when you talk about some of their best hitters as well, Perdomo, again, he came up to the plate with 2 outs in the 7th inning with Marte on second. And Marte, how about Ketel Marte? After stealing a base, he was in scoring position, and he chopped it down the third baseline for an out. Again, Basinonians, have I chopped it down, metaphorically speaking, chopped it down the first baseline for an out? Many, many times when I went out to play in a football game, I chopped it down the third baseline, okay? I got killed. That's my point. I didn't do my job either. I know how difficult it is. But Jerry had a chance. He had a chance to actually deliver. And again, the responsibility is there. Heavy is the crown when you're one of these great players. I was not a great player, Basinonians. I was not. The heavy was not the crown because I wasn't wearing it. But when you have great talent, man, much is expected from you to deliver when you have that kind of talent. And that's why, more than anything else, even at the trade deadline, Basinonians, I'm looking at 3 guys specifically for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 3 guys that are already here. Ketel Marte, Jerry, and Corbin. They need those 3 guys to step up more times than not and do their job.
Just look at the other teams in the wild card race. Okay, I'm going to set aside, Milwaukee and Atlanta and the Dodgers. Those teams are either going to win their divisions or at least make the playoffs, almost certainly, right? But the teams in the wild card race with the Diamondbacks, there's a few of them you can look at and you can immediately identify their strength. Like the Phillies have a ton of talent on that team. They just got off to a slow start, but they've been one of the better teams in baseball the last, month and a half. The Cubs were, that lineup when it's hitting is pretty loaded. They were like a World Series favorite before the season. The Padres have maybe the best bullpen in baseball when it's on. The Pirates have Paul Skeens. Like some of these teams like the Marlins, they develop good players, but they'll trade them all at the deadline. So you figure they'll probably drop off. The Nationals, I don't know how they're hitting as well as they are. C.J. Abrams, James Wood, but the rest of the lineup, it's unbelievable that they're hitting the way they are. But when you're going through and you're looking at these teams, most of these teams don't have much margin for error. So when I look at the Padres, are they going to make the postseason? Yeah, if their bullpen comes through.
The Padres.
If I look at the Pirates, are they going to make? Yeah, if Paul Skeens is down. It's the same with the Diamondbacks. If they're going to make the postseason, it's going to be, they're going to have to trade for a guy or two.
Yeah.
But they're not going to trade for some guy that comes in and does more than Corbin Carroll or Ketel Marte or Geraldo Perdomo.
Well said.
Or Merrill Kelly, I guess. I don't know what to say about Zach Gallen. You can still convince me Merrill's fine because if I was looking at this during the game last night. I know his numbers aren't good. He hasn't pitched he got a later start to the season. You could still convince me he'll be fine because most of it is condensed into just a couple starts that he really struggled in. So if he goes on a run right now, it's okay, Merrill put it behind him. I'm not saying he will, but there's at least a path where that's not unreasonable to think that. With Zach, I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. But Merrill, if you go his last, honestly, man, you could go Merrill Kelly's last 9 starts. His earned runs are 3. Okay, 6 is bad. 2, 7's bad, but then 2, 2, 3, 1, 1. So what is that? 7 of his last 9 starts have been really, really actually pretty good.
Yeah,
Merrill Kelly. So I'm not as worried about him.
Agreed.
But there's a lot of pressure on him now.
I know
because they're running out of pitchers. When we come back, we're going to take through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Does that make you feel good, brothers? It should make you feel good. It certainly made me feel good when All Pro Shade Concepts came over to the compound. They're voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And you can go to Google, man. You check this out. All their 5-star reviews on Google, well over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. Now, listen, these shades are commercial grade, man. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery gas crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, Goettl. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces:
wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of their 4-game series last night, but they are back at it tonight in the Lou. It will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the D-backs and right-hander Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And some big moves were made in the NBA last night, starting with Julius Randle moving on from the Minnesota Timberwolves. He was traded to the Brooklyn Nets. And, of course, the blockbuster trade of the night, Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded to the Miami Heat. All of that ahead of the NBA draft, which begins tonight. The first round of the NBA draft begins at 5 o'clock, and the Washington Wizards are on the clock. The Phoenix Suns are currently do not have a first-round pick, but that could change. And to keep up with all of the latest Suns and NBA draft news, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And you can listen to NBA draft coverage on ESPN 620 starting at 5 o'clock tonight. And according to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this year, which means the only way for quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL would be through the 2027 NFL draft. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text seats to 620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, July 4th D-backs home game versus Milwaukee, plus food and beverage credit. That's seats 620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Jamal is here. Jamal.
Good afternoon, fellas. The NBA draft, it's draft day, boys. It has arrived, and the first round of the NBA draft is tonight. The Phoenix Suns do not currently have a first-round pick and hold the 47th overall pick, which would be made tomorrow if they were to stand pat at their pick, which takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which asks, as I get it up right now, what will the Suns do with the number 47 overall pick in the NBA draft? The 3 options are stay put, trade up a few spots, or trade into the first round.
I think they're going to try and trade into the first round. I do believe those reports. I think they're at least going to trade up towards the top of the second round. So my answer is not stay put. You know what? I think they're going to trade into the first round. I think they're going to find a way to do that tonight. Yeah. Give me that.
You know what I'm going to say?
Let's get crazy.
I think they're going to trade up. I think they're going to trade up from 47. I just don't think they're going to get into the first round.
Okay, so you have a few spots.
I think they're going to try to pull off the Rasheer Fleming part 2.
Well, I'm optimistic, so I'm going to say, Luke, I'm with you. Trade into the first round.
I'm just really basically trying to conjure it into existence. I don't have any reason to believe it. Okay.
Yeah, to make tonight a little bit more fun. Very even voting. So leading the way with 36% of the vote is trade into the first round.
Okay.
Second place with 35% of the vote is trade up just a few spots. and with 30% of the vote is stay put. So very, very evenly split among
Some
the
of that's
audience.
out of their control, too, obviously.
Very true.
I mean, if nobody wants to make a trade, they can only do so much.
And Jamal, Arizona time. When does the draft begin?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Bay Center. Write that down. 5 p.m.
You want me to Google it?
Nobody.
Okay.
Nobody
Google
writes
5
down
o'clock.
stuff
All right, I'm
anymore.
going to Google 5 o'clock. All
Except the Warrior Queen. She has a calendar and writes in the calendar. Interesting.
She sounds organized.
She is. Are you kidding me? The logistics of the day drive me crazy. But the Warrior Queen is all over it.
Probably should have seen this coming, but I Googled 5 o'clock and it brought up T-Pain. So there you go.
That is perfect. Wouldn't have wanted it any other way. All right, well, to bring down the mood, the Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals last night in their series opener. What is the first step for the D-backs need to take in order to consistently start winning baseball games again?
Hit the ball.
Yeah. That's it, really. I'll go a little bit, I guess, different, but it sounds cliched. It's what you said earlier in the show, Wolf. It's what other people have been saying, but it's the reality. Your best players need to lead the way, and especially on this team. This is not... It's not the Dodgers where it's like, hey, your best player's got to lead the way, but, Mookie Betts is really struggling this month. Okay, well, you've got Shohei, and you've got Freeman, you've got Pages, you've got... With the Diamondbacks, the way they are built, and there's nothing wrong with this, but the way they are built, you've got Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and I would say Jerry. And if you're going by all-star voting, none of those guys are as good as Nolan Arenado, apparently, but whatever. Your best players have to lead the way when you are a team that is good but has no margin for error. And the problem is if you continue that thought with the Diamondbacks, it's not just Corbin and Ketel and Jerry, it's Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. And I guess this season it's more Erod, not Zach Gallen, but somebody's going to have to lead the way pitching because your better pitchers are hurt right now.
Yes. Everything Luke just said, that is my answer as well. And I also would like to remind everybody, the Diamondbacks were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring
Why would you
position.
remind us?
Ouch.
0 for 8. Brah.
Jeremy just walked by with a Bam Adebayo jersey.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's out there right there. Walking around with his Bam jersey.
That is the perfect segue.
Oh, look at that.
Perfect segue.
Okay.
Because, boys, there was a blockbuster trade in the NBA last night.
I see.
Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded to the Miami Heat, Bam Adebayo's teammate, in a blockbuster trade. Does Giannis make the Miami Heat a true contender to win a championship next season?
Wouldn't you love to be their play-by-play guy going Adebayo to Antetokounmpo, back to Adebayo, over to Antetokounmpo?
Well, that was pretty good.
Yeah, well,
anytime you have Giannis, I think you have an opportunity of doing something special. That's how much I think of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I think you are a contender in the sense that you could come out of the East. Now, I'm assuming the Heat are still going to address some massive holes on their roster because they did give up. Like, they have to fill out a roster now. But they have pieces in place. I mean, this is starting to feel like a stars and scrubs sort of build, right? Where you have like 2 or 3 stars you're building around. I think they could come out of the East. I don't think they're beating San Antonio or Oklahoma City.
I don't think there's any way Pat Riley orchestrates this deal and makes this deal if he doesn't think there's a path to actually becoming a team that could win the Eastern Conference.
Well, we saw this firsthand here. When you make a trade like this, you better come out of the East because somewhere down the line you have mortgaged your future.
Yes.
According to reports, the NFL will not be holding a supplemental draft this year, which means quarterback Brendan Sorsby will not be able to enter the NFL until the 2027 NFL draft. Was this the right decision by the NFL?
Yeah, I think it was. I'm not of the belief of like, hey, this dude messed up when he was 19 years old, so his whole career should be gone. I don't think they should lock him out of the NFL forever. But I do think there needs to be some level of repercussion for doing what he did. To me, that repercussion needs to be in college. I thought it was ridiculous he was going to be able to start for Texas Tech. I don't feel that strongly that he shouldn't be allowed into the NFL right now, but I get it from the NFL's perspective, and that's why if you ask if it's the right move, yeah, if I have an industry that generates $10+ billion every year in profit, I'm not putting the integrity of all that at risk for some rookie.
As a former NFL player, Basin Orleans, I am proud of the National Football League and what Roger Goodell did. They made a statement saying this is not going to be tolerated. In no way, shape, or form are we going to tolerate this kind of behavior. Even if you are getting better, even if you are in treatment, even if you have admitted it, we don't care. Because we know the integrity of our sport. It matters. And we will not alter that in any way, shape, or form. By eliminating this supplemental draft, Roger Goodell and the National Football League has made a statement. This will not be tolerated, ever. Well done, NFL.
And one more quick one for you guys. The NBA draft, like we mentioned before, is tonight. And this is supposed to be one of the greatest draft classes of all time. So with the Washington Wizards on the clock, who should be and who will be the number one overall pick tonight?
Yeah, it's got to be DeBonsa. And I don't even think the Wizards can screw this up. So I think it's got to be DeBonsa.
No, it's going to be DeBonsa as well.
Gets real interesting.
Rick is going to get all jacked up.
For me, yeah. We should all, as a show, enjoy liking AJ DeBonsa now, because when he gets back, he's going to ruin it for all of us.
Yeah, I didn't mind Pete Alonso before this year.
I had no feelings on Pete Alonso. I actively root against him when he's at the plate.
100%. Him, Gunnar Henderson, Adley Rutschman, and whoever else plays for the Orioles.
Even though my favorite player of the draft is Cameron Boozer. That's my dog.
You think he goes to
my dog.
Utah or Memphis?
I'm going to say Utah.
Yeah, I could see them doing it just because of the Boozer tie-ins there, but we'll see. This is we're all going to have a front row seat, Wolf.
Yes, we are.
4 hours and 47 minutes. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Jamal. Coming up next, we witnessed a blockbuster trade in the NBA last night. Could we potentially see another superstar on the move soon? We'll explain who and why next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of 3-2.
We react to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, or you know what, if you're feeling energetic, why don't you just jump in your vehicle and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or you could always go to santanford.com. Tell them Wolf sent you, Basinonians. I will tell you this right now, employee pricing is still going on, man. It's employee pricing and more at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. You're like, well, if I have more of what? Well, affordability. How about that? Lease plans, APR as well. Value, more value for you, more fun for you because of all this, and a lot more selection as well. That's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. How am I going to buy gold? It's Ron Paul. Nowadays, a lot of things are out of your control, but there is something you can do right now to diversify your retirement, and it doesn't cost you anything out of pocket. My friends at Birch Gold Group will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, a time-tested hedge against inflation. Plus, in honor of America 250, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 2nd. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898 to get a free info kit from Birch Gold and claim eligibility for this limited time offer. Again, text the word SECURE to 989898 today.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. Harold, the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years, and your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance so you can pay off your home in a fraction of the time with no lifestyle changes.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and pay.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first night of the NBA draft has arrived. What are the latest rumblings around the NBA? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, the NBA draft starts in just under 5 hours. And then, as it stands right now, are you okay over there?
Bless you, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Wow. Could you hear that, or you could just see it, Jamal?
No, I just saw his entire body almost fly over the desk.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I
3 times, basically. And I love holding it in when you sneeze. Don't let it go. Hold it in. Do your job and hold it in. What, are you going to spray your junk all over the place? Hold it in.
Is this like a wedge busting thing? Like you sneeze, you hold it in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it feels so good. It explodes inside your head.
Did you ever sneeze while busting a wedge, Wolf?
No, of course not. No. But I will tell you, stuff did fly out my nose from time to time.
There's an answer. You don't usually get to a question, Jamal.
But it was a situation, too. It was, and I mean this seriously. If you had any type of nasal issue, breaking a wedge is a good way not to even care that you have the nasal issue.
I would imagine breaking a wedge is a good way to not care about a lot of things.
It's unbelievable. You just got to put everything you love, put it behind you, and just say, you know what, this is what I do. I'm going to run down the field as fast as I can and just light you up, bro.
Played a lot of football in Chicago?
Yeah.
Here's Shams yesterday after the trade that he said was going to happen before the draft, and the draft's tonight, and it did happen before. Happened last night. I'm not going to sit here and read off the 17,000 things that went to Milwaukee for Giannis and Bobby Portis Jr., but here's Shams afterwards talking about what Milwaukee got out of this.
You think about the haul that the Bucks got after negotiating with Boston and Miami in the last few weeks. You get Tyler Hero, that's a homecoming for him. Khalil Ware, a young center. Jaime Jaquez, a good two-way wing. You get Kasparas Yakashonis, who's just 20 years old, an up-and-coming guard. And then they get a significant return of draft capital. 3 first-round picks unprotected, including the 13th pick in the draft on Tuesday night. You get 1 pick swap far out in 2030, and then a 2033 second-round pick. So the Bucks now turn the page on the Giannis era after 13 years. Taylor Jenkins signed a 6-year contract to be the Bucs head coach. They are now going to take time to reassess this team. This is a step back for the organization, but one that they do with flexibility, with picks, with young players, controllable contracts, rookie scale deals as well.
Yeah, there's all that, and throw in a bag of chips. For me, once again, I'll trade everybody else before I move the one guy that is the model player for my organization. That is what I can't get over. I can't believe Giannis is a Miami Heat player now. I can't believe he has truly been traded. Even though we knew this was coming, Basin Earnings. We knew this. We knew this for months, as a matter of fact. Until you actually see it, the reality that Giannis Antetokounmpo, a guy that I have so much regard and respect for, a guy that is so talented, a guy that is a one. He's a unicorn as far as I'm concerned. And yet, he's gone. No longer a Milwaukee Buck.
Now, when you have a trade this big happen, obviously, there's fallout all over the league. I mean, that shakes up the entire Eastern Conference. Milwaukee's an afterthought for the time being. I understand they got a bunch of pieces back. I tend to agree with you, big picture, philosophically on this. Like, those players they got back. Like, I like Jaime Jaquez. I like some of those. I like Tyler Hero when he stays on the court. But those feel like guys, not that they're just replacement level players, but those are the sort of guys maybe you can acquire over time. It's tough to acquire a Giannis. So there's that. Miami should be a contender in the Eastern Conference. Now, I'd still pick the Knicks over them, but they should be right there, assuming, everybody stays healthy. But then there's other fallout because Shams also, and I'm a little surprised this got out as quickly as it did, but reported Boston tried to get Giannis, which is not a shock. Everybody kind of knew that they were a team in the running. But he flat out said they were trying to trade Jaylen Brown and a couple unprotected first-round picks for Giannis. So if you're Jaylen Brown, you and everybody else knows your team just tried to trade you. So now I'm seeing stories, all these different teams, the Pacers, a bunch of different teams. Hey, you should be going after Jaylen Brown right now because he may very well want out of Boston.
But see, this is how it works. This is what teams do. Do you think the Boston Celtics were aware that Giannis was he was going to be the biggest name that could possibly be moved this offseason?
Yes.
Yes. Is Giannis on a team now? Has he been moved? Yes. So who's next? Who might we want to go ahead and try to wave around and see what we might get? And by the way, teams from time to time, I don't know anything about the personal relationship between Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics. I have no idea. And I'm talking about Jaylen Brown with the management of the Boston Celtics. I have no idea how he feels personally about them. Yet at the same time, I will say that many times a team will do this if they're trying to jerk the chain, metaphorically speaking, and get the attention of a player as well. I'm just saying, I don't know what the relationship is, but sometimes they'll not only wave him around to trade him, but they'll also wave him around just so he understands who still is in charge.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic, though, because they didn't have Tatum most of this year, and he played Jaylen Brown like an MVP candidate for a good chunk of this season. And he's already been upset about other things. He was upset about the Olympics. I would assume he's not real happy about this. That's also a significant trade.
That's what makes me think there might be something there.
I mean, we talked about this earlier. It's the NBA. Jaylen Brown could easily get traded. Anthony Edwards, we had a cut from Brian Windhorst earlier saying, if you're looking for another star player that might be on the move, and he wasn't saying like today, but like this might be the next guy, Anthony Edwards, looking around in Minnesota saying, hey, what exactly are we doing here? Like, yeah, we keep getting to the conference finals, or, this year they got to the second round, but it's mostly because of Anthony Edwards. It's not like he's got this like all-star team around him. That trade, though, that was reported, at least the offer that was reported, 2 unprotected firsts and Jaylen Brown for Giannis, like that's not nothing, which I guess underscores what Milwaukee got from Miami for Giannis. And they clearly are trying to go down the Oklahoma City path now because they got Jaquez and Hero and some of these other good, a lot of people like Ware a lot. But it's also, how many picks did they get? Like they got loaded up on draft picks, which is what Oklahoma City did a few years ago to get to the point where they are now.
You know, it's amazing when you see an organization like this and making big moves. When you're talking about Atenda-Kumbo and you're talking about Jaylen Brown, you're talking about legitimate superstars in the league. And, you know, obviously, as an organization, you don't want a lot of this information being put out there. You don't. If you're not sure you're actually going to move a guy. Now, the Giannis situation was really, really different because I think we all expected this to happen. And I think Milwaukee knew we all expected this to happen. And yet at the same time, I think Jaylen Brown, I don't know. Did you expect the Boston Celtics to trade Jaylen Brown? Did you expect him to be moved this offseason?
No, but it's not
because
the first
I
time.
didn't.
It's not the first time we've heard it. But I didn't expect it.
I know it's not the first time that we heard it, but I did not expect him to be moved this offseason. I'm just wondering if they're putting their toe into the water.
Well, tonight's a pressure point. I mean, if you're really
exactly
if you're
right
going to do something. If it were me, if I were the Celtics, I understand. I understand setting aside, hey, this news may get out, or we want it to get out, or we're trying to send a message. If you set all that aside, would I trade Jaylen Brown for Giannis if I'm the Celtics? Yeah, okay, I would. It's Giannis. I wouldn't want it to get out, though, because I'm not sure there's anything else I'd trade Jaylen Brown for right now if I'm the Celtics.
Yeah.
You know, if you're telling me I can have Giannis and I can put him with I would assume, a healthy Jason Tatum next year, and they've got a good, yeah, okay, I'll do that. But I don't want to trade Jaylen Brown just for a pick or, you know, a few picks necessarily. So I don't know that I would have wanted that to get out, but maybe they did. All right, when we come back, who should take Brendan Sorsby in the upcoming supplemental draft? Well, maybe nobody, because there isn't going to be a supplemental draft. Or is there, Wolf? Because now attorneys are getting involved. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would agree that dynasties are more memorable, but I don't think it's better. I personally love the fact that there have been 8 champions in this league the last 8 years. I think that's great because it does speak to this idea of, as a long-suffering Phoenix Suns fan who wants to know my team has a chance, it irks me that someone's going to call that a participation trophy.
That's stupid.
Even if I were a Lakers fan and I said, the bubble, if the Suns had won a championship in the bubble, I would have had the tattoo and the T-shirts and all that stuff. So I'll give you that it's more memorable. I don't think it's better.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of their 4-game series last night, but they're back at it tonight in the Lou. It will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the D-backs and right-hander Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And some big moves were made in the NBA last night, starting with Julius Randle being traded from the Minnesota Timberwolves to the Brooklyn Nets. And of course, the blockbuster trade of the night, and the one that we've all been waiting for, the Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded to the Miami Heat. All of this ahead of the NBA draft, which begins tonight. The first round of the NBA draft will take place today, and the Washington Wizards are on the clock. The Phoenix Suns currently do not have a first-round pick, but that could change. And to keep up with all of the latest Suns and NBA draft news, head over to ArizonaSports.com. You can also listen to NBA draft coverage tonight over on ESPN 620 starting at 5 o'clock. And according to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this year, which means the only way for quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL would be in the 2027 NFL draft. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Please, sir, may I have some more hits with runners in scoring position?
No, you bloody can't. This is the Diamondbacks we're talking about.
Oh, well, Bickley and Murata will talk about whether the D-backs came through for me tomorrow at 6 a.m. Cheerio.
All right. Feels like we're doing a listeners only meeting right now, but we're not. But it feels like we are.
Here we go.
We should do one of those this week. I don't know what topic.
What's that?
Listeners
only meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, you give us a call.
Who can go hit for the D-backs?
Just go ahead. Just give us a call.
Oh, you mean actual listeners? Like, you don't want them to make suggestions. It's just like, which one of you could go
Yeah.
hit? Okay.
No, yeah. We're taking applications here on the Wolf.
We ought to have like just a hotline that people could just call. You know, just a hotline. Just give us a call. If we're not busy, we'll answer it.
No, you know what we should do is we should have something they can call and like leave a quick message, and then we could just play the good ones.
Oh, like play them on the air?
Yeah, like,
that would be good.
Keep it under a minute or less or something, and we could just play it at the end of the week and react to them.
Yeah.
Do we have any other ideas we can't actually personally implement, but we can make other people do?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's a good
where's
one.
Rick?
In Los Angeles somewhere.
Is he on vacation? Yeah,
He is on vacation.
I actually called him his first day, I think.
Yeah, because you
Called him
locked
on
yourself
vacation.
out of the building.
Called him. That was great.
Hopefully he put on SPF out there in LA.
Oh, jeez. If Rick
What are
didn't
you
put on
saying?
SBF, we'll be able to see him from here in LA.
Yeah.
You know, I'm starting. I know the peel stage is coming, Base 30s. I had a wicked sunburn on Friday, of course, walking around up in Flagstaff. Got burnt. Now all of a sudden I can feel it. I want to just scratch the forehead.
Don't do it.
So
If you can hold a sneeze in, you can prevent yourself
that's
from
right.
doing that.
Okay, here we go. What are we talking about? This beautiful part of the program.
Well, we're going to talk about Jamal just had it in his update, but I'll kind of recap it.
Jamal!
The NFL said, hey, Brendan Sorsby, I understand you want to come into the league, supplemental draft. We're not going to have that supplemental draft this summer, so you can just go ahead and wait over there until the 2027 draft, at least. And as you heard Jamal say, and Pete Thamel had this earlier, a letter is being sent to Sorsby and to all 32 NFL teams to inform them of the league's decision. I just love the wording of that. Like, I'm pretty sure everybody knows. You probably don't have to like hand write a letter with a quill pen or something. I think if you and I know, Wolf, I'm guessing all 32 teams and Brendan Sorsby know. And
yeah, but remember, the NFL officially makes a phone call when you are eliminated as well.
Sure.
When you're eliminated from the postseason, they officially call you, the NFL, to tell you.
Or you and K-Ray
I
call.
love that.
Who'd you call, the Broncos one year?
Oh, no, we called the Atlanta Falcons when Dan Reeves was the head coach there.
And he answered.
He answered. We're looking at a media guide. There's a number right there, not for Dan Reeves, for the Atlanta Falcons. So we called the number.
This was on the air?
On the air, live.
Maybe everybody over there took phone duty every couple days.
It's Dan Reeves who picks up the phone. And K-Ray tells him, you've been officially eliminated from the postseason.
Wait, that's a thing?
No, they do it.
I did not know
actually,
that.
they have to have. They officially call you to tell you you've been eliminated.
Ouch.
Wow.
Should we call the Jets right now?
No.
I'll call the Cowboys.
That'd be even worse. Maybe Jerry.
K-Ray! That was awesome. He pulled it off, man. I was underneath the counter. You've got these tables as you broadcast from Base 30. I was on the other side of it. It was literally hiding underneath it because I did not want to hear Dan Reeves. Okay.
More from Pete Thamel, though, and this is within the last, hour and a half. Brendan Sorsby's attorney, Jeffrey Kessler, tells ESPN of the NFL's decision to not hold a supplemental draft, quote, "It's a violation of the CBA and the law. We will pursue this immediately with the NFLPA," unquote.
Okay, there it is.
So,
of course.
Now Sorsby and his attorney are going to try to force his way into the NBA.
Okay, that's going to be
or
really...
the NFL, not the NBA. Maybe the NBA next, who knows?
This shall not stand. This shall not. This is going to be really interesting to see what is going to happen. Why he would do that. Why? This sounds like an agent to me. Not Sorsby, because Brendan Sorsby has to understand what he did is what he did. And he was dead wrong in what he did.
Yeah.
He's got to take responsibility for that. Now, all of a sudden, he's going to put himself in a adversarial role against the National Football League. I don't see this ending well for him at all.
The first comment back to this post by Pete Thamel, it's just a random person. Anytime Brendan Sorsby doesn't get his way, and it's a gif of Zach Galifianakis saying on the phone, "I'd like to sue someone, please." I mean, that's basically what his reputation has become, and it's a constantly evolving story. Like I said earlier, I don't think his career should be over because he made a mistake when he was 19 or whatever.
He might make it, but if he's going to fight this,
that's
it could be over.
The NFL doesn't have to let you play in their league. They don't have to. They're their own business. Like, I get that you want to right now, But the point you just made is spot on, Wolf. Like, no, I'm gonna you have to let me be okay. You know what? They don't even have to let you be drafted next April. So do you really want to put your whole career at risk? Like, who are you listening to?
Oh,
Just
my goodness.
Attorneys and agents that want to make money off you, or is this really your call?
This does not bode well for Sorsby at all. And this is not the path back to becoming an NFL player, as far as I'm concerned.
And now you're also, I have to think, at some point limiting the number of teams that even would be interested in you, because you were a good quarterback last year at Cincinnati.
Yep.
But you're not playing this year. It's your own fault that you're not playing this year. And you are quickly building this reputation of, if I don't get my way, I'm going to kick and scream like
That's
a child.
right. Exactly right. And guess what? NFL teams don't take kindly to that for the most part. And they also understand what is at stake on this, Luke.
Exactly. And again, you are not some established player. Not that makes it right. But I'll use Josh Allen as the example because we know he would never.
Yes.
Whatever. Right. You can use Allen. You can use Mahomes. You can use any number of these players. But it's not like some NFL team is already invested in you. Most NFL teams either have a quarterback they like or don't, and they'll be picking in probably the top 10 in the first round next year, and they'll just go draft whoever, Dante Moore, Arch Manning, whatever. You know, like if I'm Brendan Sorsby, I want to prove I'm not a headache.
Yes.
And instead, every time we talk about him, something else happens.
Yes, you are a headache right now. And to me, I see this being a situation where NFL teams will rally around each other and say, this is never going to stand in the National Football League. And because of that, we're never going to draft Brendan Sorsby. I think that's a real possibility.
It's not a door I'd like to open if I was him. You know, why even put yourself in that
position? And they don't
position?
have to make that as an announcement.
No, they don't. And they don't even have to, like, intentionally, you know, however you want to say it, make that a point. They could just say, this dude's unproven. I don't even know if he's good anyway.
Exactly.
USA wraps up group play Thursday, and Arizona Sports is hosting a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Kickoffs at 7. Plus, enter to win a Team USA jersey, courtesy of Just Sports. Text CUP to 620-620 for more information and to reserve your table. It's powered by Michelob Ultra. When we come back, can Erod follow up Merrill Kelly's quality start with maybe an even better one of his own? How much pressure is on the D-back starter tonight, given everything that's going on? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The United States could definitely eventually win a World Cup. Can this team win this World Cup? The United States would have to play 4 straight games, all of which being their best game to date. In soccer, as a team that's an underdog in all 4 of those games, it would be very, very near impossible to do. The thing with soccer is eventually the cream rises to the crop. Like top. Cream rises to the
cream
top.
of the crop.
You are the cream of the crop. And the cream does rise to the top.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof. MJ said it himself.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Oh, my goodness, their East Valley location. That's right. They have a location in Mesa right now. They're continuing to build and serve, giving them full coverage of the basin and the entire state. They have one in Mesa. They have one in Phoenix as well. And also, Moving Team 6, they are hiring right now. What an amazing opportunity for college students this summer. You can earn great wage, stay active, build relationships, brotherhood, and make an impact. Very, very competitive pay and bonuses for you. A signing bonus as well of $500 right now if you join Moving Team 6. No one wants to move in the summer, but it is inevitable. New job, new home, changing schools. Let the trusted professionals take the burden and stress away so you can focus on what matters. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy. Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Enter Michelob Ultra's soccer shootout at participating bars for your chance at FIFA World Cup 26 tickets. Your neighborhood, your chance to witness history. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Contest ends on May 31st, 2026. Official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to Merrill Kelly's very important outing yesterday against the Cardinals and look ahead to Eduardo Rodriguez's outing tonight in St. Louis. The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Tuesday. Yeah, I now want Brendan Sorsby on the Cardinals much less than not like I really wanted it before anyway, but what happens if you draft this guy, I guess, in a year now, and he doesn't start? Does he just sue your coach? Is that?
He's kicking and screaming. Man, you've got to acknowledge what it is that you have done. Take responsibility for what you have done and live with it and try to do everything you can to get it right. Not kicking and screaming against the system that is what it is, and for good reason, I might add.
So it sort of seems like, just to recap real quickly, the NFL was like, hey, you know what? And I'm interpreting here, but you're kind of a risk to us right now, and you're certainly not a face of this league. You're not even in this league, so we're not going to have a supplemental draft. And, you show us over the next however many months that, you're kind of working through your stuff, and then next April, let's, you'll be in the draft. And,
that's right.
And his response was, I'll sue you, just like I sue everybody else.
That's right.
Cool.
How dare you?
Awesome. Okay.
Now, the NFLPA, the only other thing I want to say about this, Space and Orleans, please, NFLPA, do not side with Sorsby on this. Okay? Now, if you want to get clarity in regard to what kind of suspension are we talking about here, if you want to get something on the record from the NFL, something on the record of how is this going to impact this man in his future, some some type of information on that. I'm all for it, NFLPA. I am, because I'm for the player. But I hope the NFLPA does not come and support Brendan Sorsby and try to sue the NFL over this as well.
I don't know why they would get that involved.
Can't.
He's not even an NFL player.
I know that, but can you imagine? I'm for the player. I want to see the player do well, but can you imagine what this would be and how that would look? Well, the NFL cares about gambling, but the NFLPA doesn't.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Like, hey, maybe you get involved to say, okay, this dude needs to know what his future is.
Yes.
Like, will he get drafted? Is he eligible to be drafted next April? Okay, that's fine. But like,
is it 2 years? Is it 1 year? What are we talking about?
None of these teams have to draft him. You can't sue your way onto an NFL roster. And I'll tell you what, if you can, I wish I would have thought of this a while ago. Like if you don't actually have to like follow the rules or necessarily be good, I just want to play. So you have to let me.
Francis Maminoa. How dare you drop me down?
Yeah.
I'm suing you.
Ruben Bain Jr. looked like he wanted to sue somebody when he got picked because he thought he was going to be a top 10 pick. But you know what? You can just go out there and prove it.
That was good.
All right. For the Diamondbacks tonight, Wolf, I don't want to over dramatize this, but I also think that there's a lot riding on this game tonight. You're in this series with the Cardinals, who lead the wild card race in the National League. Right now, the Diamondbacks are 8th in that wild card race, but they're a game and a half back of 3rd, and you just have to get in the top 3. They're 4 back of St. Louis. So if you could win the next 3 games of this series, okay, you close things up. But they're beat up. They just lost last night. Their offense is struggling. You've lost 2 of your 5 starters. Zach Gallen looks lost, so you're down to Merrill and Erod. Merrill's kind of still trying to work his way back. Erod is not just your best pitcher. He's kind of like your only pitcher, some might say right now. He's one of the best in the National League and baseball this year. They got to win this game tonight with him on the mound.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about that. I'm just thinking about how big a game this seems. And I know it's crazy to say this. What game is this? Game number 78 is 79.
Yeah.
Game number 79 for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Wolf, there's 162 games. It just kind of feels like this.
Yeah.
Here you are, you're sitting, the halfway point, this 4-game series, you're going to be at the halfway point. Game 4 is going to be game 81 for the Arizona Diamondbacks after this series. And it just, you're chasing the St. Louis Cardinals right now. You're chasing them. They have the top spot in the wild card, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now it just seems like this 4-game series, not a 3-game series, this 4-game series. Man, it feels bigger than typically a 4-game series would be when you're talking about game 77 to 81.
Well, yeah, I get that it's only game 79 out of 162. You can always come back with, there's 162 games. Okay, there's 112 before the trade deadline. So it feels a little more significant when you're talking about game 79 out of 112. That's a major pressure point on the season. That's a turning point on the season. And you don't typically evaluate if you're going to buy or sell 3 hours before the trade deadline. So, we're under 6 weeks away from the trade deadline. And if you're just going back and forth and playing 500 baseball, then you can kind of extend this for a while and you're going to push it right up to the deadline or close to it. But if you lose this series to the Cardinals and you're stumbling into your next series and, the Rays are not a bad team and you again, it's not just the record right now. It's what's going on around you with the injuries and internally and guys not coming back when they were originally supposed to. And it's just, they can turn this around. I'm not trying to say like, the Diamondbacks are done. I don't believe they're done, but you're probably going to have a bullpen day tomorrow in one of these games. And then on Thursday, it's Zach Gallen. So I want to win the game with Erod, pitching against their pitcher who has a 4.53 ERA. Like, you have a distinct pitching advantage tonight, and you're not going to for the rest of this series.
Yes. No, that is a great observation by you. Once again, Erod, of everything Erod has done right now for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and being the ace of this staff right now, and that's what he is, he's taking the ball. He's taking the ball tonight in a game that is absolutely big, huge. This is the biggest start I think Erod and the Diamondbacks have had this season. Once again, reading into the most recent series that they're playing and why it's important that this team starts getting it right once again. This is going to be huge to see how he performs tonight. This is going to be one of the biggest starts that Erod has made this season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's going to be interesting to see what happens because the Diamondbacks have a tough go of it over the next 22 games. Yeah. We've been talking about this a lot. Would you say the next 22 games going into July, well into July, Basinonians, knowing that the trade deadline is coming up August 3rd? Is it August 3rd? Yep. Yes. How about that? Ron Wolfley reporting. Wow. August 3rd, it is coming up.
My sources.
22 games. 19 of their next 22 games are against teams that are currently above 500. 19 of their next 22.
You got 3 against the Giants thrown in there in about a week. So you better take advantage of those, too.
So you better. But once again, this could be a very meaningful 22 games on the Diamondbacks' schedule because maybe it will determine what they're going to do at the deadline.
It will. I mean, that's why so much is riding on this. And you could see if the Diamondbacks can't win tonight, how this could turn into a real bad slide because you've lost 3 in a row. If you don't win tonight, tomorrow you go unknown pitcher. Thursday you go Zach Gallen. Both these games are in St. Louis. Then Friday, currently, it's unknown pitcher. I mean, maybe it'd be Cabrera. I don't know, but it's currently, and that's in Tampa. Tampa's not an easy team. Then you get into that San Francisco series next week, and right now you have unknown pitcher, Zach Gallen, and unknown pitcher. So those are, and then you get Milwaukee, San Diego, and the Dodgers before the trade deadline. The flip side is that they're 11-2 in their last 13 games with Erod. So this is a game that not only should they win, but they, at least, based on the last couple months, they will win.
Yes.
All right, when we come back, what do the Phoenix Suns need to get done in the NBA draft, which starts in 4 hours? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, which is really not a whole lot to work with, and typically it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that for you because with Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make the investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They got that network. You may as well tap into it because then they'll come to you with offers and you can just review them all and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table with maybe some other offers you didn't even know about. This way you see every offer side by side and you know you're getting top dollar because you have all the information to work with. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process before you accept any offer. See them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Hot flags are flying and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found Tax Relief Advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of their 4-game series last night, but they are back at it tonight in the Lou. It will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the D-backs, and it will be right-hander Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Some big moves were made in the NBA last night. Julius Randle was traded from the Minnesota Timberwolves to the Brooklyn Nets. And there was one more. Oh, that's right. Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded. He was traded to the Miami Heat. All of this ahead of the NBA draft, which begins tonight. The first round of the NBA draft starts at 5 o'clock tonight, and the Washington Wizards are on the clock. The Phoenix Suns currently do not have a first-round pick, but that could change. And to keep up with all of the latest Suns and NBA draft news, head over to ArizonaSports.com. And if you wanted to listen to the NBA draft, that will be over on ESPN 620 starting at 5 o'clock. And according to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this year, which means the only way for quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL would be in the 2027 NFL draft. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Suns move into the first round of the NBA draft? We'll have it covered for you. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. As we get closer to the draft, which is now 4 hours away, it's easy. It's been easy to fall into this trap of like, okay, well, the Suns don't have a pick, in the first round, and they don't pick to the 47th pick in the second round anyway. So like this draft doesn't really impact them. I think it does. Said this earlier to you, Wolf, and the more we kind of look at the landscape of the league, the more I believe this. If nothing else, we learn more about Brian Gregory tonight and tomorrow. And this is the portion of the offseason now that is sort of the unknown. Are the Suns really just going to run the exact same team back next year? I find that hard to believe, but whatever they do, it's going to tell us something about the direction of this organization where, I know everybody hated the Kevin Durant trade, and I get it. But Matt Ishbia came in here, he's like, how do we win right now? And that's been his mentality. And then he's like, okay, I got to pull back a little bit. I got to be more patient because that's not working. And he's right. And he adjusted. But are we going into this era where the Suns are looking around saying, hey, everybody was pretty happy with 45 wins. Let's just do that for the next 5 years and not really get any better, but just win 45 games. or are they still trying to hit pedal to the metal here and move forward? They're limited in what they can do, but a night like tonight, a night like tomorrow is an opportunity to do something.
There's no doubt about it. This is going to be very, very cool to watch what Brian Gregory and the Suns do, only because of what they did, again, last year. I love the fact that they made a statement, especially on Rasheer Fleming. They made a statement when they targeted him and moved up to pick him in the first pick of the second round. Man, that said so much to me because they said, this is the guy. We love this kid. We want to give him every opportunity to come here and actually play for us and develop into the player we think he's going to be. But we're willing to give up whatever it is, capital, that we need to do to move up and get him. And to me, that was a statement that they targeted Rasheer Fleming. And he looks like he's going to be all that in a bag of chips, man, moving forward. I think Rasheer Fleming is going to develop into a very, very good NBA player. How good? Nobody knows. But I guarantee you this much. The limitations on him, it's not going to be because he has a lack of athleticism. That much I will tell you. He's got all of that. And this is why I wonder if they're looking for another guy like him. Another guy that is long and whippy and physical and tough and plays hard on the defensive end of the floor and is hyper athletic. I'm wondering if they're looking for another guy like Rasheer Fleming. And to me, there is a guy, Trayvon Brazile, as a matter of fact, the power forward out of Arkansas. That is a guy that I think is in the mold of a Rasheer Fleming, although he's bigger.
He's been mocked in that range a lot if the Suns just stay at 47.
I know.
He's certainly in the range of, we're talking today like, okay, what could they do to move into the first round? That's not a given that that's going to happen. I do believe the reports that they want to, but it's certainly a lot easier if, and I'm just using Brazile because you just brought him up, if that's somebody that, hey, he's still here at 37 and we're picking 47 and we're obviously talking tomorrow, yeah, you can move up. You can do that because then you're starting to get to the point where it's just like personal preference for your team versus a team that may have a pick right there. It's not like the Suns have nothing to trade. They have Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, I wouldn't trade them both. I like them both. I don't know that you have enough minutes to bring them both back at this point. You're already bringing back Goodwin and Colin Gillespie, and right now you're bringing back basically your whole team from last year, and we all know you have to play Malawach and Fleming more. Otherwise, how are you really going to get better?
What are you doing?
Like, do you feel like you get better because Malawach and Fleming have upside, or do you think we're really going to tap into something from Grayson Allen that we've never tapped into before?
Correct.
All due respect to him, I like him as a player.
Yes, so do I.
But so would another playoff team that might be picking 28th or something, and they might say, you know what, we're in win now mode. I guess Brooklyn's picking 28th, but you know what I mean? Like, there could be a team there that's just like, we don't need a late first-round pick. We'll take exactly what Grayson Allen gives us, and we'll give you the 29th pick.
Let me just read you quickly Brazile, okay? And his scouting report right here, because I think it's really, really interesting. Think of everything that Rasheer Fleming was last year. Just listen to this. Brazile is a skinny, springy, and quick 6'10" forward who is a sight to behold when he elevates on the fast break. He's got great length and spring in his legs, allowing him to play near the top of the square. He's added some good functional strength over the course of his college career, but could still stand to put on some more pounds. He's a possible second-round pick or an undrafted free agent who should land with a summer league team. Now think about that. That's not very encouraging, yet to me, that's exactly the type of player that, depending on the person that Trayvon is, that the Phoenix Suns might go, that guy.
Yeah, so that...
Because, you're not going to get a guy that has accomplished all this stuff and has all this wild talent that is going to be drafted in the first round.
The other teams are watching these guys play, too.
That's exactly right.
I want to bring Jamal in on this real quick, too. I know we got to get to break, but just listening to you talk, it does sort of raise the question, if they stay at 47...
Yes.
Or, even if they move up like 4 spots or something. Do you want them to try to draft a guy who steps in next year and has a role? I mean, because that's where you're getting like a lot of 23-year-olds that are seniors. Or do you want to do the let's just swing for the fences with a player that is totally raw?
I would swing for the fences.
That's
me.
If I'm staying in the 40s with my pick, I kind of would too. Like, not that you're going to get Jokic, but do that sort of thing. Hey, we're going to take this guy that has crazy upside that may never play.
That's exactly right. If you're going to stay at 47.
I mean, because at that point, you don't really have much to lose. If you stay at 47, I mean, I love the Kobe Bryant pick. I think Kobe Bryant is going to be a great player. And he was a late second-round pick last year.
Yeah.
And so if you can find one of those guys that you just really believe in, and you think, okay, you know what? He's not established too much, but he can be something. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, Jokic was famously the 41st pick in his draft. I mean, there are other players. There's a lot of good players that have been taken in the second round.
Yeah.
There's the occasional great player, but to find a great player, you almost have to make the pick knowing this guy may never play for us. We may just not get any, but we might get somebody who other teams just kind of missed on or whatever.
Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
Pretty doggone good at 33.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. So text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or by donating today. When we come back, has Jeremiah Love's game already evolved, even just in the month and a half since the Cardinals drafted him? We'll tell you what he said about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We were talking about A.J. Puck is going to be back in a matter of weeks. And then Corbin Burns is going to be back in July. And then Burns is done. A.J.'s done. Now you've got Ryan Nelson, who might be done. He might be done for the year. And then Soroka gets hurt. I told you, last week, I was like, got to sacrifice something. You should have let me break something.
I didn't stop you.
Maybe it would have helped. You just can't take this many hits. You don't have the ammunition you need to go to battle right now if you're the Diamondbacks.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. And if you've got some type of neck or back pain, you need to go see the best of the best. And that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them, Basinonians, well, it's going to vary based on your need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors, man, and they provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that up with proven success and trust. What I love about this, the DISC doctors often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques. And that is so cool that doctors come here from all over the world, right here to the Basin, to learn from DISC. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
Home buyers, listen up. This is a big one if you're in the market to buy a home. Right now through June 30th, Lund Mortgage is offering a free 1-year interest rate buydown on your purchase. That means your interest rate is a full 1% lower for the entire first year. A lower monthly payment right from day one. And normally, you would have to pay for this or the seller does. Not this time, we've got it covered. So don't wait. This ends June 30th. Get your 1% savings today. Call Lund Mortgage or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We're going to react to Merrill Kelly's very important outing yesterday against the Cardinals and look ahead to Eduardo Rodriguez's outing tonight in St. Louis. The Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, if you would have loved this, did you see Norway's fans at that game last night?
No.
Jamal, did you see him? Like, I don't even know what it was. It was some sort of like Viking row that they all do in the crowd. I mean, I'm not Norwegian, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, they all were doing it in the second half. Like, so just an entire section of the stadium, they're all wearing red and blue doing a Viking row. There's also videos of them doing it on an escalator.
Do they have, like, the helmet? Like, with the
a lot of them did, yeah.
That's awesome.
But they're all doing it in unison. Like, it's like...
Wait a minute,
creepy.
doing a row?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I did see
and doing
that.
some sort of
I
Viking
did see
chant.
that, as a matter of fact.
That's
and there's
fantastic.
this guy with the drums, just, yeah.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Yeah, the only thing better than that was the haka, of course. Google it, my young crunks.
I gotta figure out
the
how to
haka.
I've been told I look Samoan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, multiple times. So I might have to learn the haka.
Okay. Let me just say, it was one of the greatest things ever. My Polynesian brothers, I love them so much, and yet they would not teach me the haka. They would, no, Wovle.
Well,
no, Wovle.
So you don't get...
They would not teach me the haka. Interesting.
Jeremiah Love speaking yesterday. We've played some of this, but there's a lot more we haven't gotten to yet. We talked about, earlier, we played some of the cuts of him with the expectations he has coming up and who he's talked to on the team already about just how to prepare for his rookie season in the NFL, because he is coming in with a ton of national expectations. He was also asked where his game has grown the most, even just since camp started with the Cardinals.
I would say mentally, physically, just as good as any other guy. But I've seen a jump in just my mental. I understand the game a little bit better. Being able to, see how Coach LaFleur likes to call his offense, and being able to understand why he calls offense the way that he calls it, and then also just understand my role as a running back. Understand that, in protections, I got to be at the right place at the right time. Everything's about timing. Protections, blocking. Make sure that he has a happy cocoon of love, so he can do what he got to do, dice the defense up. But my mental is improved greatly throughout just a little bit of time I've been here, and I think it's only just going to get better. As we go into training camp, as we get a little bit break now to, maybe get a head start on, looking at some teams and stuff like that. But my mental is definitely gotten a lot better.
Man, I wish I could hear Jeremiah Love talk about busting a wedge. Seriously, I love listening to this kid. I love listening to this kid. This kid's got such a sound grasp on what it is that he needs to in order to be great. And all I can think of is Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr., I was so sure he was going to take off last year. So sure he was going to explode because of who he is as a person, of course, and how hard he works. Man, Marvin Harrison Jr. sounds an awful lot like Jeremiah Love to me. and vice versa. But listening to Jeremiah Love, he's spot on, talking about mentally. That's exactly what OTAs basically are.
I was going to ask you that, like, how much can he really have improved over the last month? And it's not like he's like, oh, suddenly I'm this amazing athlete that I wasn't on draft night.
Yes.
This isn't even really, it's not real training camp yet.
Yeah, but once again, Luke, think about it. Knowing what your assignment is, knowing it, rock solid, and not thinking you know what it is, but knowing it, how much better will that make you?
But that's mental.
Yeah, that is mental. And that's what he's talking about. Now, again, after you know it, what do you got to do, Babesonians, after you know it? Now you got to go execute it. Now you got to go pick up that blitzing linebacker. You know who your responsibility is. You know who you should be blocking. Now you got to go do it. And what's so cool about Jeremiah Love, at least at the college level, he did it very, very well.
Yeah, it's this odd spot in the football year, right? Because
yes,
I'm guessing Jeremiah Love, just based on what we know about him, I'm guessing he wants to let his game talk for him. He doesn't want to go out there and talk himself up. I mean, unfortunately, we've all seen this with different players on different teams. Like, it doesn't really matter what you say in June. Like, what can you do on the field? We know what he can do on the field at the college level. I think we all have a pretty good idea of what he can do on the field at the NFL level, but we got to see it. He probably doesn't want to just sit there and talk about how good he's going to be. But you know what? You can't really show anything right now. You can show stuff behind the scenes to Mike LaFleur, obviously, in these OTAs and mandatory minicamp, which was like 3 hours long this year for the Cardinals. But you really can't show anybody, you can't prove anything on the field for another couple months.
One of the great things about the game of football, Babesonians, one of the great things, I kid you not, when you've got the helmet on, you've got the mouth guard in, you've got the shoulder pads on, you have all the pads on. When you go out and you know you're going to be playing football, full go. Not talking about thudding it up in practice.
Yeah.
I'm talking about tackling to the ground, full go, whether it's in practice or when the Silks are on in a game. Fear comes into play. Fear is part of the game because you don't know if you're going to be in the same one piece when you walk off that field. When you walk on it, you don't know if you're going to be carried out on a stretcher. You don't know. Now, you don't expect that, but you don't know. It's the great thing about the game of football. Fear comes into the equation. And, man, it changes the entire paradigm. I can't stress that enough. When you're a football player and you go out there and you know you're not going to get hit, you never have to worry about fear. You never even consider.
Neither do the other guys on the field.
That's exactly right. You never have to consider that part of it.
Yeah.
But when you're going full go, you're going live, you have to deal with that. It changes the entire paradigm that you're competing in. The paradigm of fear and how you handle that and how you cope with that. It's one of the great things about the game. Okay, that's great. Yeah, you're running around in shorts and you're making all these catches over the middle and you're thinking to yourself, this is the greatest game ever. You don't ever have to consider about getting your face blown off. You don't. And that's why the game is great. Because you have to deal with it. Any football player, any human being playing the game of football has got to deal with fear, handle it. However you want to do it, subdue it, and make it your own. Kill it.
More from Jeremiah Love. He was asked if he thinks about the lofty expectations that seemingly everybody has for him at this point.
No, I think about it a lot because, this is my future, man. I'm with the Arizona Cardinals for, however long I make it, you know. If I go out there and perform and do what I got to do, then be here for the rest of my career. So I do think about the hopes and expectations that people have for me, but I try not to let it weigh in on me too much because at the end of the day, I am who I am, and I know I'm going to go out there and do what I got to do, and I try not to just let other people influence that part of me. So I do think about it because it's very important. You know, I've been a lot of trust has been put into me, so I have a responsibility to think about it and do right by the people that put that trust in me. So think about it, but at the same time, I'm still who I am, and I'm going to go out there and do my best, and hopefully my best is good enough for, my teammates and coaches and the ownership as well.
You can never remove the person from the player. You can never take the person from the player. Just listen to this kid. I am jacked up.
Talks like he's a coach. And I know there are people out there like, who cares what he sounds like? I want to see it on the field. We've been sold on guys that have, all this hype before. But this is what we have right now. The games haven't started yet. You have seen what he can do, though, against the highest level of competition that college allows. And if he puts this all together, like you can see why most scouts were saying he's either the best or second best prospect in this draft. All right, when we come back, what do the Diamondbacks have to do to get out of this slump they're in before it starts to snowball into something much bigger? We're going to talk to our own D-backs reporter. Alex Weiner will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of 3-2.
We react to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Most of us spend more time planning our summer vacation than we do planning for our retirement. Well, Trajan Wealth helps you change that. So when retirement comes, it actually feels like the reward it should be. Talk to a fiduciary advisor today over at Trajan Wealth. Saving for retirement and feeling ready for it, those are two different things. Trajan Wealth helped me get from one to the other. My investments, taxes, and estate plan finally working together. Explained clearly with no pressure. Listen, I'm a client and haven't looked back because of Trajan Wealth. Pick up the phone and give them a call. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man. You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be.
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here, and in case you missed it, Earnhardt Ford in Chandler is keeping the savings rolling this summer, and your wallet's going to feel it. Now that's American value for American values. That's right, employee pricing isn't going anywhere, and that means one thing: you pay what they pay. Plus stack serious cash back on top. No bull. Right now, save big on a new 2026 F-150 plus an extra $1,000 cash back. 2026 Explorer plus an extra $2,000 in your pocket. 2025 Bronco Sport plus an extra $2,500 cash back. Trust and American value delivered the right way since 1951. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefits, $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply, $0 security deposit, APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in July 6, 2026.
Two different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks fell to the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of their 4-game series last night, but they are back at it tonight in the Lou. It will be Eduardo Rodriguez on the bump for the D-backs and right-hander Kyle Leahy on the mound for the Cards. First pitch for that one is at 4:45, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Arizona Sports app. Some big moves were made in the NBA last night, starting with Julius Randle was being traded from the Minnesota Timberwolves to the Brooklyn Nets. And of course, the blockbuster trade that happened, Milwaukee Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo was traded to the Miami Heat. All of these ahead of the NBA draft, which begins tonight. The first round of the NBA draft takes place today, and the Washington Wizards are on the clock. The Phoenix Suns currently do not have a first-round pick, but that could change. And to keep up with all of the latest Suns and NBA draft news, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And of course, if you wanted to listen to the NBA draft coverage over on ESPN 620, that starts at 5 o'clock today. And according to Adam Schefter, the NFL is declining to hold a supplemental draft this year, which means the only way for quarterback Brendan Sorsby to enter the NFL would be through the 2027 NFL Draft. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Join Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria this Thursday for an official U.S. Soccer watch party. Enter to win incredible prizes like a U.S. Soccer jersey, courtesy of Just Sports.
Please, sir, might I have some more hits with runners in scoring position?
No, you bloody can't. This is the Diamondbacks we're talking about.
Oh, well, Bickley and Murata will talk about whether the D-backs came through for me tomorrow at 6 a.m. Cheerio.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke. Alex Weiner, our own D-backs reporter here at Arizona Sports,
Alex,
is joining us in studio. How about this? Both guests in studio today.
Yeah.
What's going on, Alex?
What up, bro?
Not much. How's it going?
It's going good. I have a lot of questions for you about this baseball
Eventful
team.
week of baseball, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is crazy. It's everybody always says, "Oh, 162 games, I can't overreact," but it's crazy how much was able to flip negatively in the span of like 48 hours for this team over the weekend.
I blame you guys. You had Mike Hazen on the show. You got him to say he wanted to be a buyer, and then like half the team got hurt after that.
Yeah. I really can't defend that. Although I wasn't here, so it's Kellen's fault in that case.
That's it. It's Kellen's fault. There we go.
Where do you? Let me just start here with the All-Star voting, okay? Mm-hmm. And Corbin Carroll is 10th among National League outfielders in voting right now, and he obviously should be much higher. And we can debate the whole should fans be voting or not. There's some really good outfielders in the National League. I'm not saying like he should be running away with first place, but he should be a lot higher than 10th. What do you make of this? I mean, is this like a sign of apathy towards this team from the fan base? Is this just a thought of everybody assumed Corbin Carroll would be a starter anyway, so they didn't vote? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think it's probably a combination of a lot of things. First of all, of course, it's the popularity contest of being, having the fans vote for the starter. Corbin is going to be an all-star this year. He's just, from the looks of the voting, it looks like he's probably going to be coming off the bench as opposed to starting the game. But he's definitely going to make it because he has the numbers to do so. He's been one of the most productive players in the National League. I think the lack of votes are a combination of things. First, like nationally, the Diamondbacks are a 500 baseball team right now, and that probably resonates with national fans kind of overlooking them a little bit. And then locally, it's been a frustrating kind of up and down kind of season. So maybe you're right. Maybe there is a little bit of apathy, but it's a shame because he deserves to be an all-star starter, in my opinion. I think he's been that good, but it just isn't trending that way, unfortunately.
So when you look at the Diamondbacks' issues right now, injuries come to mind. It's a big problem, and performance as well. Some key players underachieving. Now, Merrill Kelly, really good yesterday, obviously. Really, really good. And at the same time, I think we all would agree that he's had a little bit of a hiccup here. What are you more concerned with, the injuries or performance?
That's a good question because it all comes together, right? In order for them to get over these injuries, they're going to need Merrill Kelly to be great and Zach Gallen to be much better. And for this lineup that continues to struggle with runners in scoring position to get on a real run and help carry the load here, because you're going to be relying on some young pitchers to eat some innings here because you lost 40% of your rotation in like a day. So I would say the most concerning is probably the injuries because you're just running out of guys to fill those holes. But man, if they don't get kind of consistent production out of the other guys, whether it's Gallen, Kelly, or some of these offensive players, it's going to be really, really tough to compete, especially they have a difficult schedule up through the All-Star break, and they're back to 500 right now. It's just been a struggle to kind of get elevation over 500 where they want to be.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. You bring up the schedule before the All-Star break. So, they've still got 3 more games against the Cardinals, then 3 with the Rays, 3 with San Francisco, then the Brewers, 4 against the Padres, and 3 against the Dodgers. Given the injury situation, given the lack of an immediate return from guys like Corbin Burns and even A.J. Puck, so like the reinforcements that were supposed to be there aren't there yet, given the struggles of Zach Gallen, like just everything that's hanging over this team, they're not out of it right now. I mean, they're right at 500, but how much of a crossroads are these next couple weeks, knowing that the trade deadline is looming in about a month and a half?
Yeah, kind of back to the joke I made at the start, right? If you're planning to be a buyer in the middle of June, there's a long ways to go before you get to the trade deadline. You got to play yourself into the position to have the right to do that, and they got to, coming into the season was like, can they hold on until they get reinforcements? Now, holding on until they get reinforcements is like holding on till September.
Yeah,
essentially. Maybe. And so it's going to be really difficult because these next few weeks, like you mentioned, the schedule, it's tough. It remains relatively tough after the All-Star break, too, as we go into kind of trade deadline season. So if they can kind of hang around and be a 500 team by the All-Star break, I think that's a pretty good win and would show a lot of resilience from a group that has just taken on a lot of water in these past few weeks.
So here it comes, the producer question once again. And I know we've talked to you about this a couple of weeks ago, but one thing, one need that you could fill, what would it be for the Diamondbacks?
In a trade?
Yes. Anything.
I mean, like it was a bat, like for the entire season. I still think I would probably lean that way. Actually, I'm not sure because of the injuries and because of the uncertainty of whether or not we're going to see Corbin Burns this year. It does change it a lot because this team still does need a power bat in the middle of this order, whether it is a Christian Walker or a Wilson Contreras or something like somebody who can just drive in the top 4 guys because the top 4 is good, and I think Perdomo's kind of turning things around a little bit, and Gabby has heated up a little bit, but it's just the length and the consistency of the depth of the roster as a whole where that's a problem. So a bat is still a huge need, but you can't be running out, a couple of rookie pitchers every 5 days. We're going to have their bumps in the road unless they're, prodigies out of nowhere. And that would be great.
That would really help right now,
if they would be like Rookie of the Year candidates. But I think the ultimate need, changes a little bit because you just desperately need some stability in your rotation. So I'd probably lean that way if they are going into trade deadline season around 500 and there's no return in sight for, Nelson or Burns or something like that.
We're talking to Alex Weiner. So speaking of the rotation, just given guys that are healthy right now, and you can dip down in the minors, you can say Brandon Pfaadt or whoever you want to say here, but guys that are healthy, what in your mind is the ideal rotation here that they go with? Because right now, when you look at the schedule, it's like, okay, they got a guy pitching here, then who knows tomorrow, and then Gallen, and then, okay, who knows? It's like you're going to have a 5-man rotation here.
Sure.
So what does this look like?
I mean, ideally, Brandon Pfaadt's a part of it, and this is kind of where their decision to keep him in the bullpen is kind of backfiring on them quite a bit because he wasn't pitching particularly well in the bullpen. He was valuable in getting them some innings, especially early on, but to a certain point, it seemed like they extended it a little bit longer than they should have to where, he had to build back up from 30-something pitches to 40-something pitches, and he went 52 pitches in his last outing. They want to get him to like 75 or 80.
Yeah.
So ideally, you have Brandon Pfaadt in there because he is a major league pitcher. I know he's had his ups and downs, but you can at least, count on him for a certain level of production, right? So Gallen, Kelly, Pfaadt, Rodriguez, and then whichever one of these young guys kind of stands out in this, tryout period. Cabrera was really good on Sunday. He was really impressive. And it seems like Mitch Bratt is going to get the next crack at it tomorrow. And so we'll see what they get out of him.
Speaking of young guys, what are your thoughts on Tommy Troy and what you've seen with Tommy Troy?
Yeah, I think he's been productive from the bottom of the order, not like star stuff, like not like Jose Fernandez in the first month when he was really on fire, but just making things happen. This hasn't been perfect, but I think when you're looking for a rookie to kind of give you quality at bats, put the ball in play, I think he's done that. And so I think he's been pretty impressive just in terms of being able to contribute here and there and kind of play his role at the bottom of the order so far.
Alex, we appreciate this, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
That's Alex Weiner joining us right there in studio. Red, White, and You this July 5th. Continue the celebration by saving lives. Join Vitalant's Saving Arizona Blood Drive at Tempe Center for the Arts from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. 700 donors are needed, so visit our contest page for more information. When we come back, the NBA draft starts in just over 3 hours, so who's the best player in this class, and are there potentially some more blockbuster moves to be made tonight? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bic, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time. Buy online. NewACUnit.com. Collect
Factors. Front Row Car Show is back for a massive NFL Stadium show. Join us at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, June 27th and 28th. 650 tables. Biggest show ever. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards. Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. PSA, Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Free parking. Plus thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show at State Farm Stadium. Saturday and Sunday, June 27th and 28th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Summer's here. Grills are hot, flags are flying, and D-backs baseball is in full swing. It's the perfect time to step up to the plate in a new Sanderson Ford with employee pricing. Now you pay what they pay on America's best-selling trucks and SUVs. Choose from a Ford F-150 STX, Bronco Big Bend, or Explorer, all starting at under $42,000. If you're looking to save this summer, choose American value for American values. Choose Sanderson Ford, proud partners of your Arizona Diamondbacks. Employee pricing good through 7/6/26. Not all vehicles qualify. See dealer for details.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why Y-Refi exists. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed-rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. The first night of the NBA draft has arrived. What are the latest rumblings around the NBA? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Just to update real quick what we were talking about with Alex Weiner, who joined us in here last segment. I'm going to try and pull these back up now. The All-Star voting numbers in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Nolan Arenado's doing real good, but Corbin Carroll is 10th. 10th among outfielders.
My goodness.
Behind, Teoscar Hernandez and Brandon Marsh.
Yeah.
Who are, Marsh is hitting .311, but he doesn't. Not having a Corbin Carroll-like season, I would say, but you are absolutely seeing you're seeing a lot of Blue Jays, you're seeing a lot of Dodgers, you're seeing a lot of Phillies. You're seeing those markets really vote their guys in. But I was trying to see who else is even kind of on the radar right now in the National League. Nolan Arenado's 4th, actually. He's moved up to 4th among third basemen. Corbin's 10th among outfielders. Eldemaro Vargas was getting votes. He's 9th among first basemen. Which is just a cool story that he's even 9th. But Corbin Carroll's the one that has a lot of D-backs fans frustrated. And Ketel Marte. Ketel's 6th now among second basemen in the National League. And he's not having peak Ketel season, but he's definitely better than 6th among second basemen in the National League.
Well, this has been a raging debate for a long, long time. Do you let fans actually pick the All-Stars? Should you let fans pick the All-Stars? Should you not just let the players and the coaches, the managers, let them pick who they think should go, who they think are the best players in the league? Again, this is something that drives me crazy about the National Football League. The NFL went away from this. I think Roger Goodell, the number one thing I'd like for him to do is restore the kickoff. The number 2 thing I'd like him to do is to say, you know what, we're not going to let fans vote. We're going to actually vote ourselves as to who's going to the Pro Bowl and who is not. And when I say that, I'm talking about players. Players voting. Man, there's nothing that means more to me than my peer, who I may have jacked into the ground and stood over, saying, you know what, that guy's the best guy. So we're going to vote him. He was the best player we played against. And many times it was me being stood over as well, Dave Sonodines. I want to make that very, very clear. But to me, it meant so much where your peers we're voting you in to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah. It's I know Major League Baseball is never going to go away from fan votes because I think they love the, hey, you're out at the game, pick up a ballot or, whatever. It's the way it was. Just vote on your phone.
There's no doubt. You're right about that, but it doesn't mean I have to enjoy it.
No, and there's probably some way, like if they really did want to fix it, where maybe don't let people vote 9,000 times. I don't know. It's just... Or just acknowledge that it's going to be a lot of Dodgers who deserve to go. Like the leading vote getter in the outfield is Andy Pajas, who's had a really good season for the Dodgers. Brandon Marsh, Ronald Acuna. Like Acuna is a great player. He hasn't really played much this year, and he's third. So whatever, it is what it is. But it's just like when you have baseball where every team's got to be represented, and then the players that should be there aren't necessarily getting voted there, then you're going to end up with teams with just like a weird player representing their team.
Just can't stand that either. Yeah. Once again, every team needs to be represented. Knock it off.
No, it's
we're talking about the all-star team.
It's the worst in hockey. They've changed it now, but they used to do it where each division had a team, and each division, like you had certain positions to fill. So with the position and the division and every team needing to be represented, you would get like your fifth best player going to the All-Star game, and your top like 3 or 4 wouldn't go just because they had to fill forward or something or defense. Anyway, none of this is really our problem right now. The NBA draft is in 3 hours, Wolf, and we already saw a couple big moves yesterday, but obviously the headliner was the Giannis trade. And Shams was one of the people saying it's probably going to happen before the draft, and it did happen before the draft. So here he is after the trade, detailing how we got here.
This was a 13-month trade saga for Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks. Just to put it plainly, Giannis felt like his time was up with the Bucks a calendar year ago. The Bucks at every turn did everything they could to try to keep him. They fought this right until the end with Giannis to try to win around him. They depleted their assets, their salary books as well. But Giannis informed the team numerous times that it was time for both sides to move on, that he would not sign a long-term contract extension. So now for the Bucks, several weeks ago, they opened up for business. They started negotiating with several teams, and they really started to focus in on the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics over the last few weeks. Co-owner Jimmy Haslam came out a period of time ago and made it very clear that by the draft, the Bucks wanted to know whether Giannis was going to commit long-term or they would move him. Giannis was not willing to commit long-term, so they are now moving him.
Well, there you go.
That's it. He's been moved.
He's been moved, and that explains an awful lot. Once again, for me, I just didn't understand how the Milwaukee Bucks were going to get better by trading Giannis Antetokounmpo. For me, at least, I just, the guy, I have so much regard and respect for him. Not his physical, his overwhelming physical talent that makes him a unicorn, but really what lies within him. I love watching him play because of it.
The title odds, incidentally, for the Heat went from 40-1 to 14-1 overnight.
Wow.
Still not my pick to win the title. I mean, there's a lot of moves to still be made. We got a draft coming up here in a couple hours. Oklahoma City and San Antonio, and I think, with all due respect, the Knicks as well are all still in the league, and Boston's still good. But it does take Miami from a decent team, maybe a play-in team, to like, all right, you got to pay attention to this team now, because they do. They just added Giannis to a decent roster, although that roster was gutted to bring in Giannis. I mean, that's the other part of these trades, right? If you could just go out and if you could do what the Knicks did and just go out and sign Jalen Brunson, that's the way to do it. You saw what the Suns had to give up to get KD. Okay, if you could just add KD and keep Mikal Bridges and Cam, okay, then you like that. If you have to gut your roster to bring a guy in, I don't know how much of a contender the Heat even are until they fill out this roster.
Yeah, this is Pat Riley, man, the president of the Miami Heat. This is Pat Riley. It's what he's done for over 30 years. Think about this. Over 3 decades, bringing in unicorns for the most part. LeBron James did it with Shaquille O'Neal, Chris Bosh, Alonzo Mourning, Jimmy Butler. These are huge names right here. Now, you just throw Giannis in there as well.
Final thoughts here before the draft. What are you guys watching for? tonight. I mean, certainly the top 4 in order. It'd be hilarious if the Wizards somehow screwed this up and didn't take DeBonsa or Peterson.
God,
or
I hope so.
Like if they
no.
oh my gosh, that would be fantastic.
Honestly, the whole first round, I'm going to be looking for the Phoenix Suns to move in at the end of the first round.
Yeah,
I'm going to be sitting there waiting for that to happen. Now, again, I don't think that's going to be the case, but that's what I'm looking for.
I can't help it. I'm going to be paying particular attention to what Oklahoma City does at 12 and 17 because it doesn't feel like whoever they take, we're going to be like, oh yeah, obviously that guy's going to be amazing. And I mean, I'm not a U of A fan by any means, but to see Braden Burry, see where he goes because he should be a top 10 pick, that's something to monitor too. Darius Acuff, I mean, that guy's one of the most entertaining basketball players in this draft. So he'll probably go 5th or 6th, but it'll be something to see there as well. It starts in 3 hours. That's it for us. Thanks to Jamal behind the glass. Great job holding it down by yourself, buddy. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks hoping to end a 3-game slide tonight in St. Louis. It's game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez will get it started for the D-backs. He goes against right-hander Kyle Leahy. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 4, and you can listen to it all right here, 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. News out of the NFL. There will be no supplemental draft this year. This means that former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is ineligible to enter the NFL this year. He would be eligible to be drafted in 2027, however. You can read more on what this means for the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the NBA draft begins tonight with round 1 of 2. Suns currently do not have a pick tonight, but if that changes, of course, we'll let you know. We've got coverage of the draft starting at 4:30. First pick coming down sometime around 5 p.m. over on ESPN 620 a.m. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit WGU.edu and enroll today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside, the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Working from home, connected with the video from home, flexing from home.
Can you see me on the video?
I can see you fine. I'm looking at you right now. Yeah.
Okay, want to see the best thing in the whole world?
Sure, I'd love to see the best thing
in the whole world.
Is it dipped in chocolate?
Mr. Fred!
Oh, look, there's Mr. Fred.
There's Mr. Fred right there.
Mr. Fred.
He's a legend.
Does Chelsea, is he allowed on the desktop like that?
Yeah, he sits up here all the time. Chelsea's gone. I'm the only one home. I'm home by myself for the next week. They're in Georgia for a baseball tournament. Me and Mr. Fred.
You and Mr. Fred. You know what?
There it is.
I think I'm going to leave. You and Mr. Fred can handle the duties today.
Hold on.
Say
hello.
You've got your co-host.
Say hello. There you say hello to Mr. Fred. Mr. Fred. That's my best friend right there.
Hi, Mr. Fred. How you doing? Good to see you.
It doesn't get any better than that right there.
Good to see you, Mr. Fred. It's good to see you. Yeah, all right, Mr. Fred.
Right, we don't want to scare everybody.
Back to where you were.
Right,
Gambo working from home today, but connecting via the video. We've got a busy day for you today. A lot to talk about. The Sorsby news came down about 3 hours ago. The NBA draft starts 3 hours from right now. Gambo just got a little bit of scoopage on the NBA drafts.
Man.
So let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
NBA draft starts 5 o'clock tonight. Coverage is over on ESPN 620. You'll hear it there. We'll do a draft show here after the D-backs game if the draft is still going on. I just heard that in the newsroom a second ago. Now, obviously, the Suns, barring some change, will not have any activity in today's first round draft. First round's today. Second round is tomorrow.
Still unlikely they move up.
Okay.
I know people think that they could move up, but I still unlikely that they would move up.
So you're still not seeing that is going to happen, in which case it could be potentially, at least in terms of the draft, a quiet day for the Phoenix Suns, given that they don't have a pick. They do have the 47th pick in the draft tomorrow. We have talked extensively, Gambo, about them moving up in the second round of the draft, potentially if a guy slips and slides and falls out of the first round and somebody that they like. And it sounds like you've got some names of guys they might be looking at potentially.
Yeah, you ready to go over them?
Yeah, I am, because you snuck them to me, so I pulled up their draft profiles here on.
I'm going to give you 5 names.
Okay.
I'm not going to call it a Gambo 5 because a Gambo 5 at number 47 is really hard. But I'm going to give you 5 names that I expect that the Phoenix Suns. I know that they have worked out these guys and they like these guys, and if they can get one of them, I think they will. I think that's what they're going to do. So I'll give you 5 names, and we can stop at any point. Tell me when you're ready.
Go.
Okay. From the University of Cincinnati, power forward Baba Miller.
All right. If you're expecting me to play a profile here, I don't have one, but
I'll say it's Jesse. I'll go over them. I'll go over the 6, and then you can stop me.
Okay,
again,
go
okay?
ahead. So Baba Miller from Cincinnati.
Okay, from the University of Arkansas, power forward Trayvon Brazil.
Okay.
From the University of UCLA, the power forward Tyler Bilodeau.
It's not exactly how we refer to UCLA, but whatever. That's a minor detail.
Yeah, I guess that's wrong, right? From UCLA.
There you go.
From the University of Tennessee, Jacoby Gillespie.
Okay.
I think Lauren's going to like this name. From Iowa State, Joshua Jefferson.
You are getting a nod of approval from Lauren.
He's a big kid.
She nods her approval to Joshua Jefferson. He is a big fella.
He's a big boy.
He's a big fella.
He's big.
Yes, he is.
He's a big boy. And I'll give you one more name. I'll throw in one more as a wild card here. From St. John's University, Dylan Mitchell.
Oh, look at you trying to speak that one into existence, you New Yorker.
SJU, St. John's. Baba Miller, Trayvon Brazil, Tyler Bilodeau, Jacoby Gillespie, Joshua Jefferson, Dylan Mitchell.
Okay.
Now, the Suns are picking at 47.
How many of them are going to be there at 47?
Well, that's a good question. If one of them is there, it's probably going to be the pick. But I still will. I'm going to continue to say what I have said all along. They are trying to move up in this draft into the 30s to make sure they get one of these guys. I'm not going to give you they like this guy more than that guy and that type of stuff, again, because that information is probably information they don't want out, and I don't even have all of it. So, but I can tell you these are players that they like and will target in this draft. I still think it's unlikely that they move into the first round. I've said that all along. I think it's unlikely. I'm not saying they won't try, but I think it's unlikely. And I do think that there is a good chance that they're going to move up in this draft to make sure they get one of these players I just gave you.
Baba Miller, 6 feet 10.5 inches. He has a standing reach of 9 feet 3 inches. Is Sam Vecene on The Athletic calls him a fascinating NBA prospect. It is hard to find players with a 9 foot 3 inch standing reach who move like Miller does with balance and coordination. The size and athleticism is off the chart. However, there's a lot for him to work on. He needs a lot of time on his defensive fundamentals. Yep. I don't know if he's going to be able to score because I don't buy the jumper. Jacoby Gillespie. You stop me anytime you want because I'm reading you. We don't have draft profiles. I'm just giving the listeners and the viewers kind of an overview of what these guys are.
I'll say this one is Jarrett Carlin.
Yeah, Jacoby Gillespie out of Tennessee. 5'11" guard. A winner through and through from his high school days to his final 2 years of college. The teams he run have almost always exceeded expectation. There are size-based limitations, but Gillespie has a chance to stick around as a third guard. He's a lead guard who you can employ to run your G League team for a year and maybe move up to the NBA later if you need depth at that position.
Yeah,
So
not
a
big.
point
Doesn't
guard
come with a
leader
lot of
side.
size.
Right.
Yeah, not a big guy, not a lot of size, not a lot of weight to him. Smart player, coach on the floor type of player. Solid. I mean, I watched Tennessee a few times this year. This kid can play. Like, he's a really, really good player. Steady. Just really steady. I would even call him a great college player, like a really great college player. The question is, does that transfer over to now I put 1 point guard in there, and it wasn't Jaden Bradley. So just keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Right? I did put a point guard in there, but I did not put Jaden Bradley over Jacoby Gillespie.
Trayvon Brazil, 6'9", standing reach of 9 feet 1 inch. He got a wingspan of 7 feet 3 inches. One of the draft's best athletes.
Could shoot the three. Could shoot the three.
Yep, his motor and his instincts leave you wanting more. Vasane writes, if you put together a 3-minute highlight reel of his best plays from the season, you'll wonder why he's not going in the lottery. He's an elite athlete. There's just something missing from his game. His motor doesn't run very hot. Go ahead.
Yeah, good three-point shooter. So you can space the floor with him. The length, the bounce, the athleticism is great. But, yeah, there is – you look at somebody like that, and you're like, that kid's usually a first-rounder. So what are the red flags as to why he would drop into the second round?
Yeah, Joshua Jefferson out of Iowa State, 6'7". You mentioned that he's a big fella. He writes he was probably
a big boy.
He was probably one of my favorite players in college basketball this season. Probably the closest thing I've seen to an Oso Ighodaro and Kyle Anderson type hybrid, who is a good passer. He's smart. He's got elite basketball IQ.
Great rebounder.
I'm a big believer in betting on players with elite brains for the game who also possess positional size. Yes, he needs to learn how to shoot more consistently, I'll say. But give me players who can dribble, pass, shoot, defend, and think, and I'll bet on figuring them out. Yeah.
Love this kid. Absolutely love him. I'm watching a highlight film of him right now. Number 8. He can handle the basketball. He could drive into the paint and score. He's an elite rebounder at both ends of the floor. Very, very active. Just extremely active. He is I love this kid. Like, I love this kid. So, we watched a lot of, Iowa State because of the Big 12 and everything. So we saw this kid a whole lot. This kid is a terrific player. If you could get him, I think that would be a great get for Phoenix.
All right, real quick. Tyler Bilodeau from UCLA, or from the University of UCLA, as Gambo referred earlier. 6'7", can shoot. Not super strong, not super fast, not a super great athlete, but he can shoot very well for his position.
Yeah, it's a great way to put it. Not a good athlete. Fundamentally, sound, hard-nosed kid. Mix it up a little bit. Good size at 6'8", 6'9", somewhere around there. Tough. He's tough. He's tough. But I would probably have him at the bottom of my list there. If I tried to rate these in order, he'd probably be either my 5th or 6th guy on this list.
And then finally, Dylan Mitchell, elite athlete and defender who can pass, doesn't shoot particularly well, doesn't score particularly well. Very raw. Lauren, real quick, you're the college basketball guru on the Burns and Gambo show. Of these 6 names Gambo has delivered to us, which one pops to you the most?
Jefferson.
Hands
down.
Yeah, me too.
You think he'll be there at 47, or will they need to move up to get him?
Might need to move up to get him. If not Gillespie, he should be there.
Okay.
The St. John's kid he's got a lot of talent. He's a raw kid. He's got a lot of talent. He's got good size, decent mid-range game. Bouncy, long, but those are the names, and we didn't do a Gambo 5 because it's pick 47, but I'm just giving you names that I expect the Suns are very, very interested in, and I still think that they're going to try to move up in this draft in the second round to get one of them.
Good work, Gambo. The new Empire of the Suns podcast has dropped with an NBA draft preview. Find it now on our website, app, or wherever you get your podcasts. When we come back, Brendan Sorsby will not be an NFL player this season. Does that mean the Cardinals should move ahead or look towards getting him next year? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
1-1. Sweeper swung on, popped up behind the plate. With room is Herrera, and he'll make the catch. And the Cardinals take the series opener by a final score of
back to the D-backs in St. Louis on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team. Me and Mr. Fred at home right now. We're going to tell you about the Lund Mortgage Team, where they can help you with all of your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, getting pre-approved for a mortgage, and making sure that you get out of that rental. See, they're helping people every day. Most people don't want to rent. They'd love to own their own home, but they don't think it's possible. A lot of people think, oh, I need 20% down, or I'm not going to be able to get it. There are so many great programs out there right now. You don't need 20% down. Contact the Lund Mortgage Team. They'll show you all the different programs, and they'll get you pre-approved absolutely free at the Lund Mortgage Team. Call them at 623-889-0130. They're available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. That's 623-889-0130. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Celebrate Independence Day with the D-backs on Saturday, July 4th. Enjoy an extended post-game fireworks spectacular show presented by Bar S. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Most people wait to replace their AC because of the price tag. But here's the math nobody mentions. A new high-efficiency unit from Parker & Sons starts cutting your energy bills the day it's installed. And with no payments until 2027, you're saving on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the brand new unit. No interest, no payments, no stress. The offer ends June 30th, so call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 4.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, 4Runner, and Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyota. Let's go places. 4.99% with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $1,519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. What did the Suns and the rest of the NBA do in the first round of the NBA draft? We're reacting to the first round and looking ahead to the second round of the draft tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Going backwards for just a second, Kellen wrote a piece previewing the NBA draft. 3 of the 6 names that Gambo just mentioned are in his piece. So if you want to, this is before Gambo named these 6 players, and we're not calling it a Gambo 6 or anything like that. But
Gambo 5 with a what do you call that?
But you're not guaranteeing they're going to take any of these guys, or are you guaranteeing?
Well, no, because I think they have to move up. But I do think they are going to move up. Like, would I be surprised if one of these guys is their pick? No, I think one of these guys will be their pick.
I just didn't know if you were calling it a Gambo 5. I didn't know if you were doing that.
You know, at 47, it's impossible. Okay. Like it's impossible.
So you're not calling it a Gambo 5.
I'm not guaranteed. These are the guys they like. I give you one. I'm giving you 5 names on a wild card, and I think that it'll be one of these guys. I do think it'll be one of these guys, but at 47, it's like this isn't trying to pick who's getting picked at number 15,
of course,
or 20. This is much more difficult.
So Kellen covered Joshua Jefferson, Baba Miller, excuse me, and Dylan Mitchell in a piece that he posted to ArizonaSports.com not that long ago. I just retweeted a link to it. The story is from June 15th. If you want to check it out, he provides a little bit of a scouting report. Boy, the news came down today,
And I heard the news today, oh boy, as the Beatles once sang, and the news was about Brendan Sorsby, and the news is that nope, you're not going to just walk into our league and not be punished for what it is that you did. We are not going to have a supplemental draft. You are not eligible for a draft that we're not having. We'll see you in 2027 in April, and that's how that's going to be.
Yeah. I had a really good NFL source that's really involved with this stuff tell me a week ago, it was June 16th, I put this out, and I said I have my doubts that the NFL will approve Brendan Sorsby's appeal for the draft. Every team is mandated to have training for their players in regard to the dangers of gambling. They take it seriously. They make sure players know they cannot participate. Some players, along with lawyers, visit teams, and they warn about it. So and I gave through the rules. I said, Sorsby was not in the NFL, but I could see them making him do much more extensive treatment before allowing him in. I was basically told by somebody really in the know that he's not going to the NFL this year. Mm-hmm. So I kind of went with that. And I told you, and we said, I doubt there is going to be a supplemental draft. I don't expect that there will be based on the information I had. And then it comes down today, they're not going to have a supplemental draft. So he's got to wait until next year, 2027, to go into the NFL draft, the regular NFL draft with everybody else. And he'll do so without having played in a college football game this year.
It makes it very clear, and this is from the General Counsel of the NFL Management Council, so basically one of the top lawyers of the NFL. Quote, even after receiving notice of the NCAA's decision rescinding your college eligibility in May, you sought to avoid the consequences of that determination through litigation rather than accepting responsibility for your actions, and you pursued entry into the NFL only after abandoning those efforts. As Commissioner Goodell has emphasized, participation in the NFL is a privilege that carries with it significant responsibilities, including accountability. By all accounts, you're a talented player with the potential for future success. We encourage you to focus on preparing for possible entry into the NFL through the 2027 NFL Annual Draft. In other words, if you think that you're going to just collect your NIL money, not play college football, and just skate right into our league, no, you're not. We've got other plans for you. We plan on honoring the idea that you are going to have to be punished for what you did and it's not even that they're making him ineligible for a draft. They're just saying no draft. We're just not doing it. We're not going to have a draft. Now,
not going to have a draft.
Think
about that. Like if this kid was on the up and up and it was no issues at all, they'd have a supplemental draft. But because he was betting and he placed 9,000 bets, on foot, they're not going to have this draft. I think that they are basically forcing him to go get more help, do the right thing, get yourself ready. This is a very, very serious offense that you've had. The NFL takes it very, very seriously. And we're not just going to part the season, open the doors so you can be on an NFL team in a couple of weeks. No, you've got more work to do, so there is no supplemental draft.
Sorsby's attorney, Jeffrey Kessler, who has gone after big-time sports leagues and big-time sports organizations in the past, told ESPN the NFL's decision to not hold a supplemental draft is, and I quote, a violation of the CBA and the law. We will pursue this immediately with the NFL Players Association. Close quote.
Lose.
We'll see if they get any traction. I tend to think that they probably will lose. The NFLPA is going to have to be very, very careful about this. They want to fight for the rights of players. That's the whole purpose of the union. I get that. But they do have to be very careful whether this is the hill they want to die on when it comes to this very, very sensitive issue with the NFL. I suspect they'll probably lose too. So let's get down to brass tacks.
Okay.
What this means for the Arizona Cardinals, it's obvious. Mm-hmm. Everything's settled. Everything's done. Carson Beck doesn't have to worry about sharing snaps or competing with Brendan Sorsby if the Cardinals were even interested in Brendan Sorsby. Jacoby Brissett has regained a little bit of leverage, I guess, because I think if Sorsby was available and they had taken him, that Jacoby Brissett is probably gone. And now as it stands, maybe he gets, not that he gets a ton of leverage from this, but certainly if Sorsby's on this roster, I don't think there's any way Jacoby Brissett is. And the quarterback situation kind of resets itself, basically, for the Cardinals, back to where we were 3 weeks ago before the Sorsby stuff even came up.
Yeah. And listen, this is good news for – I think in some ways this is good news for the Cardinals, to be honest with you. you don't have to use a supplemental pick on him in the first or second round. Your total attention is on Carson Beck and seeing what he could do over 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games, whatever it is. And then you'll evaluate whether you need a quarterback. Now, if the season goes the way we all plan, well, then you'll have your choice. You'll have your choice of any of the top quarterbacks. If you've got a top 3 pick, you're guaranteed of a top 3 quarterback. And it's supposed to be a really, really good. Maybe Sorsby's a top 3 guy, and maybe he's not. Maybe other guys step up to the table and play well. You just don't know. The Notre Dame kid may, rise to the top. So I think that this is not a bad situation. I think it would have been really tough to take the kid into supplemental draft and then put him with Beck, and I've got a second rounder and I got a third rounder, and then what happens if I get the top pick next year? Do I take another guy with my first rounder? I think this is a little bit easier. You play Beck. If you like him, you keep him, and you don't draft anybody as a quarterback next year. And if you don't like Beck enough, well, then you draft somebody with your pick, which very well should be a top 5
pick.
pick.
It certainly simplifies things. I mean, it takes off the table the potential steal of Brendan Sorsby if you were able to find your franchise quarterback for a second-round pick, right? And I know that's trying to thread the needle a little bit, but if you could have threaded the needle by finding your franchise quarterback with a second-round pick, I don't think anybody would complain about it. I think this is Captain Obvious here, but not only is Brendan Sorsby the loser today, Sorsby's going to be the loser in April because all these other guys that he's going to be competing with, they all have seasons. They all have teams. They all have ability to get better and improve and show themselves off every Saturday. Brendan Sorsby doesn't. And when the NFLPA says no or the NFL says no and the lawyers exhaust all the options, I'll be really curious to see what Sorsby does to keep himself top of mind in a world where Arch Manning's playing every Saturday and the Oregon kid is playing every Saturday, and Lenora Sellers is playing every Saturday, and the Notre Dame kid. On and on.
Good point.
What is he going to do to keep himself in the top of the frame for the NFL in the draft? Because he might lose some serious ground in this in April.
I think the most important thing that he could do is show that he's very serious about making sure that he puts himself in the best position humanly possible to never gamble again, to not, the character issue, the gambling on sports. I think that's the thing he has to work on. If I'm him, I'm going to go to counseling every week. I'm going to speak to people about this. I'm going to make sure that every team in the NFL knows that I take it seriously and that they don't have to worry about me if they draft me next year. As far as the workouts and stuff, he's just going to have to work out a lot, right? He's going to have to work out on his own as much as possible, throw the football, stay in shape, and then, just hope the year goes by quickly.
Yeah, the decision was made for the Arizona Cardinals. It's interesting, too, because I had read that the New York Jets a couple days ago, Rich Cimini, your guy from Newsday, who used to be with Newsday, right? Was that Rich Cimini?
Yeah, Rich Cimini worked with him, yeah.
He had reported the Jets had no interest in Brendan Sorsby. They wanted nothing to do with him. So that was one team that was maybe out. Now all the teams are out because the NFL has said as much.
And he gives that team a whole year to change their mind by doing all the right things to make sure that people know he's serious.
Yeah.
And he takes the gambling thing seriously.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, he is looking forward to making his MLB debut while in St. Louis. We'll talk with Diamondbacks rookie Cole Drake. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. The United States could definitely eventually win a World Cup. Can this team win this World Cup? The United States would have to play 4 straight games, all of which being their best game to date. In soccer, as a team that's an underdog in all 4 of those games, it would be very, very near impossible to do. The thing with soccer is eventually the cream rises to the crop. Like top. Cream rises to the top.
Cream of the crop.
You are the cream of the crop.
And
the cream does rise to the top.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof. MJ said it himself.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the great Stuart Willis, who has done a phenomenal job for me and helping me with my tax plan, my retirement plan, my financial plan. Now, you can sit there and say, hey, I'm not really worrying about it now. I'm only 30 or 35 or 40 years old. Hey, I'm telling you, it goes quick. It goes so fast. The decisions you make at those ages, 30s and 40s, are going to have a profound effect on you when you get to be close to 60. and you start to think about what your life is going to be like. All of a sudden, you're an empty nester. The kids are out of the house. You paid your house off. And you're thinking, well, okay, I don't have to work as hard or as much. What can I do now? Well, this is our time. Let's live. And if you plan the right way, you're going to be able to do all the things that you want to do. Planning is the most important thing, but having a financial advisor to help you with that plan, it's imperative. Stuart Willis is local. 5 locations in the Valley. You probably see him on TV every Saturday on the Asset Preservation Hour, giving people great advice. I recommend you get a free portfolio review. You have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. You don't have to sign up for anything. Just meet with him, talk about what your goals are, and let's see if he can help you. 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You know, it's been more than a century that Ford has been here for those who build America, for those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, then Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value, literally, for American values. Hey, Paul Calvise here, and it's here at our Desert Ford dealers. Employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. So on a 2026 Ford F-150, do not miss employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back on a 2026 Ford F-150, or get employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco while it lasts at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to end a 3-game slide tonight in St. Louis. Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals coming up this evening. Eduardo Rodriguez will get it started on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Kyle Leahy. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. News out of the NFL today. There will be no supplemental draft this year. This means that former Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby is ineligible to enter the NFL this year. He would be eligible to be drafted in 2027, however. You can read more on what this means for the Cardinals right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the NBA draft begins tonight with round 1 out of 2. The Suns currently do not have a pick tonight, but if that changes, we will let you know. We've got coverage of the draft starting at 4:30. First pick coming down around 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing is here. You pay what they pay on F-150s, Broncos, and Explorers, starting under $42. American value for American values. Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
It's the Clubhouse Call-In here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Every Tuesday, we get a chance to catch up with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks as they are in St. Louis today. Game 2 of their 4-game set against the St. Louis Cardinals. And joining right now, one of the newest members of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And we've been saying that a lot lately with all the different call-ups they've had. Joining us right now, Cole Drake, who joins us on the Burns and Gambo Show. Cole, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. We're the Burns and Gambo Show. How are we doing today? Thanks for coming on.
Doing good, man. How are you guys?
Good. I'll tell you, my good buddy Josh Young told me a lot of good things about you when that trade went down. Josh used to come over here and play ball with us, and we're very close with him. But he said a lot of nice things about you when you got traded here. But I'll ask you, you were born in Utah, but then grew up in Texas. So what are some of your favorite sports teams?
Some of my favorite sports teams. I mean, didn't really grow up watching much sports other than or baseball. Grew up, my parents were in the Bay Area, so we're Giants fans growing up, but went to Rangers games growing up as well.
Okay. What about basketball? You're not a Mavericks fan, are you?
I mean, if I had to, I would say I'd be a Mavericks fan. I went to one game when I was young.
Okay. We'll let it slide. We don't really like the Mavericks around here, so I had to ask you that question. Yeah, we just don't.
Cole, like you, I was waiting to see where he was going with that. Now that I found out, I'm like, oh, okay. He was trying to make sure he wasn't a Dallas Mavericks fan. Tell me what it was like for you in camp, working side by side with the guy that you were traded for, along with somebody that you were traded with as well. What was that dynamic like for you back in the spring when you were working next to Merrill Kelly and Mitch Bratt?
I mean, obviously, me and Mitch were teammates with the Rangers, and so we were pretty accustomed to each other already. But being in camp with Merrill was pretty surreal. I mean, not very often you get to be on the same team as a guy you were traded for. But yeah, I mean, other than that, just try to get my work in and make a team, you know.
Did he have any advice, any conversations? Was it cool right away? Was it a little awkward? Or what was the relationship between the two of you like, given that you were traded for each other?
I mean, he's a really cool guy, so it wasn't awkward at all. I mean, everyone's been super welcoming here so far, so, you know, nothing too crazy at all.
Your path to the major leagues is pretty fascinating. The Arkansas Tech Wonder Boys, the Delta College Mustangs, and the Walters State Community College Senators. Tell me about.
That's right.
Tell me about that. Like, you know, those are names that nobody's really familiar with, but I do like the Wonder Boys name. At what point did you feel like, okay, I can pitch in the major leagues? Where was that?
I would say my last year at Walters was when I really realized that I had a chance to get drafted and play professionally. I started out at Arkansas Tech. It was the only offer I had out of high school. And then after my first year there, I started throwing a lot harder, so I transferred to JUCO. And then COVID happened, so I had to get out of California and transferred to Walters.
When I look at you in Reno, a lot of pitchers struggle in Reno in the PCL. It is a real hitter-friendly league. Tell me about the struggles that you've had adapting to pitching in Reno.
I mean, obviously, there's a lot of elevation parks there. Your stuff doesn't move as much. But I think more than anything, I've really been beating myself up more than I've been getting beat. Just got to get in the zone and getting out as soon as possible is really the road to success there.
How do you fix that? How do you fix the I'm beating myself up more than they're beating me thing that you just referenced a second ago?
It's more of a mentality. I mean, you just got to trust your stuff regardless of where you're playing and hope that it'll get you out of the bad situations that you're in.
Were you surprised by the call up? Were you, and how did that go down? We've seen videos of guys getting called into managers' offices and things like that. For you, what was that moment like? How did you find out? When did you find out? And what was your reaction when you did find out?
I mean, I would say I was surprised. We were in El Paso, and our game had gotten over, and it had been done for maybe 2 hours at this point. It was probably about midnight. And they called me down the lobby. All the staff was down there talking, and that's when they told me that I was going up, and I had a flight in 6 hours.
Have you
on the plane?
Have you arranged with your family? I mean, this is an exciting time, the opportunity to pitch in the major leagues. What was it like telling the family and getting him to the ballpark?
Yeah, I immediately called my mom, who happened to be in London, so she was awake, and told her, and I couldn't get a hold of my dad or my sister because it was 1:30 a.m. Texas time at this point.
Wow.
So they were both asleep. Eventually got them to wake up and told them that they needed to get on a flight to Phoenix, and also called my girlfriend as well and told her as well.
Okay, so 1:30 in the morning, they got these things on the phone, like do not disturb. You can have like certain people get through. Like, how did you get them to wake up at 1:30 in the morning?
I think my mom got my sister to wake up somehow, and she went and woke up my dad. My dad was completely snoozed, couldn't hear the phone.
Yeah.
So are they following you around now? Are they in St. Louis for when the moment happens? Or were they? I assume they were here this weekend, but are they now traveling with you for when that moment happens, Cole?
Yeah, they've been following me around from Phoenix to St. Louis.
What have they told you about when you're going to make your debut? Is it? Do you know? Is there a plan? No, tomorrow night the plan is open. There are reports that you're the guy you were traded with, Mitch Bratt, has been called up to the taxi squad as well and might make his major league debut. Have they given you any indication as to when you might make your debut?
No, I mean, you're out of the bullpen. You're available, and whenever they need you, you go in.
Yeah. Well, Cole, we appreciate the time very, very much. Congratulations on the promotion, and whenever it happens, I'm sure your family will be very excited about it. Thanks for coming on for a few minutes, and best of luck, okay?
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Cole Drake joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. USA wraps up group play this Thursday, and Arizona Sports is hosting a watch party at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Kickoff is at 7, plus enter to win a Team USA jersey, courtesy of Just Sports. Text the word CUP to 620-620 for more info and to reserve your table, and it's powered by Michelob Ultra. It finally happened. Giannis, trade, South Beach. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union, and they are absolutely committed to saving their members money. Whether you've got a loan with Global Credit Union, a checking account, a savings account, whatever the case may be. Better rates, fewer fees, no fees. I'm a member of Global Credit Union with multiple accounts, and I can tell you right now that this commitment to saving you money is very, very real. They focus on it every day. $194 million collectively is what they saved their membership group last year. It's their sole focus every single day. How do we save our members more money so they can go do the things they want to do, whether it's the house, whether it's the kids, whether it's the big vacation or whatever. And now there's a special offer in honor of National Arizona Day this weekend, this week only. Global Credit Union is offering 4.8% APY when you transfer funds to an 18-month global certificate account. 4.8% APY when you transfer funds this week to an 18-month global certificate account. Limited time offer this week only, new deposits only, and it's at Global Credit Union. Joining is super simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches and find out for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up. So before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
And you can find our poll question at ArizonaSports.com. Where's Gambo? Where did he go? Lauren is here. She's got our poll question. I don't know where he went. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Well, we can wait and see until he's back because we can see.
Hopefully he's aware that the camera is hot when he walks in.
Oh, I doubt it.
Yeah, there he
Hey,
is.
here he
Here
comes.
he comes. There's Gambo. Here he comes.
Ready.
There he is.
I had to bring Mr. Fred to the couch.
Okay. I was wondering.
It's all about Mr.
I had
Fred.
to take care of You can actually see that I wasn't here.
Yes, we could.
Yep,
yes,
we could. That's what we were talking about.
Mr. Fred was like, all right, come on. I got to get out of this office.
We were talking about that while you were gone. Lauren,
Mr. Fred.
Welcome back, Lauren. This is her first day back after her birthday jaunt to Chicago. Good to have you back. Sorry to drop you in such a busy day between Sorsby and the NBA draft and Diamondbacks troubles and things like that. You've got a poll question for us, though. What are we asking the folks today?
I do have a poll question. We're asking, what will the Suns do with the number 47 overall pick in the NBA draft? Will they stay put, trade up a few spots, or trade into the first round?
Few spots.
You know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, you're going to say few spots, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to move up into the 30s.
Okay. Trade up a few spots.
Trade into the first round is leading the way with 41% of the vote. 34% going with you guys trading up a few spots, and 25% going with the Suns staying put and not doing anything on draft night.
Okay. Thank you, Lauren, and welcome back. That's the poll question. You can find it on ArizonaSports.com. In the meantime, real quick, we're going to have Steve Berthume on coming up at 3 for our, whenever they're on the road, we catch up with one of the Diamondbacks broadcasters. We haven't spent a second talking about the Diamondbacks game last night. Good effort from Merrill Kelly. He was kind of dancing with the fire all night long and managed to give them a quality start when it was all said and done. 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position, so it was more of that last night. Just a struggle for them to score in what was a winnable game. And too bad that they took a Merrill Kelly outing that we're not sure what to expect from Merrill. That was one that you could have won with the start that he gave them, and they weren't able to because of the same old problems, Gambo.
Because they can't hit.
Yeah.
You know, Merrill got out of a bases loaded no-out jam. He got walking a line out to Perdomo, and then Nootbaar hit into a 4-6-3 double play. You know, and I think even, you know, in the third inning, it could have been a disaster for them. Church singled and then stole second and then got to third. And after a walk to Herrera, it was the RBI single by Burleson. And Marte almost got the chopper, but wasn't able to do it. But it was only one run. So he kept him in the game, gave up the 2 runs in the fourth. And at that point, you're kind of worried because anytime a team scores 3 runs against the Arizona Diamondbacks, you're like, it might be over. Like, it might be over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Diamondbacks don't score a lot of runs right now. They're having a terrible time. And again, the runners in scoring position, they were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position in this game, right? They got the home run by Troy. There was no runners in scoring position when he hit that. That was a 1-out home run in the 7th. And then they had the
RBI ground out from Arenado,
ground out by Nolan. So that's not a hit. Got the run in, but that's not a hit. So again, the problem with this team outside of starting pitching, you know, Gallen and Kelly to a certain extent, and any injuries right now to Nelson and Soroka is this. There's just too many offensive players that they have in these lineups that just don't hit. They can't hit.
It is remarkable, as Nick Piccoro of AZ Central pointed out in his write-up this morning, on May 28th, the Arizona Diamondbacks had the best batting average with runners in scoring position and the second best OPS with runners in scoring position in all of Major League Baseball. And since May 28th was not that long ago, since May 28th, they are by far the worst team in Major League Baseball when it comes to that. So it has been a quick, steep, drastic decline for the Diamondbacks in that regard, considering they were arguably the best team in baseball at it just 4 weeks ago.
Well, Arizona Diamondback stats and info, they put some numbers together for the 3 guys that I've been kind of railing on a whole lot. Pavin Smith's batting 189 in June. Burroughs is batting 200. And Adrian Del Castillo's batting 154. You know, these guys have 13 hits in 70 at-bats. Like, I mean, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, Pavin Smith's batting cleanup.
Saw 4 pitches yesterday. He saw 4 pitches yesterday.
You know, he does just ground out to second base. I could do that.
He saw 4 pitches yesterday. 4.
Like, I can weekly ground out to second base. I can't take the Pavin Smith thing anymore. I just can't take. I can't take watching him play. But if he's going to play, can we bat him ninth? Do you have to bat him cleanup?
Before we talk about Giannis, because we've had a really busy day, everything kind of flying at us today, and I just wanted to make sure we spent a couple minutes talking about the Diamondbacks. Before we talk about Giannis, I should point out that Nick is also reporting Mitch Bratt has been added to the Diamondbacks taxi squad, and there is a possibility that he will be the starter tomorrow for the Diamondbacks in St. Louis and make his major league debut. Now, that might not bode well for the guy we just had on the show, Cole Drake. If he doesn't make his debut tonight, who knows? That could be the move and he gets sent back down. But Mitch Bratt apparently is with the team, and there is an expectation that he will be their starter for tomorrow in this series against the Cardinals, for what it's worth. So we'll see.
I think Drake was there in case Cabrera was not able to go deep into the game. They needed somebody that can give them some length.
Yeah. Giannis got traded to the Miami Heat last night. The national nightmare is over. We finally have a new home for Giannis, and they got a lot for him. The question is whether any of it's going to stick and whether any of it's going to be good. There's already reports that they're possibly looking to flip Tyler Hero for something more and maybe to even expand this deal even further, kind of like what the Suns did with the Durant trade a year ago. You know, the framework is built up. Now they can kind of expand it if they want. But the Miami Heat, as Pat Riley has often done over the course of his career there, ultimately gets his guy in Giannis, and now we'll see what kind of a difference he makes there.
Yeah, best move for them since LeBron took his talents to South Beach in 2010. Look, this organization had been as mediocre as mediocre could be. 4 straight years, in the play-in. Just not being, that's a tough spot to be in every single year. You're in the play-in, and you're just not able to get through. And, 16 years ago, they got LeBron, and even if you go back before that, I mean, they traded for Alonzo Mourning, and then they traded for Shaq, and they won a championship there with Wade and Shaq, and then they got LeBron in his prime, and they got a couple more titles, and now they add Giannis to a group with Bam Adebayo, and they're going to try to win again. They've always come up short when it comes to being able to get a great player because they don't offer a whole lot. They don't have a lot to offer, but it looks like the Heat wanted a bigger package than just Jaylen Brown because they want guys that they could, maybe they trade Tyler Hero and try to get some players for him. But they just, they wanted more. I think they wanted more quantity than they did quality.
And I think they wanted certainty, too. From everything I understand, they were very concerned that Jaylen Brown was basically going to do the same thing in a couple of years, that he was going to go, yep, nope, this is not where I want to be. I want out. And rather than trade for another player who was going to be another problem, who was going to be a depreciating asset a couple years from now, let's just go get a younger bunch of players and go for the quantity thing, like you're saying, rather than the quality. And now it's put the Celtics in this position where, I mean, they've kind of dangled Jaylen Brown twice over the last few years. Once for KD back when he was with the Nets, and now for Giannis. And many people think it's put the Celtics in this position where they almost have to trade Jaylen Brown at some point in the next couple of days because they've kind of burned that bridge one too many times. We'll see if they end up doing it. Of course, all of this happens with minimal implications for the Western Conference. Everything was kind of being done out east. There still was some stuff that happened with the Mets, or with the West, I should say. The Julius Randle trade, he gets traded from Minnesota. He goes to the Brooklyn Nets. Ayo Dosunmu re-signs his deal with the Minnesota Timberwolves, so they moved off of Randall's salary so they could keep him because they really liked what he added to the team. But the Giannis trade really doesn't impact the Western Conference very much right now.
No. I think that I think you put that pairing together with him and then Bam, and we'll see if they're able to keep Powell, and they've got a chance to win a championship right there. That's a pretty good front court right there when you've got Adebayo, who's added a 3-point shot recently, and then you got Giannis, and healthy. This is a top 10 player in the NBA.
Sure.
He's 31 years old. This guy's won a championship before. He's got 10 All-Star appearances. I was looking at some of the news on this. I think Jaime Jaquez Jr. found out about it from some dude he was playing pickup basketball with. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Some guy grabs his phone and he's playing pickup basketball with Jaquez Jr. and is like, dude, you just got traded.
That's funny.
And he shows him the phone, and the guy's like he didn't know.
That's crazy. The only remaining member of the 2021 NBA Finals for either team is Devin Booker. He's the only one left. Everybody's gone off of Milwaukee. Everybody else has gone off of Phoenix. Last man standing? Devin Booker is the last man standing. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we'll turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. We hit the road and we go to St. Louis. We'll get the thoughts on the Diamondbacks from TV play-by-play guy and our buddy Steve Berthume. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. They've got employee pricing going on right now at both locations for you, and you can absolutely get a great deal and save thousands and thousands of dollars on a new Ford or Lincoln at Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln. When you're at Sanderson Ford, don't forget to drop off some water. They've got a great working in partnership with the Salvation Army, Hydrating Arizona, because there were 608 heat-related deaths in 2024. 59% of them among individuals 50 or older. So if you can help bring some water, you can save some lives. Donations of water can be made in person at Sanderson Ford, or monetary donations can be made by contacting Jenny Kester. That's J. Kester, Kester, at SandersonFord.com, and you can donate $10, $20 to have them buy some water for you. That's J. Kester, Kester, at SandersonFord.com if you want to try to save lives and make sure people have enough water. And again, if you want employee pricing, head online to SandersonFord.com.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier last week checked South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app, Kalshi. Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. When I was a kid, my dad would have me replace all the screws the previous repair guys left out. My job was to find every missing screw and replace it with a brand new one. Our guys still do that today. When motors are whirling and compressors are compressing and electrical contacts are doing their thing, those nonstop vibrations caused by missing screws will cause your system to die long before it's due. That's why we tighten your unit down to factory fresh condition every time. No squeaks, rattles, or hums. Gettle, Goettl, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Ferrell-This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There was a reunion going on behind the scenes. That's why it took so long. Diamondbacks are looking to end a 3-game slide tonight in St. Louis. Game 2 of their series against the Redbirds. Eduardo Rodriguez will get it started for the Snakes. He goes against right-hander Kyle Leahy. First pitch is at 4:45. Pregame coverage starts at 4 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the NBA draft begins tonight, round 1 out of 2. Suns currently not planning to pick tonight, but if that changes, and if we get an update in the next hour, we'll let you know. We've got coverage of the draft starting at 4:30. First pick comes down sometime around 5 o'clock over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Employee pricing is here. You pay what they pay on F-150s, Broncos, and Explorers starting under $42. American value for American values. Sanderson Ford.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You guys know how to make me happy.
I'm always reminded that every time we go on the road with the D-backs, second game of a road trip, we check in with one of the broadcasters. We put Ventura Highway as the soundtrack to that. And it always makes Gambo happy.
So happy.
I wonder if it makes Steve Berthiaume as happy as it makes Gambo.
Not.
It does not.
Let me jump in, if I may.
Please, Steve Berthiaume, jump in.
Can we update the show to at least like the 90s? Can we get to the 90s? Is that doable? Although I get a ration of crap all the time from Bob Brennan because I only listen to 80s music, so I have no leg to stand on here.
Yeah, music's generational, right? I mean, that's the thing about music. It's generational. Like, my kid doesn't like any of the music I listen to. I didn't really, although I kind of did like some of the music my parents listened to. But I think more and more, it's like each generation doesn't listen to the stuff we listen to.
You listen to the music you grew up with, I believe. And for me, that was the 80s. So
yeah, and the problem is that we keep listening to that, and we don't listen to anything that's happened in the last 45 years since that.
I try to keep up, but I don't do very good.
Somebody once told me that the music that came out when you were 20 years old is the music that will be the stickiest for you in your entire life. So if you go back and look at when you were 20, what albums were you listening to, what CDs you were listening to, whatever you were listening to when you were 20, is the stuff that will stick with you the most. I read
Huey
that
Lewis
somewhere.
in the News.
Okay. I was like Red Hot Chili Peppers, U2, Guns N' Roses, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, stuff like that. So I don't know, maybe that's...
I always like the alternative stuff. Like there was always an alternative station in the markets where I lived.
Yeah.
You're always, you'd play like the Smiths and stuff like that.
Okay. You're always quoting...
I like the Smiths a little bit.
You're always quoting Cake on the air, so I know you're a big Cake fan. Yeah, I know you're a big Cake fan.
Huge Cake fan.
Yeah, I know you.
So that's
don't leave the cake out.
New.
Don't leave the cake out in the rain.
Oh, wow. So you instantly took us back to 1962, right? Way to go. Stay hot.
It's a time warp. It's a time warp. So what have you, not that you're going to be our newsbreaker here, but I'm just curious. We had Coldrake on the show earlier, but then we had the story about Mitch Bratt. Do we know what's happening tomorrow with the Diamondbacks rotation? Has anything been said about what's happening with the rotation?
I'll say this, that Mitch Bratt is here. He's on the taxi squad, and they have not announced a starting pitcher for tomorrow. I'll let you do the rest of the math.
Okay. Sounds like another potential debut.
Just came out of Torrey's office about 20 minutes ago, so that's the official party line as of this moment.
Okay.
So they're not saying who's starting tomorrow?
Not publicly.
Okay.
But as I said, if you do the math, it's basically a 1 + 1 = 2 kind of deal.
I know the Jose Cabrera start was a wild success, obviously. Even though they didn't win the game on Sunday, it was a wild success. Is that, I mean, I don't want to say that's the standard for Mitch Bratt or whomever that might start, but has that given them a level of encouragement of their ability to dip into the system and get starts like that from youngsters like that?
Well, I don't think, Burnsy, that they've really had another choice, given all the injuries, especially in the last week. But you're always optimistic that whoever comes up can give you 5 innings and at least get you close to the 6th without having to gut the bullpen for the night. I know they've liked Mitch Bratt for a while. He had a minor injury earlier this year, which kind of stalled his progress a little bit. Of course, Mitch Bratt they got at the trade deadline last year from Texas in the Merrill Kelly deal. So they've liked Mitch Bratt for a while. We saw a fair amount of him this spring. But you never know, right? I mean, it's a crapshoot. It's a big league debut. It's not that is official, but if he does start tomorrow, then I'm sure he'll be quite nervous, and you hope for the best. But the Cabrera thing was a lot of fun to watch, and the shot of him walking off the mound after that fifth inning was one of my favorite pictures of the year. I mean, just the absolute joy in his face was.
He wonderful. I noticed that too, just how happy that kid was to be pitching. In the major leagues, he was just the smile on his face.
Oh, it was great.
It was great. It's great to see. It really is, and they needed that. It's unfortunate they lost that game. That Murillo came in and gave up a couple runs and ended up losing the game. Would have been nice for the kid, to get. I liked Torrey. People complaining. I like when Torrey took him out to make sure that there was no way that he can get a loss in his major league debut. I thought that was smart to get him out at that time. But they needed that. They need a shot in the arm because Gallen's been terrible and Farrell Kelly's had his struggles, and there's no Soroka right now, and there's no Ryan Nelson, and you look at the starting pitching staff, and you're worried. You're worried every time somebody takes the ball, except for Eduardo Rodriguez. You're worried about what we're going to see.
They have taken some body blows in the last week. There's no getting around that, and they're going to need that. This is why Mike Hazen always talks about organizational depth. You're going to need these guys. You're always going to need more than 5. We knew that. The question is how much more, how many more, and they're having to dip down into the guys. But this goes back to the move last year to trade Merrill Kelly to the Rangers, knowing you'd have a pretty good shot to bring him back as a free agent this year, and you are able to restock the system with a Mitch Bratt, with a Cole Drake, and they have some other guys as well down there that they like. We just saw Gilbert Diaz, although that didn't work out too well. But, yeah, you need these guys, and boy, to lose Soroka. Now, Soroka's obviously not going to be as lengthy in absence as Nelly, but, this is tough. The offense has not been there all year. Now the rotation, which has been one of the strengths, is being gutted. This is a team that's hanging by a thread right now.
Steve Berthume is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, our visit with the Diamondbacks broadcaster when they're on the road. And I kind of want to focus on that for a minute because when you're around a baseball team every day, I've always marveled at their ability to come in the next day and it's like a reset button has been hit and they're just kind of starting over and today is the day. And they're very good at that. But when you've had this pile up the way they've had this pile up the last 72 hours or so, have you noticed anything that is suggesting to you it's lingering or that maybe they're not able to hit the reset button on this one? Because it does feel like there is a pall being cast on the team right now with how these things have gone since Friday.
I think a lot of it, Burnsy, is self-induced, particularly for some of the hitters. This lineup is not nearly the lineup that it's been in recent years. Obviously, they were able to compete and score a lot of runs the last several years because you had a Geno Suarez, you had a Christian Walker, you had a Josh Naylor. They don't have that right now. They're getting almost nothing out of first base and DH. Those two spots have been almost a near write-off this year offensively. And you're not getting a typical year from Arenado, who had a great start but has struggled lately. Gurriel's been hurt twice, giving you very little. Pavin Smith saw, 4 pitches and 3 at-bats last night? That can't happen.
Goodness. Yep.
So the offense is really, really thin right now. Now, Marte continues to hit the ball hard nearly every time. The numbers are down a little bit, but he's still producing, and Corbin Carroll is Corbin Carroll. Perdomo is nowhere near the player he was offensively or defensively last year, and the rest of the lineup is paper thin. So that, to me, is where the problem is. Now, to answer your question, it can change day to day. And when you're with a baseball team, this is my favorite part of the job is the journey. When I got hired here from ESPN, Tim Kirchin said, Bert, you're going to love the best part of this job is the journey. It's the 162. And a baseball team is that. It's a living, breathing thing, and it's different every day. So things can change from day to day, for sure. But no, I haven't seen anything lingering. If there's any lingering issue, it's been that the hitters are simply trying to do too much.
Yeah, the one thing that doesn't...
Pavin Smith's got to see more pitches. Gurriel's got to stop swinging at breaking balls down and away. Arenado has to hit like he hit in April. They have to have that. And they've had some nice little plug-in guys. Tommy Troy, big home run last night. He's been very nice. Waldschmidt was good for a while until he had some trouble with the off-speed stuff. So they've had patchwork situations with some of the youngsters, but they got to get rid of the doubt, and they have got to start hitting the baseball. And I think once they do, that'll cover some of the pitching.
I was following along with some of the games that you were doing last week, and you kept updating it. Runners in scoring position. Runners in scoring position. Runners in scoring position. I know you hate doing it.
I was just talking about that with Chris Garagiola on the radio side. Like, we have to say it. I'm obligated to say it. I don't take any pleasure in saying, we're 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. That just sucks. But
yeah.
I have a responsibility to say, okay, this is the situation, and this is why we're trailing 3-1 or whatever it is.
I respect it.
Yeah, it is. I hate that phrase, but it is what it is, and you have to report the numbers. That goes back to what I was just saying. DH and first base have given you next to nothing offensively. Arenado's had a tough 2 months. Gurriel's been a washout this year, mostly because of his injuries. Pavin Smith has missed, almost 60 games after the elbow surgery, so he's not there yet. They need more. They got to hit the ball more.
Which phrase do you hate?
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
you were like, they're 2 for 23. Now they're 2 for 24. Now they're 2 for 25. Now they're 2 for 26.
Believe me,
I kept writing it down. I'm like, all right, 2 for 26. It's like,
yeah, right. It keeps changing. I have to check the box score after every half inning to update it, and believes me, it gives me no pleasure at all. But it's part of the narrative. Whatever the narrative is, that's what you're going to get.
That's the story you got to tell, right?
Yeah. Without piling on.
Steve, as always, we appreciate the time, especially so close to game time. Have a good call tonight. You and Gonzo will be watching. And thanks for coming on, man. As always, it is appreciated.
You bet. I appreciate it, guys. Always nice to be with you.
You got it, Steve.
You got it, Bert.
From D-Backs TV, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, music critic and play-by-play announcer for the Arizona Diamondbacks. When we come back, we have an update on the Phoenix Suns and their draft plans. The first round of the draft is less than 2 hours away. The latest when it comes to their efforts to get into the first round, if there are any, and what they might be looking for in the second round. Keep it right here. It's the Burns and Gambo Show.
The home of the D-Backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-Backs on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating The UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, just by going to libertygmcaz.com. It is summertime, and it's the summer savings event going on at Liberty GMC, and it is Truck Month to help kick off the summer savings event going on at Liberty GMC. So if it is time to get that truck to haul all the toys anywhere that you want to go, and the family too, whether it's the beach, whether it's the mountains, whether it's just across town to the big water park, whatever the case may be, you want a truck that handles all of it, towing the stuff, putting the boat, putting the stuff in the back, and the Sierra 1500, the 2026 Sierra 1500 is the best truck you can get out on the market. And right now at Liberty GMC, $12,500 off a 2026 Sierra 1500, or take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months. If you want to go bigger, the 2026 Sierra Heavy Duty, you can take $6,000 off the Heavy Duty right now, and it's all going on at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room, and it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room, and when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Gamble has 6 players the Suns have interest in with their second-round draft pick. The Suns reportedly like Arizona product Koa Pete if they trade into the NBA draft's first round. And Brendan Sorsby's NFL supplemental draft application has been declined. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Played all the bars, sleeping in our cars, and we practice right on out in the streets. I do love this song.
We got an interpretive reading of the lyrics. In addition
Rock
to
and
a
roll band,
tip jar from Gambo.
Crazy.
The last 2 songs. Look at you. The last 2 musical choices on the show. Gambo working from home today as we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show. Busy day, a lot going on. Shorter show today with the Diamondbacks in St. Louis. We had Steve Berthume on in the last segment. We're with you until 4 o'clock. The NBA draft begins at 5 o'clock. Full coverage of that is over on ESPN
4 o'clock?
620.
I got a lot to say today.
We're doing our best, Gambo. We're doing our best to get as much in there as we possibly can, and that includes the latest that you were able to find out about the NBA draft from the Suns. Now, you're saying no, they're not going to get back into the first round. Very unlikely.
They like people have said that they like Koa Pete. Yes, they like Koa Pete. They like Koa Pete, but it's unlikely they can get into the first round. I'm not going to say they're not going to try, but I'm going to continue to say that it's more likely that they will trade up in the second round. I think it's unlikely that they move into the first round. So unlikely. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying right now at 320, it's unlikely that they can move in the first round. I think it's more likely that they move up into the second round, and I've got a group of players that I believe that they will target with that second-round pick that they like.
And the NBA, as they did last year, they've split up the first and the second round. First round is tonight. Second round is tomorrow. So there's a very real chance that at least in terms of the draft, nothing happens at all for the Phoenix Suns tonight, per Gambo's reporting here. Now we'll see about other trades, and if something else happens tonight, the draft is always kind of like we called it yesterday. It's like WD-40 when it comes to moves in the NBA. A lot of things tend to happen around the NBA draft, so we'll see. But let's focus on the names that you brought our attention to at the start of the show at 2 o'clock, and let's take one last pass at them, and then I'm sure tomorrow we'll talk more about them as the second round is tomorrow. The names that you gave us as guys that they're looking at, either by staying put at 47 or maybe moving up a little bit, are, and I'll just in no particular order, from Cincinnati, forward Bobby Miller, from Tennessee, guard Jacoby Gillespie, from Arkansas, Trayvon Brazile, 6'9" big, from Iowa State, 6'7" big, Joshua Jefferson, From the University of UCLA, Tyler Bilodeau, forward out of UCLA. And then from your St. John's University, Dylan Mitchell, a wing player. Those were the 5 players that you identified earlier today.
4 of them are power forwards. So Jefferson's a power forward. Bilodeau's a power forward. Brazil's a power forward. And Baba Miller is a power forward. So I got 4 power forwards. I've got 1 point guard. The interesting thing is that while they worked out Jaden Bradley, and I think they liked him, I have them liking Gillespie more than Jaden Bradley. So I do have 1 point guard on my list. And then I've got the St. John's kid, Mitchell, who's a small forward, but he's kind of got good size for small forward at 6'7", big bouncy type kid. So I got 4 power forwards, I got 1 small forward, and I got 1 point guard.
Yeah, and it's not Jaden Bradley, which is certainly noteworthy on that one. It's a twofold question. I mean, I not that I'm asking you necessarily. I'm just kind of asking it as like a conversation. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. Will one of these guys be there at number 47? Do they believe one of these guys will be there at number 47? Or if there's one of them that they really, really like, and they see an opportunity, as you've been talking about for weeks, if they see an opportunity to move into the 30s to go get him, what level of aggression will they show, and who will they show it for? I wonder which one of these guys, and again, I don't expect you to know this, but I wonder which one of these guys is the guy that if the first round is said and done, and there's an opportunity to move up to the mid-30s, late 30s to get one of these guys, I wonder which one is the one that they're the most motivated to start moving on up the draft board to go get.
I like the Jefferson kid a lot, but I think there's the size of Baba Miller is something that they may like a little bit. So, but again, I know, I think that I think if you look at most mock drafts, none of these guys are there at 47. I'm looking at one right now, and Mitchell's gone at 42, and Jefferson at 41, and Gillespie at 40, and Bilodeau at 38, Brazil at 36, Miller at 35. So I think that to get one of these guys, you might have to see how the draft is playing out, and then you might make a move up in the draft into the 30s. And I think that there are some teams you could target with a trade of cash and maybe something else, but you do have cash available to go get that type of player.
The one, and Lauren, by the way, wholeheartedly agrees on the Joshua Jefferson, that's of the ones you provided, that's her favorite. Jacoby Gillespie is number 2. Bilodeau is number 3 on her list. She's got Mitchell last on her list. But going with Joshua Jefferson, big guy, 6'7", standing in reach of 8 feet, 8 inches tall. According to the draft profile I'm looking at here from Sam Visane of The Athletic, he writes, Jefferson was one of my favorite players in college basketball this season. The easiest way for me to explain him is he's basically what happens if you combine an elite basketball IQ guy with lightning quick decision making at the 4, like elite brains. He used that word in his he used those 2 words in his write-up, Cambo. Elite brains for the game, who also possesses positional side. And he's like, that's the kind of guy you just take. He'll figure it out. Like, it might take him a while, but eventually he'll figure it out. I guess the big concern is just, is there enough athleticism there for him to be able to translate at the NBA level? Because he can dribble, he can pass, he can shoot, he can defend. It's just a question of his athleticism and whether that'll be able to keep up with the speed of the modern game, I think.
And which kid were you talking about here?
Joshua Jefferson.
Yeah, that's it. I loved the kid in college. And the size is, really good. It's impressive, almost 6'9", and the weight on him. And I watched the highlight film of him earlier, and I was just blown away by just how aggressive he is. And I think he's got a good all-around game, and I think he can rebound on both ends of the floor. But I think, I think if we're looking at these 6 guys and 4 of them are gone, and you're like, okay, I got to move up to get one of them. Then I think you move up. If you're sitting there and you get to the mid-30s or even late 30s and like 4 or 5 of the guys are there, I wonder if you kind of play it out a little bit to see if one of those guys will fall to you. I'm not sure. Again, I think that they'll be aggressive with the money they have available to try to move up and get the guy. But I'd be curious if we get to, just say 10 picks before they choose, how many of those guys are still on the board? Because if it's only 2 or 3, I think they'd be very aggressive to move up. If it's 4 or 5, maybe they play it out a little bit longer to see how it goes.
Lauren, just real quick, jump on here because I know everything's been a blur today. Which one of these guys were you mentioning was an injury concern?
Tyler Bilodeau's an injury concern. He hurt his knee during the Big Ten tournament. He was supposed to play towards the end of the tournament, never did, then sat out during the NBA Combine activities because of injury. He's not injury prone. He has not dealt with them before this knee injury, but something to keep an eye on.
So somebody you'd have to be, the medicals would have to check out, and your medical team would have to be on board with wherever he is in the process. Not necessarily a red flag, but just sort of a little asterisk by his name, like just so we know that's what's going on with him. Okay, good stuff, Gambo. We'll see what happens tonight. But I'm sure we'll talk more about this tomorrow. If the Suns end up, as we expect, not doing anything tonight in terms of the draft, then we'll have a heavy focus on these 6 guys and see which one of them is going to be there. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Brendan Sorsby will not become a member of the Arizona Cardinals this offseason. He won't be playing in the NFL this upcoming season. So what is next for the quarterback who can't seem to find a home? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and the great Dr. Jay Schwartz, my family's eye doctor. We go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for all of our eye care needs. I went for dry eye. I had LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. And I've known so many people. I even had an email from a listener just recently that had their vision correction done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. No glasses, no contacts anymore. They were so happy that they had to reach out to me and tell me that they heard the commercial and they went in, they had the vision correction procedure done. There's several available. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers the camera inlay procedure. They offer the LASIK surgery. Great procedures available to you to make sure that you can have your eyes taken care of and see the best that you can see. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. They offer 2 years of interest-free financing and a free thorough eye exam just to make sure you're a candidate for any one of their procedures. The clear lens exchange, the camera inlay, the LASIK surgery. Very likely, very, very likely, they have a procedure available to fix your eyesight to where you can reduce or even eliminate your need for glasses and contact lenses. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Parker & Sons here. What if your new AC unit started paying you back before you paid for it? A new high-efficiency unit cuts cooling cost from day one, so you save on energy all summer before you've spent a dime on the system. Because right now, you pay nothing until 2027. No interest, no payments, no stress. But this offer ends June 30th. Call 602-2-REPAIR for your free quote. That's 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Truck Month is finally here, and Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking it off with their biggest deals of the season. This is the one time of year when the Valley's best GMC trucks come with the Valley's best savings. Forget all the runarounds and pressure from those other guys. At Earnhardt, you walk in as a customer, you leave feeling like family. That's 75 years of doing things the no-bull way. Right now, save up to nearly $14,000 off MSRP or get 0% financing for 60 months on a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab. And the savings keep coming with up to $6,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 GMC Canyon just in time for summer. Discover the hottest trucks now ready and waiting for you. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa and experience the difference, or find your perfect match at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers in June 30th, 2026.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Giving your liver a spring cleaning is easy with Active Liver from New Nordic, the delicious daily detox that will keep you feeling your best. Search for Active Liver by New Nordic on Amazon or pick up some at your local CVS, Wegmans, or GNC.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. Cheer on the U.S. men's national team at 3 official watch parties with Arizona Sports at Lazy Bird Kitchen and Cocktails in Peoria. Get details at ArizonaSports.com. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks looking to end a 3-game slide tonight in St. Louis. It's game 2 of their set against the Cardinals. Eduardo Rodriguez will get it started for the Diamondbacks. He goes against right-hander Kyle Leahy. First pitch is at 4:45. Pre-game coverage starts at 4. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. News out of the NFL today. There will be no supplemental draft this year. This means that former Texas Tech QB Brendan Sorsby is ineligible to enter the NFL. He would be eligible, however, to be drafted in 2027. And the NBA draft begins tonight with round 1 of 2. Suns currently do not have a pick tonight, but if that changes sometime in the next 27 minutes, we'll let you know. Otherwise, keep posted to draft coverage, which begins at 4:30. First pick comes down sometime around 5 o'clock. You can listen on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS, SEATS, to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, July 4th Diamondbacks home game against Milwaukee. How about 4th of July and some baseball? Plus, you'll get food and beverage credit. SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Games we're going to watch tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. D-backs and the St. Louis Cardinals, game 2 of the 4-gamer. Coming up tonight, this afternoon, 4:45 first pitch. We'll preview the game coming up in the next segment of the show and then turn things over to the D-backs BP show. Also on tonight, round 1 of the NBA draft. It begins at 5 o'clock. Round 2 is tomorrow. Complete coverage of the NBA draft will be on ESPN 620, and depending on how quick the baseball game goes, if the draft is still going on, there might even be some coverage tonight on 98.7 as well, potentially, depending on how the D-backs game goes and how quickly things move along and how long the draft is going. So got all of that. We'll be talking about all of it tomorrow. And, of course, the second round of the draft is tomorrow, and that's where we expect the Suns to get some work done, potentially, with the names that Gambo has provided us, the 6 names, and you can read more about them at arizonasports.com. Kellen Olson, in particular, wrote a piece previewing the draft. He focused on 3 of the players in one of the stories that he wrote, so you can get all of that stuff if you go over to arizonasports.com. In the meantime, the Brendan Sorsby story, Gambo, for now, is over. We'll see what the lawyers decide to do with it, as Jeffrey Kessler, his attorney, has said he's going to go talk to the NFLPA because he thinks what the NFL did today is against the law and against the CBA, and they're going to fight this, and we're going to lawyer up and go after the NFL, which is what Brendan Sorsby's been doing this whole time. But as of right now, the NFL has said you're the only player who applied for the supplemental draft, and we're just not going to have one because you have not been accountable enough for your actions so far with what you've done.
Yeah, I had a very prominent NFL alum who's very involved in this stuff. Kind of tipped me off last week. Like, the NFL's not going to allow this kid to play this year. Like, they're not going to have a draft. And so we reported it a week ago. We talked about it, how it's unlikely that he's going to be in the supplemental draft because the NFL takes this stuff very, very seriously, and they're going to do everything they can to make sure that when he does come into the league, he's gotten all the help he needs so that he's not a problem. So not surprised at this news today, to be honest with you. Like, not surprised at it at all. The interesting thing to me, and you pointed this out earlier, is like, now what does the kid do for the next year? I think the most important thing he could do is to show the 32 NFL teams out there that he takes the gambling seriously, continue to go to meetings, to continue to get help. I'd be sending updated information to all these teams on the progress that he's making through the counseling that he's getting. And, as far as throwing the football and stuff, that's a different story. But it is going to be fascinating to see how he plays out this next year when he's not going to be playing.
Yeah, I wonder, like I just Googled other professional football leagues other than the NFL to see if there's one that he could go to. Could he go to the Canadian Football League? Could he go to the United Football League is going on now, right? Isn't that so? That season is happening as we speak. Could he go to and again, these are leagues, I'll be honest with you, I don't pay that much attention to. So I'm not going to sit here and say I know when they play their games, but I wonder if there's a league in the fall that he could play in where he could get some reps and put something on tape and not just sit around for a year waiting to get drafted, because he really, and I'm not saying this because I'm sympathetic to the kid, I'm just saying this to kind of point out a fact, he might be the third best quarterback in the draft next year, but he is at the risk of getting passed by a whole bunch of guys next year who are going to be playing for high-profile college programs while he's sitting around, and I think it benefits him to play somewhere so he can do something to keep his stock up going into the draft. I just don't know where that is.
Right. And then do you want to play in a league where you risk injury?
That's the other thing, too.
I don't know. I mean, I doubt you would do that. I doubt you would. But it'd be good to get some reps and practice with a team and throw to receivers. And listen, the kid's going to make a lot of money. So, I mean, you could also, start, you got a lot of NIL money you didn't have to get back. You could also pay a lot of guys to work out with him, as far as throwing the football. But he's got a long wait. He's got a long wait. He's not going to play, and it's going to be a miserable year for him. But, again, I think the best thing he can do for these NFL teams know he has talent. They've done a lot of homework on him already.
Sure.
Like we said, the best thing he can do is prove to these teams that he is not a risk in any way for them to draft him next year. That's number one. And then number two would be, as you've talked about, staying in shape and finding a way to throw the football as much as possible so these teams can see you.
Canadian Football League kicked off on June 4th, so it's already happening. Now, it runs all through the summer and into the fall, so I suppose maybe there'd be a way for him to get on one of those teams and try to get some playing time. But again, I don't know exactly how that would work. From a Cardinal standpoint, we don't know if they would have drafted him anyway. Obviously, they were one of the most talked about teams to draft him. Clearly, the big winner today is Carson Beck, in that there is now even the perceived threat of Sorsby coming in and being a co-quarterback who might be developed at the same time.
Right.
That threat has now been removed. And I don't know if Carson Beck was sweating it. He probably wasn't. But now he doesn't have to. If he was, he doesn't have to worry about Gardner Minshew, about Brendan Sorsby coming in and taking reps, splitting attention, another guy for him to compete with. There is one quarterback who is going to be developed as a youngster for the Cardinals and not two. So if there's any clear winner today, it's obviously Carson Beck, because he gets the full attention now of Mike LaFleur as the young quarterback on the roster who needs to be developed.
Yeah, I think the Cardinals were a winner, too, to be honest with you. I think it would have created a mess if you draft Carson Beck in the third round and you use a second-round pick on Sorsby, and then you get him, and then you have you still have a terrible record this year, and you've got a top 5 pick, and then you're looking at Moore and Manning, and like, do I take one of these guys because we were still terrible? And how do you evaluate two quarterbacks over 17 games if you still plan on playing either Brissett or Mint? Like, I just think it would have created a really awkward situation.
Complicated situation for sure.
Very complicated.
Very complex.
So
yes.
I like it now. Give back. Listen, you can still get the kid. I mean,
sure.
If you have the worst record in the NFL and you've got the top pick, if you want to draft Sorsby, draft him. If you want to draft Moore or Manning or the Notre Dame, you draft whoever you want. But it also gives you a chance to really focus on Carson Beck to see if he's the guy before you have to make that decision.
Leave work early on July 22nd. We're giving you permission here on Arizona Sports because Wolf and Luke are live at Chase Field for half-day club before the D-backs take on the A's. They're also throwing out the first pitch. Wolf and Luke are throwing out the first pitch.
No way.
On July 22nd.
Are they going to go? Are they going to go to the mound?
I don't.
Or are they going to be on the grass?
I don't know. I think.
Do they both throw a strike?
Oh, do either of them throw a strike? Lauren is saying no. Tyler Drake is nodding yes.
I've thrown out the first pitch a few times.
I have too.
I've thrown strikes.
You
can give him some pointers, Campbell.
I threw a big looping ball that I think ended up in the strike zone.
Okay, but where did you throw it from?
The grass.
The grass, okay.
The grass. Did you throw from the grass?
The mound.
Oh, you went to the mound, huh?
Yeah, I went to the mound.
Oh,
and I kind of I know they get pissed about that. They really don't want you on the mound. But I was like, freaking, I'm going to the mound.
Anyway, you can text half to 620, 620 for details. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, they're getting ready to take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Will the 3-game losing streak end tonight? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Diamondbacks lost another game where they could not hit with runners in scoring position. Rinse, lather, repeat.
Lather, rinse, repeat.
Lather,
you don't want to. If you rinse.
That's it.
If you rinse first,
I've been
then
showering wrong all these years.
No, you come in every day with suds in your hair, and I didn't want to say anything.
Why didn't somebody tell me?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
So, you're ready to propose, huh? Yeah, man. She's definitely the one. What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler. I could use some help with that. Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. Don't miss your chance to save on tech, chairs, custom print, school supplies, and more. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with the tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the tropical duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for making service simple. What can customers expect right now?
What's up, Dave? As part of our kickoff to summer savings event, we're helping customers get road trip ready for less. Take advantage of $25 off any service, including oil changes.
And while you're there, don't forget you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $269 a month. Schedule your service or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, Diamondbacks baseball is coming right up about an hour from right now. Game 2 of the 4-game series against the St. Louis Cardinals. And your pitching matchup today, it is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Window Depot.com. Eduardo Rodriguez Gambo getting the start for the Diamondbacks tonight. The lefty 6-2 with a 2.45 ERA, coming off a great start against the Angels his last time out. Kyle Lee gets the start for the St. Louis Cardinals. The righty is 5-4 with a 4.63 ERA.
Yeah, Kyle's done a good job. 15 start this season. He is facing the Diamondbacks for the first time this season and the 4th time in his career. But the three previous meetings, he was a reliever. So he's faced them a few times, but only as a relief pitcher. Last time out, he took a 6-1 loss, gave up 3 runs on 7 hits in 6 innings. So a quality start with 7 strikeouts and only 1 walk. They ended up losing that game 6-1.
Yeah, Leahy on the season, as I mentioned, the 4.63 ERA. The last time before that against Minnesota, he gave up 4 earned runs in 5 innings pitched. For Eduardo, great start last time out. Great Diamondback year he's having this season, an all-star caliber year to be sure. His rough outing that he had against Cincinnati, the one where he walked 5 and lasted only 2 2/3, he more than made up for it the last time out. He gave up the home run to Zach Neto, but beyond that, he was brilliant against the Angels his last time out.
He was great. And, an interesting note here. I was going to bring this up yesterday, I didn't. The St. Louis Cardinals winning percentage against the Diamondbacks is now .611. It is their best against any opponent and the highest in Major League Baseball versus Arizona among National League and Common Interleague opponents. So their record, their .611 win percentage is the highest they've had. The highest that they have against any team is against the Arizona Diamondbacks. I found that fascinating.
Yeah, I think that kind of matches up with, for those of us who have been following the Diamondbacks as closely as we have for all the years that we have, there is something about this matchup that is not a good one for the Diamondbacks. It has never been a good one. I say that. They once clinched a trip to the World Series when they beat the St. Louis Cardinals once upon a time, long time ago, 25 years ago. But for the most part, recent history, St. Louis Cardinals have not been a good matchup for the Diamondbacks here or there. So it's not a surprise to me to see that number. Big start for Eduardo tonight with the uncertainty about tomorrow. Zach Gallen is pitching on Thursday. There's not a lot of certainty in the Diamondbacks rotation right now. Eduardo Rodriguez is the closest you've got to that certainty. That makes tonight a very big start for him to try to end this 3-game losing streak and see if they can get some stability out of the starting pitching, because there just hasn't been that much of it lately.
Well, every time he takes the ball, you feel like you're going to win. He's done a great job. They've won so many of his starts. They win the majority of his starts by a lot. And so I just hope he doesn't regress, because he's pitched so damn well, and they need him. They need him right now, because I think they're teetering on the brink. If they have a bad stretch of 10 games here right now, I think they really do go from buyer to seller. So Very, very important to win this game against St. Louis and give yourself a chance to win the series.
In the games that Eduardo Rodriguez has pitched this year for the Diamondbacks, they are 11-4 when he is the starting pitcher of record for the D-backs. So, yes, they do win a lot when he's on the bump. The injury report, today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Nothing new on any new injuries, and I'll give you the lineup here in just a second. It looks similar to yesterday's. The big development, with the Diamondbacks right now is that of Mitch Bratt. According to reports, he has been called up to the taxi squad by the Diamondbacks. He is there in St. Louis with the expectation that he is under heavy consideration to be the starter tomorrow. Mitch Bratt, their best performing minor league pitcher for most of the season. I believe he hurt his shoulder, but it was a minor injury. He's back now in the minor league level, called up to the major league level. And by all indications, Gambo, he could be the guy who starts tomorrow for Arizona.
Yes, I have not been able to get any concrete evidence on that yet. I think they might want to see how today's game goes. But Drake was brought up, Cole Drake, who we had on the show earlier, and it was a thought that he could replace Cabrera if he had to go out of the game early. But it would make sense that Bratt would be the guy.
Troy Lavello there in St. Louis said that Mitch Bratt is likely, quote, somebody that will consider, close quote, to start on Wednesday night for the Cardinals. So they're playing a little close to the vest, being a little coy. We'll see. Also, Tommy Troy is getting his first start in center field tonight. He's been working with outfield coach Dave McKay, and he's confident that Tommy Troy will be able to handle center field very well. MLB standings brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day 500, 39-39, and in third place in the NL West. The Cardinals in second place in the NL Central with a 40-37 record. When you click on the wild card standings, Diamondbacks are a game and a half out of the last spot with several teams in front of them. Gambo's got a key to tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
I'm going to go a little reverse psychology here and see if it works. Are you ready?
Yes.
Pavin Smith has hit 2 grand slams against the Cardinals, 1 in 23, 1 in 24. He's one of only 2 visiting players ever with multiple grand slams at Busch Stadium. In his last 8 games against the Cardinals, he's batting .409, 9 for 22. I'm going to go reverse psychology here and try to give a little bit of that good juju to Pavin Smith.
I like it, Gambo.
I got to try something so he doesn't ground out to second base 4 times in a row.
See more than 4 pitches for Pavin Smith. That's my key to the game. In
there you go. That's all you need.
You need to see more than 4 pitches. That'd be a nice place to start. It's going to do it for us. We're out of here. Diamondbacks baseball is next. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Diamondback skipper Torey Lavello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-Backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7